Welcome to the GunCharles.com lobby chat. What's up, Knives?
What's up, Hank? How you been, man?
I'm finally starting to get over being sick, so
Who else got sick? G-Rex too, huh?
yeah.
Day off?
Nah, I'll be getting ready here in a minute to go into work. Yeah, I think I just took a week and a half off, so gotta make up for it.
I don't know how that is.
I'm still trying to find evidence of what Deadhorse said about a new escape movie.
Yeah, I didn't believe him. But it might be true.
I don't see anything on it yet.
How's my mic sound?
Sounds pretty good.
Okay, good. 2 nights ago, my computer shut off during a lobby, and when I booted it back up, I guess everything I said sounded like ear-splitting static. I replayed it the next day on YouTube, and I suppose if somebody had their volume turned up, it'd be pretty bad.
Yeah, here lately, my gun channels has been going nuts.
What do you mean, how much traffic's on it, or just the changes to the site?
I think just changed to the site. I screen shared yesterday in Foos's lobby. I mean, it was like it was on crack or something. So far, just having the lobby page open is holding stable.
Well, it's almost like getting a Google update or something. It just either takes time to work out the bugs or just learn to live with it, I guess.
Yeah.
I noticed something else too, that sounds that don't sound very loud to me apparently get picked up by this mic real well. Even though it's only $30, I guess it's really sensitive.
Yeah, some of them are. And you could probably hear my dogs eating in the background.
I could hear the bark and I could hear a little bit of noise, and the only reason I would suspect it's a dog is because I've got a dog myself. But I mean, I heard myself the next day. I was opening up a plastic package that had a replacement magazine spring in it. It sounded like I was tearing my headset apart. And a few weeks ago, I was opening up ammo cans and putting things in them. And the guys were like, "We got to mute you. That's just too loud." So 2 nights ago, I very gently opened one ammo can and very gently closed it as quietly as possible. When I heard it on the playback, it was really loud. I also don't know how my microphone could pick up a conversation through the floor. It could hear somebody talking upstairs, and I wasn't near a vent or anything where the noise would travel. I couldn't hear it, but on the playback, I could clearly hear it, and I don't know how it did that. Not that I really like listening to myself. Not really.
Do you got a volume control on your mic?
I got it on the headset. I don't know if it works on the mic. Here, let me turn it down. Is that any better?
Nah, your mic's still the same.
Yeah, so that's got to be just for the headphone. Maybe it's in the computer itself. Go into settings or something. I'm not that computer savvy, but I'm not totally helpless. So that was me opening up a box of primers. If that sounded really loud, it wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't too loud.
I went to go fight the Sunday crowd at Bass Pro Shop today because I ran out of primers.
Yeah, I mean, you could turn down the just the Hangout itself.
I can?
On the computer. If you open up the mixer, if you click on the little speaker in the bottom corner and then open up the mixer, you can turn the Hangout itself down a little bit. That's about it. I don't see anything as far as mic controls on mine.
Okay, did that change my volume on your end?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, maybe that's what I need to do. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, see, dog snorted. I saw it come through the Hangout. So.
Okay. You hear a mouse fart.
When you have a squib, use a knife.
Yeah. And that is true.
Sorry.
You're being figurative, but it's literal and true.
Yep. How's it going, guys?
Yep, it's going.
Booth foos.
I broke my gun today.
Which one?
Easy?
My backup CZ.
In a match?
No, practice. I broke my trigger return spring again. So that's the second trigger return spring I broke in 3 years. And yes, I'm eating chips. So if you hear me munching, that's what it is.
So I don't care if I hear somebody eat or something like that over on a chat or lobby or something like that. That's just, that's par for the course. I just
All right.
when I've heard myself twice on playbacks, I couldn't believe how loud it was. So I just worry about well, I don't worry, but I think about other people a little bit more now. No, you don't sound that loud at all.
Yeah, I moved the mic. Okay, I moved the mic up by my eye, so it's at least a couple inches away from my mouth. But can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
We can tell what kind of chips it is too.
Yeah.
Fucking Lay's.
You can tell what chips? No. Well, I don't know. No, I don't think so. It's the baked ones.
But they are Lay's.
Fuck if I know.
The Lay's kettle one.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it is Lay's then. Yeah, so I shot maybe 200 rounds, and then my trigger return spring broke. I was like, well, I was shooting like shit. Fix it here, which I had enough tools to fix it there, where I could say, I'm just going to go home. And I just went home.
Now, you told me that you practice with your backup gun, so this was strictly practice. It wasn't a match or anything else like that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah. I mean, my trigger return spring. So basically, I could get a year out of dry firing and practice out of a trigger return spring. Because I was wondering how long it would go to break, so I put this spring in there at the beginning of about Christmas last year. So about a year and a half.
But really, is it breaking only because you shoot more than the average person?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
That, and I don't lube it with the CZs. That trigger return spring is a weak point in them. So, because it's a coil spring that is touching itself. So whenever you're moving your trigger, it's rubbing against itself and it's creating undue friction that doesn't really need to be there. But a lot of people will take and put oil and stuff on it all the time. And that's one thing I don't maintain my backup guns very well. Because I dry fire so much, I would be literally oiling that thing almost every day.
Do you use snap caps when you dry fire?
No.
Okay.
Well, I use dummy rounds in my magazines, which means that I have rounds loaded, and well, not rounds, but cases and projectiles in the cases, inside the mags, and then that's it.
So it's everything but a live primer and powder, more or less. It's just a case that's already been fired, so the primer's been expended, and you just seat a bullet in there and no powder.
Yeah, it's weight.
Oh.
And then if I need to do like a table start or something like that, if I'm practicing that, I'll grab it and I can rack it, and I'll know if I have a round in there or not. Like if I, cycled it enough. So. That's either G-Webs or Pink.
Is they?
Holy shit, these guys are just running into freaking torpedoes all damn day. What the hell?
Yeah, the males are getting jealous because I'm petting the female.
He's like, I got a belly too.
Hey, Dusty.
Hello, how are you tonight?
I'm feeling organized. And yourself?
Pretty good. Just cold and tired.
Jeez, these people are just running into fucking torpedoes.
You playing your battleship game?
Yeah.
I thought about getting into that. I'm really not a video game guy, but I like the old ships.
So do I.
I mean, granted, the only one I've ever been on is the Texas. Not that there's very many around. There's a pre-dreadnought in, is it Philly? I think. There's a cruiser, I think, in Philadelphia, right across from. Is it the New Jersey?
You could actually play the. You could actually play the Texas in this game.
Can you? Yeah, there's only a handful of old battleships or cruisers or anything like that left in the world, and I think there's only. I mean, if you count the Iowa class, then there's probably maybe 4 old ships in the U.S. you can go to. I mean, well, not counting aircraft carriers, things like that, just like a battleship or cruiser or something of that nature.
There's several out there.
Well, I mean, there's destroyers, there's subs, there's lots of subs, there's carriers, whatnot. But oh well, no, wait, I forgot about the North Carolina and then the Alabama. So yeah, I'm way off. Yeah, there's more than just like 4 or 5 or so. Yep. Had to dust off the old brain cells there. Okay, it's 154 grains, 100 grams. Probably.
What are you reloading?
Just 223.
Gotcha.
Let's see here. This electronic scale, it's finicky. It's more me than the scale. I just don't like switching the units back and forth. Yep, there we go. When in doubt, use a bullet. Okay. There we go. All right. Yep, we're good. Let's see, what do my notes say? They don't.
You know, electronic scale, I always seem to go back to my old balance beam to check the electronic scale.
I've got a RCPS 505, and I had some issues with it. I calibrated it, and I was still either getting really light loads or squibs, and when I mean squibs, I don't mean they didn't have any powder in them. They just didn't have enough. And I got this electronic scale, and then suddenly everything's working fine. So I'm checking against with it sometimes, but I don't think the scale is bad. But I mean, it's like 8th grade science class. How hard is it to use a beam scale?
Have you seen the citizens of this country?
Well, here's the thing. The two guys that I know that got me into reloading told me, don't use a digital scale, use a digital scale. But what I've found from talking to people about reloading and reading about it online is that everybody has an opinion on reloading, just like everybody has an opinion on guns. You know, so, you know, is it 9mm or is it 45? You know, do you use electronic scale? Do you use a mechanical scale? You know, do you, is it for hunting or is it for target shooting? Whatever. So everybody's got an opinion, and I got to find what works for me. So what I like to do is just take ideas from people and try them out. And if they work, great. And if they don't, okay, let's try something else. I mean, they were with me when I bought the beam scale. I got it at a gun show used, and they helped me talk the guy down $5. And I mean, it's a good scale, but I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It's just maybe I'm just more of an electronic guy. I don't know.
Well, the electronic scale is faster, but I just tend to want to check. So I'll go back and I'll check that electronic scale with my balance beam. And then once I'm confident in it, I'll go on. Nothing
Well,
wrong with a check of balance or whatever.
I'm definitely not going to get rid of the beam scale. No way. Even a
You see the picture of the ship that's docked in the city close to me?
No.
Yeah, I put it in the side chat. I don't think it's going to last long in your game.
Yeah, my game's gonna lose pretty damn quick. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye. I just ate 3 torpedoes on my carrier. Hate carriers.
Nope, we lost score again. We already lost. And I didn't die.
That's nice. Yeah, it's probably not gonna. Yeah, that wouldn't last long in the game.
Even if it caught on fire, man, it'd go up in no time.
No shit. One HE shell would be gone.
Have a year's supply of toothpicks.
That sounds familiar.
This is Craig. All right. Well, I currently was Missouri Southern down in Joplin, and the girl I was seeing was in Missouri State, and I wanted to transfer school, so I went to Missouri State. And we broke up before I got there, and I just did.
If you're talking to us,
Yeah.
Foos, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I did. And to me, I mean, I know SMS and now Missouri State, but to me, Missouri State means jack shit because I graduated from SMS. So, crap, I can't remember. I mean, the people was okay. The town was good. So. Yeah, if you need to find someone, you can. If you don't want to be found, you're not. You know. So.
Computer shut off on me. Am I staticky?
No, you sound good now.
Okay, this is exactly what happened 2 nights ago, but when I came back on, it was bad for everybody hearing me. So
How did your computer shut off?
well, it has an issue overheating, and believe it or not, I've actually got an oversized heat sink on it, and I've tried all kinds of things, adjusting the settings. I still have thermal protection on there. I could just turn it off, where if it runs as hot as it wants. It runs as hot as it wants, but I've got good airflow in there. I even took the computer into work about a month ago and blew all the dust out of it. And that was one thing. I had been a while since I'd blown the dust out. I thought that had fixed the problem. It doesn't shut off as much as it used to, but it'll just do it. I'm gonna update it, but I'm just saving money. I don't want to do it on credit. I've done it on credit before, and that's why I've put off just throwing it on the credit card.
Yes, I would say be sure I've got everything backed up right now, because that sounds like a hard drive gone to me.
No, it's not the hard drive at all. No. I thought it was a Windows issue. I'm not entirely positive that Windows doesn't have anything to do with it, but when I check the error codes later, it's talking about the CPU overheating, and I've monitored it and watched the temperature go up and up and up, and I've tried all kinds of things to do to try to mitigate that, but I think what it is, I got a bad CPU motherboard combination. I ordered them, I put it together, and I made a bad choice is what I did.
Of course, I went in the house last night and opened one of my family's laptops and found the screen smashed on it. Nobody wants to admit to it, so I don't know what happened with it. So I have to save money for another notebook.
Well, I could have probably just put it on credit again and just rebuilt it, updated it again, and I just said I'll just write it out.
Now, can screens be replaced on them, kind of like your iPhones and stuff like that?
That's what I was wondering, whether you could replace a screen and repair a notebook or not. But,
I know you can on a laptop.
Well, that's what it is. It's a laptop.
Yep, you can replace the screen on it. I've done it. I went to
Is
my
it
IT
cost
department.
efficient, though?
What's that?
Cost efficient, versus the price of a new one?
Okay, so to give you an idea, I've got a Hewlett-Packard laptop from work, and my dumbass, who's not really used to having a laptop, it's not my thing, closed it with something sitting on the keyboard and cracked the screen. I went to my IT department about it, and they gave me the runaround on it. They didn't have time. We had to fill out all this paperwork, this, that, and the other. It's like, I'm not in any trouble for it. They're not going to take it out of my pay, nothing like that. They do this sort of thing all the time. They replace laptops and, but they're giving me a hard time about it. So I go on Amazon, I look it up. It's like $120 for a screen. I was going to buy it myself, and then I thought about it, and I said, wait a minute. They got rooms full of these laptops. When somebody quits, they don't reassign the laptop. They just throw it in a closet. We've got closets full of barely used laptops. I went into one of the closets, found the exact same laptop, little screwdriver, took everything off, took the cover off, unscrewed it, swapped them out. Nobody knew the difference. I bypassed having to go through a lot of paperwork and waiting weeks and weeks for my IT department to do something they could order overnight and replace, or just grab a used laptop out of the closet. And they ended up scrapping a laptop. They throw out pallet loads of computers at my work. So you might be able to find a used one, depending on how old it is. You might be able to find a used one on Craigslist or eBay or something. But I went on Amazon and I just typed in the screen for the model number, and it was $120. I mean, it was, you had to take a pocket knife and take loose the bezel, and then it was like 4 small Phillips screws. You need one of those old jeweler's screwdrivers, and then it just plugged in. It was a real small plug. You got to be real delicate, like maybe use some small needle nose, but I mean, it was nothing. I changed it out in 30 minutes, and I'm not even a computer guy, or at least a laptop guy.
It's a Dell laptop, and it was a fairly good one. And I think exactly what you said happened to it. I think something got dropped on it because the lid was closed, but I think something got dropped on top of it. So
now I have repaired and built or assembled, I guess you could say, desktops. I'm more of a desktop guy. And I will tell you that with a Dell, they're proprietary. They like to sell you Dell parts. You might be able to get an aftermarket one in there or some sort of imitation, but more than likely, you're probably going to have to buy a Dell part. I'd still check Amazon first, just to see they may sell a Dell OEM part, or through one of their partners or something like that. But yeah, Dell is proprietary, and if you don't put a Dell part on a Dell computer when you do startup, you might have to press F1, or it just may not work at all. So yeah, if you're ever talking to me and I just fade away, it's probably just my computer overheated, and I'm just being stubborn.
Well, you getting snow tonight?
We've only got a dusting over here, but I don't like snow at all anymore. I'm just too old for that. So I don't know if we're going to have some in the morning that we got to deal with. Okay, I'm checking it on the beam scale, and I'm good. It's reading the exact same. So I think I'd just rather use the beam scale to check against the electronic, but use the electronic as my primary.
Well, and that's basically what I do. I guess I kind of like the double check. I like to know that one's not messing up. So,
well, when I worked at the roll form and stamping plant, we checked 5 out of every 100, unless there was some sort of issue where the customer demanded 100% check because there were quality issues, and we're trying to satisfy the customer. Otherwise, the standard procedure, 5 out of every 100. So once I start reloading in larger amounts, because I don't reload in large amounts yet, that's probably what I'm going to do, is 5 out of every 100.
Now, what kind of a powder measure? Now, do you measure each individual load, or does your machine have a powder measure also?
No, I've got the, what is this, the Lee, the one where you got the lever on it, you can adjust it and just drop the charge in. I don't have that mounted to the turret press or anything else like that. I actually dump each load in with a funnel right now. Eventually, I will have something set up on a progressive or a turret press down the road where it'll put the charge in for me or something like that. But right now, I'm doing such small batches, and I'm still I'm getting better at it. That it's not practical for me to start charging it on a turret or progressive press yet.
Well, that's myself. I have both. I have a turret press, and I still have my old hand press. And there's some loads I strictly do one at a time, and there's some I do on the turret press.
Yep, same here. I run most of my rifle calibers for my mill serps and stuff like that, single stage, and then my 223 I run through my progressive, and 9 I run through progressive, same with 45.
Some loads that I actually weigh every piece of brass. I weigh, everything individually so I can match all of the shots.
Yeah, I don't go for supreme accuracy like that, so.
But you'd be surprised at the difference in the weight of brass.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I guess I would have to say that's part of the fun of reloading to me, is I like to take and make bullets touch each other.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not into the bullet and bullet hole. Yeah, I don't get into that. I mean, it's fun to try to get down to like MOA or something like that, but I do not have the patience for bullet and bullet.
But that's mostly on my rifles. I've got some rifles that I want them to shoot. I'm happy with a clover leaf. If I can go out and shoot a clover leaf, I'm happy.
Yeah. And that's what makes reloading so fun. You could go for high production like me, or you go for bullet and bullet like you and most reloaders.
And I've bought some rifles before that you could go buy factory ammo and you would have a pattern all over the place. But if you start playing around with your reloads, you can bring that rifle in and make it shoot good too. And that's kind of fun to me.
I don't shoot many rifles, so most of my stuff's pistol. Hence why I break guns.
Squib must still be having problems because we just lost him again.
Yeah, he's been jumping in and out. Legally build an AR pistol at 8% lower. Yes, you can. You can definitely do that. You just you cannot legally put a stock on it.
Can you legally carry it?
Yeah. Everywhere you can take a pistol, you can take that. And no, I'm not in a well.
You kind of sound like it sometimes. You kind of sound like it sometime.
Really? Well, Mike's right in front of my face.
Yeah, that was back when he was on his phone call when I muted him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, it showed muted on my screen, and then it came in like, "Oh, you muted me." I was like, "Huh, that's okay." Whatever. Yeah, that was my old college calling asking for donations, and I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna pay anything." Like, can you give $150? I'm like, I'm not gonna pay anything until I get my student loans paid off. Okay, can you give us $70? No, I'm not going to pay anything until the student loans come off. Can you give us a donation of $52? No, I'm not going to pay until my student loan comes off. Oh, jeez. I'm college, just reading down through a list of questions. No, all these people that are saying refugees welcome and stuff like that, why don't you give up a room in your house and see if you like it?
I have no problems with us blocking that right now.
Right.
Yeah, as long as they go through the right way to come into the country, I care less.
If they want to come here, put in for a green card just like everyone else.
But even then, how do you determine that they are not.
Well, you need to get a visa. You have to have, like already a job and stuff like that over here. I mean, it's not just, oh, I want to come to the U.S. Give me a visa so I can go there and do nothing. No.
Do any of y'all are any of y'all really familiar with the gun laws with the 80% lowers?
Familiar, but I mean, if you make a firearm, you could do anything you want with it. That as long as it's in a form legal within your state.
What about making a pistol
and as long as it's not,
out of an 80?
yeah, absolutely, you can.
So I can put a 10 handle on an 80% lower and one of those.
Yes, as long as you never put a stock on that lower. Because if you put a stock on that lower becomes a rifle, and you put a 10-inch barrel on it, it becomes an SBR.
Yeah. So
as long as you never put a stock on that, and you put a pistol buffer tube on it.
Yeah, put a pistol buffer
It's a
tube. But so I've read, this is the great part of this. The great part of this. They say, some people say you could go ahead and throw them to your shoulder because if somebody else built the gun, like you bought it from the store like that, already built, I mean, you can put it to nobody can really tell you how you can shoot your gun. But if you build it with shockwave stabilizing brace or something, and then you put it to your shoulder, now that's where you're really fucked up.
Okay, so if you have a stabilizing brace on it or something like that, a brace, one of those SIG arm braces or shockwaves or what have you, there's 90 of them out there. If you put one of those to your shoulder, you are redesigning it. You're not using it how it's supposed to be used, therefore it becomes an SBR.
Okay.
If you just have the buffer tube on it, you could put that to your shoulder all damn day because that is part of the firearm. You can't put a piece and using it differently.
That's exactly how I'm talking about with if you buy an AR built like a SIG AR with a SIG arm brace, you know what I mean? You buy that gun and then you put that gun to your shoulder. I mean, who's good?
Per ATF, you would be creating a SBR.
Okay.
Per ATF. But the thing is that's ATF's opinion. I have not heard it actually go through courts. I don't want to be the first one. So
I don't want to be the first one. But I know for a fact if I were to build a gun, right, like mill out an 80, build it, make a pistol out of it, and put either a SIG arm brace or one of those new things are pretty cool too. What do they call them?
Or whatever.
No, the brand new ones. They were in SHOT Show. I saw videos of them. It's like the tail hook, whatever. It's like
any of those. If you put those to your shoulder, per ATF's opinion, you are making an SBR.
Yeah.
As of right now.
No matter if you build it or if you buy it, that is their opinion. You're redesigning that shoulder, that brace, and
But they don't have a leg to stand on. That's what I know that they don't have a leg to stand on. If you shoulder fire a gun that you buy, like an AR pistol that you bought legally from the store and have done nothing to do to it, if you put that gun to your shoulder, they don't have a leg to stand on. They can't really do anything about it.
Well,
because
They can do something about it. They can, if they find out about you and they want to try and prosecute you, they could arrest you. They could say, okay, we're going to go to court. And that in itself is doing a lot to an individual.
yeah, that would actually suck to go to court. Yeah, you're right. But it would probably get thrown out because literally they say you designed it. You haven't designed it. You made changes to it. I just bought it from the store. That's why I was confused.
But for their opinion, if you use something in a way it's not supposed to be used, you are redesigning it. Comes to these arm braces.
Yeah, they have to
That's just
take
their
the
legal
jury to that kind of mental gymnastics.
It may not be what the average person would call common sense.
But the thing is, it's not the law. It is the ATF's opinion. There's a big difference between the law and opinion. But the thing is I don't want to be arrested by the ATF and go through years of litigation where I'm going to lose my job and I'm not going to have a life.
Who's the judge going to side
just
with?
to say, hey, exactly, that's true.
But you get where I'm coming from. If I were to make one out of 80%, then I could really I would actually have more on me if I were to just go out and buy one.
No, they wouldn't, because you making a pistol out of 80% is just like me going out and buying a pistol, an AR pistol. It's the same thing as long as it's legal in your state to do that, which I think it is in every state to make your own firearms.
Yeah.
Now, if you have to register firearms in let's say you have to register a pistol in your state and you don't register it, they'll get you for that. But where I live, there's no registration. I could build all the 80% motors I want as long as I do not sell them.
Yeah, you can't sell them.
Correct. Did you make his gun channel freeze up?
Mine has been, but I thought it was a major lag of some kind. But I'm not sure if it's my internet
computer
or.
shut off on me again.
Yeah, we figured that.
If my computer shuts off a third time, I'm calling it a night.
I was still there. I just muted my phone for a second.
I think kind of my opinion is what you're saying is right, but the problem's going to be is whether you want to spend the money to defend yourself to prove your point. Because the way our court system works, if they charge you some money to defend yourself.
Yeah, it's almost not even worth it.
Nope. And if you've got a district attorney or a judge that is anti-gun, you're screwed. You really want to risk that.
No. I only really got to worry about it, I guess, for one thing.
We seem to be losing everybody, Squib.
Can you guys hear me? What? There's nobody in here. Since when? What are y'all doing? Being weird? Do do do. Quit your complaining, PBR.
Shut up, Smeggy.
I'm
How are you doing, Smeg?
doing pretty good.
I'm not complaining. I just.
Quit your complaining, PBR.
Whoa. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to let them know so they, so shit gets fixed.
Right.
It's for us. It doesn't. We'll work around it. We'll deal with it. But if somebody brand new comes here from like YouTube or something to watch a video and they're like, "Well, I'm gonna check this shit out," and they're brand new and they're like, "Well, this fucking page is broke," or you know how people are. Something has a little hiccup and then they're fucking like done with it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
I want Gun Channel's community to grow. And granted, I guess if a little hiccup here or there scares somebody off, we probably don't want them here anyway. But
Right. No, I understand what you're talking about. It's my understanding though that it's like the chat server itself, and that's I don't know, like a separate thing or whatever that Gun Channel's like references to or something. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, no. The chat thing is one thing. The other problem I've been having is something that I don't think is related to that chat screen. It's I have to log in multiple times when you log into Gun Channels, and then if I switch pages, I have to log in again, and I don't think that's related to the so chat.
It's like not seeing your cookie or whatever that you're logged in.
Yeah, it's weird, and I've done it. I've done everything. It's not on my end. It's on the server's end. But whatever, it's we've been doing this for a while, so we're used to hiccups. But like I said, I don't want it to run off some new people.
Right.
I fought with it last night. I kept having to refresh my page last night in order to keep on it.
Yeah, it's just being weird. They'll figure it out.
Earlier, and all of a sudden everybody was gone before anybody came back. So
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna jump on a little earlier. Like I got home and I don't know, I was looking at it and someone was like, "Oh, is any chats going?" And Pink's like, "Oh yeah, I want to set mine up in a second." And I was like, "Oh cool, I'll just jump into that." And then I'm like, "Well, I'm just gonna close my eyes here for a minute while I wait for Pink to start up." And yeah, that was like an hour or something ago. Had myself a little nap. Oh man, but yeah, I had a fun weekend, even though it was tiring. I went up north snowshoeing.
How much snow did you have?
Couple inches.
Now,
So-
where is your place up north?
Yeah, it's like on the west side of the state. A couple. Well, it's like 4 hours total to get up there, but it's over by your pinky knuckle. If you look at the back of your left hand,
Well, we're both Michigan people, so
right? Yeah, I know. I know you are well aware of. Oh yeah, go to your the second knuckle on your ring finger, and then take it east until your middle finger, and two inches above your thumb, or whatever. Like you can just show the back of your hand. I've seen people do it as the inside of their right hand, but I always use the back side of my left hand. I don't know if you're a, inside or backside part.
well,
Explain it.
I'm right by the state line, so I can go to Ohio, Michigan.
Okay, so you're by the wrist.
By the wrist.
Okay.
But I'm by the main artery.
There you go. See? Even better. So, anyways, I mean, when we got up there, we went over to our property on Saturday, and we got in, and then we got out the tractor. And my dad had got a snowblower for the back of the tractor, actually a couple years ago, and we hadn't used it yet because last winter I was out of town for work. I never ended up going up north for our trip, and he didn't go out by himself. So, anyways, this year he's like, I'm using that snowblower. So I was like, okay, cool. So he fires it up, and back like near the house and stuff, we had about 2 inches of snow, and it wasn't even, like the skid plate's 1.5 inches up off the ground or whatever. It's like, so it really wasn't even sucking anything up. But then we got into some drifts, and up near the road, it was a little deeper. It was probably 4 or 5 inches. So the snowblower started cutting into the snow a little bit, and it works really good. So that part was cool.
All the snow here melted, thank fucking Christ. At sea level, so it doesn't snow here often, but when it does, it seems like everybody panics and runs around with their heads cut, like chickens with their heads cut off. It's really annoying.
That's never fun, but it's up north. Like once you get off the road and get to where you're going and stuff, like I like that there's snow.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, you travel less than an hour in any direction from where I live, and you're in snow. I mean, I got mountains next to me that are like, it's the Cascades. It's giant fucking mountains. Like there's like Hood, Rainier, fucking St. Helens. Even though St. Helens is not as tall as it used to be.
Why? What happened to it?
It had a little meltdown. There's like Adams and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was cool. So anyway, like that day, we just cruised around on our property and walked through the swamp and different stuff. And
wait, where do you live? That's snowing and you have a swamp?
Oh, that was northern Michigan. We have
okay
up there.
I forget Michigan has swamps and snow. When you think of tropical and I think of swamp, but there's marshes everywhere.
Oh, yeah, it's just exactly. And it's just there's a little creek that runs through there, and it's just kind of a little low spot. It's not like swamp you could like drive a riverboat through or anything.
No, it's like
muddy
like a marsh.
Yeah. But Yeah, when we shot guns, so we stopped off on the way up there to pick up some CCI mini mags because everyone, you guys probably have heard of my dad's trouble with the mosquito, the Sig mosquito, and everyone's like, dude, just get high velocity ammo, blah blah blah, whatever. So he actually called Sig because the other thing people were saying is switch out the springs because it comes with 2 different springs or whatever. So my dad looked and he found a second spring and he's looking at it and it's like it's exactly the same as the one that was in the gun. And I thought he was kind of crazy because I'm like, that's everyone else saying they ship 2 different springs. You know what the heck? And I go, it should be like painted on the side or whatever. He's like, nope, it looks exactly the same. Blah blah blah, all this stuff. Well, turns out he actually called Sig and was like, hey, I'm having these problems. And they're like, oh, well, are you shooting CCI mini mags? And he's like, no, because I haven't been able to find any. You know, he bought it during the freaking ammo scare. And they're like, oh, well, we recommend you use that. And then he's like, what's this spring thing I'm hearing about? And the lady said that they used to ship with 2 separate springs, but they've actually stopped shipping with the high velocity spring. So they just put 2 of the standard in there. So he still had, and she's like, the first time she's like, I don't, you know, around this time, he's like, yeah, that's about what year it was made or whatever. And so then he ended up actually giving her the serial number and she looked it up and was like, yeah, you have just a, you know, a separate backup, like, you know, standard velocity spring. And the one in the gun would be a standard velocity spring. He's like, I thought they looked the same. And she goes, it doesn't have white paint on it, does it? He's like, no white paint. He goes, okay, then that's not the high velocity. It's the standard. So basically they probably had so many problems, they just stopped shipping with the high velocity spring.
This is why I need to get a 22 revolver. This is like one of the reasons I've wanted a 22 revolver for a while. Because like a lot of them are 9 or some of them, not a lot, but a good majority are 9 or 10 shot revolvers, which, you know, it's basically the same capacity as most 22 caliber pistols.
Right,
Semi-auto,
you don't have
that
that
is.
problem.
And you just don't have, you can load whatever the hell you want into it, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you get those weird wax coated bullets, and then that probably would give you, that gives any, I don't know why they coat them in that wax shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Did the spring correct it, Smeggy?
No,
It's the same spring.
Same spring? Well,
Yeah.
reason I asked was because I was interested in that gun. And I went
Don't
to a
bother.
gun store in Jackson. I won't give their name. But they said they had sold a pile of them, and every one they had sold, they'd sent back to SIG.
Yeah, Zach, how much are there MSRP on that thing? Like, how much is it?
I'll say that I don't know.
Do you know, Dusty?
I'm going to say it was around like 350 to 375, somewhere in that area.
I don't know. There's certain, I have a, fuck, dude. The only 22 pistol I have right now is older than Methuselah, and it runs, like, it'll run anything. It's, like, I can put any fucking bullet in it, and it'll fire it. And it's, the only thing is I had a magazine issue, but the feed, like, I forgot it was the feed lips or the follower got, like, jacked up, and so I had to, like, I've had to kind of like tweak the magazine a little bit, but as soon as I did that, it cycles perfectly. But that was because the magazine in it is older than hell and got kind of jacked up at some point in its life.
At the same time, I was debating on that Mosquito or Walther P22. And after that store told me that, I decided to buy the Walther P22. I love that gun.
How is it?
It's been great. I mean, I didn't really want the short barrel, so I bought the longer barrel, the longer target barrel on it. And it is very accurate. I like that 22.
I've only had a Ruger Mark, a Ruger Mark II, and then I have my, like I said, my high standard military HD, but that's, like I said earlier, that thing's from like 1945 or 44. And my Ruger Mark II, I want to say it was from the late 80s, or it was somewhere in the 80s. And both of those ran flawlessly. My friend had a 2245 Ruger, and that thing ran good, but only really with it ran good most of the time. Occasionally, if you put cheap 22 in, it would hiccup. But yeah, I want a 22 like double single action revolver next, because I'm sick of having 22 ammunition problems.
Well,
Well, that's
Well,
like
man.
that Walther though. I've everything in it. I've shot cheap loads, I've shot expensive loads, and I've never had it mess up on anything.
That's cool. I expect no less from Walther. The Walther PPQ is my probably favorite like brand new modern handgun.
yeah, but wouldn't you think like SIG should be
I've
in that
lost
same boat, but
I've lost faith in SIG. Like
not on that one, man.
not a lot of SIGs. Their quality control has taken a dive. Like it's like the SIG name makes you think of things like, you know, certain things, but unfortunately to me that's like old SIG. There's like, and now we're at like new SIG. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like when I think of like a P226, if I was going to go out and buy a P226, I would try to find a West German P226. Or if I was going to buy a SIG, I would try to find one of those Swiss-built SIGs that were coming in the country for a while. Just because I can have faith in the craftsmanship in those pistols.
I will tell you from, at least from my experience, because this was the end of the story. So to find that 22 ammo, we stop at the store.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off with your
Oh,
story.
that's fine. Hey, it's meandering. But there was more news on that. So basically, let me finish up the 22 part. So we couldn't find CCI Mini Mag, but we found was it Eli or something? And it doesn't say on the package, but I looked it up online, and it has like, 1470 feet per second, which is, pretty high velocity. And that stuff ran fine. We only shot like a box of 50, but it cycled every time. We had a couple of like light primer strikes where it actually didn't go off, and I looked at it and like it had just kind of barely nicked the edge like a little bit, and we shot that exact same one again and it fired no problem. So anyways, that was that. Well, when we were there, my dad's like, yeah, let's go look at the gun. So I'm like, okay. And he ended up picking up a P226.
Nice. What, a brand new one or a used one, or?
Yeah, a brand new one. It's actually the it was kind of funny that he got this one, but it's the like tacked optic or tack ops or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, because you're so tactical. And he just kind of laughed. He goes, well, I like that one. It had night sights, and it's got what I really like that front sight. It's a fiber optic that has tritium in it. So like and for night sights, you just see 3 green dots. You're good to go. But then when the light is actually on, the back are 2 white dots, and the front still glows green because of the fiber optic. It was cool.
My roommate has a West German, I think it's a 220 and a 226. And the 226 was his dad's, but his dad upgraded to some, I don't know. His dad he loves SIGs. And so his dad just gave him his old, like, because he had like more than one 226, and so he just gave him one of his. And I was looking at it. It's a West German also, and it's got like the trigger and all the bells and whistles in it. And that thing shoots, so it's amazing. But yeah, I don't know. I just seen so many problems with SIGs over the last couple years that I've kind of like grown a little bit tepid to them. It's like if I can find a pre-SIG from like at least not. I mean, if it's not West German, at least like before like SIG USA, then I would buy it.
Well, this one ran no problem. So, at least for now, I don't know if that's restoring the faith in SIG or not. My dad's still kind of cranky about the Mosquito, which I could understand. I mean, it's kind of rightfully so. You buy something, you want the freaking thing to work. And when you call up the thing, they're just like, oh, well, you should use this other stuff.
But even then, like even with the 22, you have to accept like the whole because it's a rimfire 22. But at the same time, like you don't want to have to also fight. It's like you already have to fight with with ammunition just by the nature of 22. And you don't want to have to add like gun problems into that whole scenario.
Right.
This link on the side is like it's like 3 pages of just used high standards for cheap. I can't say that they'll all work, but I have a Model B, no, I don't have a Model B. I have a Model HD, which is basically similar to Model B, and that thing runs flawlessly. It's my favorite 22. Although I kind of wish I still had my Mark II, because that Mark II is pretty cool, but I sold it to buy something. I don't fucking remember what.
But then Biggie said, my brother-in-law also bought a Kimber 22. Called the factory. They told him the exact same thing. Suit the CCI mini mags, and it would fire properly.
Well,
and it never did either. So
in my experience, CCI and Aguila tend to be the best. Well, it depends on which Aguila. There's like a high velocity Aguila, and then there's a bunch. It's like Baskin Robbins. There's like 30 fucking one flavors of Aguila, and it's hard to tell one from the other because they got really weird names, like even worse than CCI. But Aguila and CCI tend to be the best in my experience. But I don't know. Hence why I'm gonna get a 22 revolver, so I just don't have to fucking deal with this shit anymore.
Well, that's my dad now has. He got a bunch of like the Winchester. What was it? Winchester Super X or something, and he was just like, well, what the heck am I supposed to do with this now? And I said, well, just buy like a bolt action 22.
Oh yeah, that's a good point too. Some of that stuff though, I've read that like the
no, it was Aguila. So I'm mistaken. The ammo that he got was the Aguila Interceptor.
Oh, so I don't even know. Like I said, it's their names are so contrived. I can't even tell you which one that is.
Well, and that's the thing. On the box, it didn't. That's the only one. It didn't have any feet per second or anything. So that's how I was able to look it up. I just went back to my Google search history, and I typed it in, and I said that the Interceptor it's high velocity. It's 1470 feet per second. So I was like, oh, okay, that's it's about as fast as you get. So okay, it'll probably work.
Yeah, I've had really good luck with their whatever it's called, their high velocity ammo running my my pistol reliably, and my 1022, and my Ruger Model 6 or Marlin Model 60. Sorry, I forgot how many 22s I had. This is the revolver.
You're a lot like me. You have a bunch of.
Speaking of 22s, do any of you guys know how you fix the goddamn failure to feeds on those Air 7s, the takedowns?
No, I have no idea.
Swear to God, it's the biggest pain in the ass. I haven't been able to figure out what the issue is.
Feed lips.
No, it's not a magazine issue. It tried it with multiple magazines.
Have you tried polishing the feed ramp a little bit?
Doesn't have one.
Oh, it doesn't have one? Okay.
It's just, yeah. I've been thinking about filing one into the back of the breech, but
not do that because then if you might rupture cases or something.
Yeah, but it's just 22. Like
Yeah, it's just whatever.
yeah.
Well, it's not-
What's
it's not-
what are pressure ratings?
I'm
Come on.
I'm not talking about like exploding your face. I'm talking about if you start, you're gonna have even worse. You're gonna have failures to extract if you rupture the case or
Yeah,
bulge
yeah.
the case. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like it's not your failure to feed will turn into failure to extract.
Mm.
Like with rifles that have the breech is out of whack or out of spec or worn out or whatever, then the cases bulge and
Mm.
this is in the side shots the revolver I've been looking for.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
It's a top break, which is really the only reason I want it. I think that's cool as shit. It's got like a star extractor, just like a Webley.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at a TT-33 Tokarev. They're real goddamn cheap, and the ammo is real goddamn cheap.
I have one. It's all right. I don't really like the grip is
Straight
weird.
up and down.
And yeah, it's a cool pistol as a conversation piece, but as far as shooting it, I got other pistols I'd rather shoot, especially that Browning design.
Well, I mean, just up here, they're like $200, and like a box of 2,000 rounds is like $600.
Is it worth the all the rigmarole you have to go through to buy a handgun?
Well, if you've already got the license, you've already got the license, so that
Okay.
doesn't. So basically, instead of having to fill out a 4473 every time, you just do it once,
I
and then
see.
you flash a card.
I see.
Although I think for pistols, I haven't bought them yet. It's effectively the same thing as filling out a 4473 when you have to buy one, because you have to register them. Because we don't, have any rights.
Yeah. I don't know. I was looking at I think I was looking at the same Walther 22 that Dusty, or was it Dusty? Yeah, that you were talking about. But I ended up not buying it. Not that I didn't think it was good or not. It's just I don't know. I just didn't think it would. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't buy it. I just was a little like I hesitated for some reason. That's good to hear that you had good
You that
Yeah.
that gun goes with living, and I carry that gun in one of my tractors, so it has been in dust. I mean, it's very elements, and it has never acted up.
I was thinking of getting another Mark II, like a stainless steel one that I could like carry around like you were talking about. My HD is too nice, and the bluing is too nice to like carry around, And I got a feeling too, if I bought that revolver, I'd probably do the same thing where I would plink with it, but I wouldn't like carry it around or take it camping or anything. I had really good luck with my Mark II, so I've always wanted another one. It's not.
And I want one of those. That's on my list also.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. The cool thing about the Mark II is there's more aftermarket accessories, but I'll be honest with you, my high standard I think is a better pistol. It's a better 22. It's like the trigger out of the box on it is like spectacular, whereas the Ruger I had to like throw in some full quartz and shit to get it really nice.
Of course, I'm kind of poor on 22s. A couple years ago, I bought an HA 416 22 long rifle, and it's still in the box and never been shot.
Yeah, there's my high standard. Looks pretty good for being a million years old. But like, yeah, if I was gonna kick something, that's why I've been looking for like a little like kit gun. But I don't know. You can never have more than one. You can never have too many 22s.
Never enough 22s.
I'm glad you said that.
It's kind of why I want to. The first pistol I ever fired was a 22 revolver, and I've been trying to figure out what it was. I thought it was a Smith & Wesson, but I found out. I remember it was a 9-shot, and Smith & Wesson. I don't think they didn't make a 9-shot until recently. And
So you're going through the same problem I am, where I'm trying to find my dad's 22 that he used to have before it got stolen, and I'm trying to use memory to like figure everything out.
yeah,
I did confirm though this weekend it was definitely a Smith & Wesson, and he said that it was a limited run and it was like a special target model thing. He's like, you can't find them anywhere, blah blah blah.
22.
Yes, it was a 22 semi-auto.
Oh, was it blued?
I don't remember.
If it's probably blued. That's probably a God, I can't remember the model number, but they are super, super expensive. I'll look it up. Tyler left. I was gonna show him a picture of my Tokarev.
But yeah, that'd be.
You got a Tokarev recently?
No, I've had it for a while. Let's see. What's the name of that pistol?
See, that's where my problem comes in. Is that, like I said, I'm going off of memory of something that I just don't know what the heck it was.
Maybe a 422.
No, see, one of the unique things about it, it had a cross bolt safety. Like on the trigger guard, you'd push it like from the left or right, or to the right to left. You know what I mean? But anyways, and I went through this before, and I started talking myself out of different,
a Model 41. Does that sound right? Or look it up. Model 41. I can't remember. I think it's the Model 41 that is. They command a premium for because because bullseye shooters and different target shooters love them.
I know that. So I got a little bit more of the story. See, here's the problem. My dad doesn't remember exactly what it was called either. But he got it from a guy he worked with that had a home FFL. And basically, the guy had the FFL so he could buy guns for himself cheap. And as you know, the ATF is not keen on that. They want you to have a business. And I don't know if they had come by his house or whatever, and they basically told him, like, dude, you need to start, like, selling guns. What the hell? So basically, the guy's, like, he had bought one for himself, and he offered one to my dad, and was like, yeah, just, I'll give it to you super cheap, but, I need to get my sales up and stuff, so.
Was it all metal?
Yeah, it was all metal. It had wood grips.
Wood grips. I bet you money it was a Model 41. And if it was a Model 41, they can be is either Model 41 or Model 46. Those are the two that I'm searching right now, and those are the only two I'm finding. They're great. I've shot one because my friend was all into bullseye shooting, and man, they're nice. Did it kind of look like a 1911, like very square? Didn't have a barrel sticking out the front like a Ruger or a High Standard.
No, I don't think the barrel stuck out.
Yeah, that was probably a 41. There's a bunch of variants of the 41. There's like longer barrels. There's like ones with like weights for like
Yeah, this wasn't like completely super duper competition, but it definitely. This looks like it's around the price that my dad was talking about, because that was the end of the story. Was that he got it for whatever $400 or something,
Yeah.
and then he like looked it up and was like, "Holy crap, this is like a $1,000 gun." Like this was like a little bit after he got it. Somehow it either like caught popularity or something.
Yeah, they're super popular among 22 shooters. Guys that
It's not the right safety though. So
maybe you got the safety mix. I don't know.
I know for a fact it was a crossbolt safety, because that was the weird thing that stuck out.
There's a few different variants too, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a weird variant with some weird safety.
Because when my dad was looking to replace it, he was like, "Oh man, I really like that type of safety. I don't like, a safety on like the slide or the frame or whatever. I like it near your finger." And I was like, "Dad, that is the weirdest safety for a handgun like ever." I go, that no one ever has that. I don't, but at the time, that seemed normal to me because my shotgun had one of those exactly right there. And then my dad's pistol had one of those. I was like, that must be how safeties work. And then you start seeing safeties like on frames and slides and, like on the back of guns on like rifles and things. And I was like, well, that's a weird place for it. How come they're not in the trigger guard like normal?
Yeah, that's I don't know.
So, I don't know either. So anyways, it's like, I was hoping that, because when he wanted to go to replace it, he tried to find and he couldn't, but he's also not into like super internet as much as I am. So I was hoping maybe I could find it for him.
Well, I'd tell him to look at the 41 and the 46.
And he might remember off of you better than I do. I mean,
yeah.
I shot it when I was a little kid. Like the first time I shot it, I was like 4 or 5. And then
yeah, that's the same problem I'm having is I think I was like 8 or 9, and I just remember it was 9-shot. It had a tip out cylinder, and it was a revolver with like a 6-inch barrel, and that's all I remember. And then I started looking in. I thought it was a Smith & Wesson because it had I thought it had that kind of a cylinder release, but then I started looking in, and all the Smith & Wessons were like 6-shot 22. None of them were 9, and I remember it being 9 because I was like, to me that seemed like a lot of bullets in a revolver, even as a kid. But I think I tracked it down to whatever it was, and it's kind of a cheap little revolver that they sold in the 70s for planking. I want to say it was either a high standard or a H&R. It was one of those two. It wasn't a Smith. Well, gentlemen, I got to go to a birthday party. I will talk to you later.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Have fun eating cake. Let him eat cake.
I want cake.
A cake would be good. But unfortunately, I only bought healthy things on my last trip to the store. Except for, I bought salads and shit like that. But I did pick up something I hadn't tried before, a Crown Royal Regal apple flavored. Since I hadn't actually tried that particular one before, I picked up a bottle of that. So maybe I'll crack it open and have a shot later. So we're going to do Monday night. We're doing a whole chat on aircraft carriers and lock and load.
Cool. I'd like to think I inspired that.
Well, no, it goes back for you.
I know. I just I stoked the flame.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it'll be fun. The whole point of doing those
Speaking of
things.
flame, so I saw a thing a long time ago. I think it was like Survivor Man or whatever. But the dude lights a Frito on fire and uses it almost like a little candle. It's as like a fire starting thing. And the oil kind of wicks up the Frito and burns, and it burns for a while. Well,
they are made in, Fritos are, made, in oil,
I know.
in oil.
I agree. So anyways, I always wondered, does that work? Well, it's confirmed. This weekend, I set a Frito on fire, and I was just kind of holding it by the one side, and it burned for like a minute or so, and then it kind of burned my finger, and I tossed it in the snow. But there was more of it to burn. So if I were starting a fire and I had a couple of them, I bet you I could have got like leaves and sticks and stuff to burn off of that Frito.
So it would be better with petroleum jelly, but okay.
Well, you would be better with petroleum jelly, but if you don't have petroleum jelly and you have a Frito, it works. And it lights a lot easier than if you're just like trying to like light a stick or something. It caught pretty quickly.
Well, I kind of
for a little bit.
Cheetos burn heavy.
All I know is I'm not allowed to eat basically, my cardiologist asked you, what were you eating the night before you had your, heart problem? And I said, let's see, Doritos, an ice cream sandwich, and beer. And he just was like, man, well, that explains it. It's like, what's wrong? I'm an American. What's wrong with that? But shit.
Sounds like all the major food groups to me.
I had bacon for breakfast the next morning, so Anyway, I don't eat Doritos or Fritos or anymore, unfortunately. I actually had a salad and yogurt for dinner today. Isn't that fucking disgustingly healthy? Jesus fuck. What's the world coming to?
I'm glad that I ate Fritos and Doritos this weekend just to counteract you. So the world has a total number of junk food and it needs to be eaten. And I'm glad I stepped it up this weekend.
Yeah, well, you're going to do your bit for keeping bypass surgeons busy a few years from now. Ice cream sandwich, Doritos, and beer was what I had, for dinner the day before. That's where my cardiologist put his head in his hand and just shook his head from side to side like.
Well, I'd like to think the miles and miles that we walked this weekend made up for.
It doesn't change how if the fat going through your if the high density cholesterol and low density cholesterol flowing through your blood sticks to the side of your arteries, it has nothing to do with how many calories you burn. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But you won't have to pay for it for many years, probably. How old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
Yeah. You'll feel the pain in your late 50s, probably. If you're anything like your average American. So I linked a video earlier about California, withholding federal payments to the feds because the feds are threatening to withhold payments from sanctuary cities and counties like San Francisco and Los Angeles for being sanctuary cities. So California is going to stop making payments to the Fed or something if they do that. So which means that California is a donor. They only get back 78 cents on a dollar that they give to the federal government. So if they stop enforcing the federal tax code in California, I don't know how bad it's going to get in California. I think I need to get my folks to actually move to Arizona. They like visiting there on the trip, but I mean, I just don't see if how California's going to get the Marines or the Navy and the Army bases out of California if they want to secede from the United States and stop paying money to the federal government. Good luck. Trump could send in the troops to just overthrow the state capitol and arrest all the politicians.
That's the thing, is who in California has any guns to fight the feds anyways, Although I guess the cops do. It's just that the citizens don't really have anything.
They'll just all the citizens will camp out in front of Pendleton or whatever the bases are in San Diego, the naval bases, and just have a smoke pot and with protest signs or something outside, and order tofu pizzas delivered.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll see what happens.
Well, if they don't try and force Trump out of office, for doing everything that he said he was going to do during the campaign. I mean, it's so funny. It's like the worldwide media is like, wait a minute, you didn't actually mean that all that stuff you said, did you? They're like shocked that there's actually a politician that is going to do what he actually said he's going to do. Something they've never seen before ever in their lives.
Yep. It sure is different.
Yeah, and if Hawaii is going to be like a sanctuary city too, and they stop, if they stop sending, Hawaii will go broke so fast. It's already Puerto Rico basket case kind of status, and the Hawaii Rail Transit Project is like $12 billion over budget, and the feds have already threatened to pull out all their money and demand all the money they already gave the state back under Obama. Obama threatened to do it because they aren't building a complete. They aren't going to go all the way from Ala Moana Park in downtown Honolulu to the very end of the rail system. They just wanted to build they wanted to make it shorter because they don't have the money to finish it. So they aren't going to let them get away with that, even under Obama. So now if they're going to also be a sanctuary city,
Well, who's illegally coming to Hawaii and then staying? I mean,
people from Mexico come to Hawaii all the time. It's a vacation destination. They just don't leave, I mean, the drug cartels, you name it. They sell heroin. They make ice. They sell heroin. They ship it here.
I guess I just don't really think of Hawaii as being a sanctuary city.
Well, we don't need to build a fence or a wall. And I'm still blown away that the University of Hawaii has the people in charge send out a message to all the students saying if you see any Trump protesters, or Trump supporters, supporters, call the campus police. They said.
That doesn't seem right.
And it's there's a link. I posted a link to that on the main Gun Channels feed. It's it's just silly. What are they going to arrest him for? Wearing a Trump T-shirt isn't against the law, but I mean, if you walk down through inciting a riot, I guess if you walk through a U of H wearing a Trump T-shirt, you probably get a lot of space cadets and stoners and Hawaiian sovereignty people very upset. if Hawaii drops out of the union, then I mean the government can go broke if like the wind blows around here. I mean it's that bad. And if the whole Hawaiian sovereignty wants to take over, then I'll be the first. I'll make the Big Island like the state of Hawaii Volcano Squad. I'll just fucking take over. I mean the Hawaiian sovereignty people aren't going to stop anybody. Hey, you with the Tavor, you're so uncool.
Okay.
Except it won't be because they like ARs better. It'll just because I'm wearing a Trump t-shirt. I'm the guy with a Tavor and a Trump t-shirt. I wonder how long these airport protests are going to go on for.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope there's not one in Detroit. 'Cause I know there's been them at certain places. Like New York's got them and LA's got them. I don't see Detroit as being the type of place to have protests. But we'll see. We'll find out this weekend since I'm leaving this weekend. I'll tell you what, though. If someone gets in my way and I'm trying to get to my plane or whatever, I'm just going to run them over.
Yeah,
you're like, oh, you guys are protesting? You're standing in the road? That's great. Roads are for cars. Run them over. I don't give a shit.
I'm not going to be late. I need to get to my hotel before the game starts. God,
yeah, man, I got stuff to do.
So yeah, I don't know if I should buy more silver or gold this week or not because I can't tell what the hell is going to happen. The world's just too fucking crazy. Everyone in America has gone nuts. The press is out of its mind, and why would hey, look what they typed in the text chat. If Hawaii tries to drop out, it will get summarily bombed into submission. We've already been bombed.
Well, I don't think we can bomb Hawaii if we don't have aircraft carriers.
Yeah, that's why we need aircraft carriers. We'll need to bomb California and then maybe Hawaii.
Well, no, see, here's the thing. Hawaii, I could see needing aircraft carriers for. We can bomb California from the land. Like, we have plenty of airports around that we could take off and then bomb them and then go back and land.
Well, you could bomb California from California.
You could, yeah. I guess that makes sense.
But what in California would you bomb? I mean, Sacramento. That would be good. Or San Francisco. Maybe, but
I don't know. I truly highly doubt, and I admit I could be wrong. No one knows the future. In this day and age, I don't see anyone, like any state, legitimately just succeeding from the Union and us having to attack them with our military and all sorts. I just don't see it happening. That doesn't seem like something in this day and age that would go on.
What wouldn't go on in this day and age?
Like something where like California succeeds and then the U.S. military goes in and bombs them and all that kind of crap. Like what we're talking about. I don't see it happening.
Well, I mean, didn't Kennedy send in the army to when they wouldn't let black girls students go into a white school to enforce integration, school integration?
Yeah, but that was I don't know. Again,
that was cool because it was a liberal concept. It was Kennedy, not Trump. Okay, so
no. First off, you're putting freaking words in my mouth. I never said any of that.
Well, this is
what I was going to say. That was more. They were going in there just as like, peacekeeper type, like just to make sure no one did anything. It was less. I'm gonna roll down there with tanks and planes and shit and like attack stuff. They never attacked anything. They were just there as a show of force to make sure no one screwed with the kids. And I do think that was.
I don't remember.
Whether that's a liberal ideal or not.
School
I do
integration.
think that integration is a good thing. I don't agree with segregation.
School busing was a bad idea, though. I mean, I can tell you, nobody liked that when they tried to do it in California. So somebody in the text chat is saying North Korea has a GoFundMe page.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm not looking at the text chat.
All right.
But my biggest thing, I like popping out the window, and
I've been getting
that's not working properly. So I'm just gonna wait for the chat to fix itself, and then I'll deal with it then.
I've been getting occasional. I mean, I use Firefox, but I've been getting occasional Java, errors where you have to hit continue, script or stop script or debug script, that box, and then it just freezes all my,
Yeah, there's
Firefox
something with
pages.
the I think it's the chat server that part updated. And there's something messed up with it. So
yeah, it's messed up with Java. With Java, it's Java issue on that last update.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not that GWeb did anything wrong. It's just whatever the client he's using has a JavaScript problem.
And they'll figure it out. So I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, after another update. I mean, I don't know how frequent the
if
updates are.
any other websites are using the thing and they're experiencing the same stuff, normally when that happens, they'll put out another update pretty quickly because they'll be like, oh crap, we screwed it up. We better figure out how to fix it.
Well, it depends how big they are. It's like, I mean, Google Talk has not been working with Windows 10 for many years at this point, and in spite of the 100,000 complaints that are online that you could just Google about people complaining about, the Google Talk plugin for, Internet Explorer or Firefox, that is just not working with the USB ports in Windows 10. They aren't going to bother to fix it, so they don't give a shit. I noticed Google had decent earnings. They reported their earnings, and they're trying to they're trying to expand into the whole home thing, into the Google Home where they monitor, control, and all your appliances, and then they sell that information to advertisers too. But whatever.
Well, that Amazon patent thing is up, and I think they're trying to turn it into Amazon.
Well, I don't care what they do as long as they send me another $100 really soon. I'm like 90 cents away from my next payment or something.
Safari's not getting along with the text boxes and stuff either.
Yeah, I don't think it's browser related.
Yeah, it just lets me scroll forever past the text.
So if Island is out there, go ahead.
I was going to say that's because you are scrolling the outside box, and that's
even on the inside.
That's but if you're scrolling past the text, then it's because you're scrolling the outside part, and that's all the user list.
Yeah,
so that's why you're getting past the part that has the text.
No, it's like the part where okay, so it clicks, and then if
there are two separate scrolls. You're the first one here. What the fuck? No, I'm not.
By the way, happy year of the rooster, everyone. Lunar calendar.
Yeah, cool. Happy rooster, everyone.
Happy rooster. I think I need to take my video camera up to outside the Safeway because the shopping mall has like tons of chickens and roosters just milling around the parking lot. They like live in the little planters, with there's like some kind of plant, and then there's a bunch of roosters in there. Every once in a while they come around, they come out and walk around and crow if it's the morning.
Well, maybe it is the wrong link. Shit.
So hey, if Island is out there, I just wanted to say that I saw, I read the CCW, law, and it looks like they want to make Hawaii into a shall issue state. But I really got to believe that the only reason they want to do that is because if the National Reciprocity Carry Act passes and Trump signs it, then we won't need a Hawaii permit. We could like go online, because I have a feeling Hawaii is going to have all kinds of things are going to like require insurance, like they have that new law for insurance for a new firearm permit. But in order to get a CCW permit, they're going to make you jump through, more medical release signings, more, consent signings, more, the Rat Back list, and every other thing that sucks about Hawaii gun laws. And on top of which, if you're out in the only shooting area we have here, which is a state hunting land, the hunting law says you're not allowed to carry anything that, the hunting law is going to be in direct conflict with the CCW law because, you're not allowed to carry, anything under certain muzzle velocity or, in pounds per pound pressure or whatever it is, however they determine it, like use a 44 Magnum for a handgun or a 357 with a 5-inch barrel minimum. And no 9mm. So, and I just think they went to the Glock. They went to they're going to have, you can let people have 17-round magazines because the police switched to the Glock 17 in Honolulu. From a police chief revolver kind of thing to officially went to a Glock 17 last year, and the police probably don't want 10-round mags. They want, full regular magazines, 17 rounds. So, it'll be nice when all my parts that people sent me that can be legally assembled.
Well, just because the police want something doesn't mean you're going to get it.
Well,
there are plenty of states that have 10-round mag limits, and their police have full standard capacity mags.
Well, they're passing it they specifically said 17-round mag limit in this new law that that was presented in a bill. So I've got to believe that's for the Glock 17 that is now standard for the police. Why would they pick the magic number 17?
Yeah, that is kind of weird. So, hopefully you get that. It'd be nice just to get rid of any limits, but that's better than nothing. And as far as you were talking like the hunting, carrying and stuff,
yeah.
Now I understand states are all different, and Hawaii's kind of been known for being weird, and when it comes to gun laws.
That's why I'm here. I'm just weird, but
oh, yeah, well that too. But like in Michigan, all the hunting regulations are like, you can't carry a handgun while hunting, blah blah blah, unless you have a CPL. So like they have that exemption in there that if you're carrying concealed, that's fine. And as far as like, your limits, like the muzzle energy and all that crap, what they could say is like, you cannot be actively hunting with a gun that has less than this muzzle velocity or whatever.
No, they're not like that. It's like the way the law reads, although maybe some DLNR agents might blow it off, but the way the law reads is that if you're carrying that any handgun, that's beneath a certain rating, then they'll they can seize all your guns, all of them, So they don't want you to have any gun. They automatically assume you're on state hunting land. You can only be there either sighting your rifle or hunt. So you must be using an illegal, a non-hunting weapon, which is, and then therefore they have the law, the hunting regs say they have the right to seize all your guns. So, because it's a firearm violation, the magic word.
Oh, and so yeah, and so that's where I'm saying again, it obviously varies, and you guys don't have the best gun law type things, and so yeah, that's the experience. If that's what they do, then you're right. Maybe having a CCW won't help you because they will do that. But I know in Michigan, like I said, it excludes if you have a permit, like you're allowed to carry then, and then secondly, like let's say I'm walking through the woods with a 17 HMR in November. They have to prove that I'm hunting deer with a 17 HMR. I could just be like, I'm just walking through the woods, like. Or
the thing is, they take your guns, and then like a year later you get to go to court, or something like that. Meanwhile, where are your guns? So.
Oh, I guess that's possible too. But I have not heard many bad experiences here. Well, of course, Northern Michigan. Shit, man, half of their economy, 60% of their economy is hunting, and 30% of it is snowmobiling, and the rest is like the people that live there, like just 10%. So they live. I know businesses, they make their entire revenue for the year in the month of November, and that's for deer hunters, and like that's it. And then they kind of stay afloat through the winter with snowmobilers. And then, some vacationing in the summer, but they make their vast majority of money in 1 month because of the hunters, and that's it.
Well, and so the other law that really sucks that was proposed by my least favorite Hawaii politician, Senator Josh Green, is that they're going to require firearm insurance to register any gun. Or renew any firearm permit, like your long gun permit. You're going to have firearm insurance, just like auto insurance, except you need it for firearms.
What does that cover? Is that just like?
I don't know. It's just some other thing that makes it harder, and more expensive for firearm owners. They don't care what it covers. They just want to, fuck up firearm owners as much and pass as many stupid regulations as possible. I put that regulation of I put that picture of the horses and the big chair or the big table on gun channels.
Oh yeah, because he couldn't build a barn, so he built a table.
Yeah,
and his horses just happened to stand underneath the table when it's raining.
Yeah, he couldn't get a permit for a horse shelter or a barn, so he just built a table because you don't need a permit for a table. It was just a very fucking big table. The horses could stand under if it rained.
I think that's genius. Like that is hilarious in my book. It does point out it's crappy he had to do it to begin with. Man, that's genius. I really like his thought process on that.
Yeah. I posted the picture on gun channels. Nobody hit the like button, which I thought was weird, but oh well. Somebody over there, go over there to the main page and get your 15 points. Because I'm sure one day we'll be able to exchange gun channels credits for US dollars. However, they won't be worth anything by that time. The gun channels credits will be worth more than the US dollar. But
I was just going to say, it'll be worth more. Well, because by that time, the gun channels militia will have taken over half the country, and then that will be our currency.
Yeah, I would like the gun channels militia to take over half the country.
Woohoo! It's snowing here again. I like snow.
How cold? What's the temperature? I see Dusty Morrison. Pinks is just sitting there quiet. He's probably doing something else. Maggie ×2 and me. out in this wonderful hangout. So should I have another Pepsi or should I crack open the Crown Royal Regal apple flavor?
I don't know, man.
All right.
Do whatever you think is right.
I'll wait till the sun goes down before I start crack opening the Crown Royal. I mean, I've already got a regular Crown Royal open, but I've never had this apple flavored one. So if anybody out there in the text chat has any experience with it, let me know. Yeah, you're probably right, Robbie, man. Soda is horrible for you, so I should probably switch to Crown Royal. That'd be better for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a salad and yogurt. What more what more does my cardiologist want from me, man?
Just don't have a Crown Royal and Coke. Just have it with ice, and you'll be fine.
All right, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I had one of those finished off green drink that I got earlier too. One of those. It's like the Bolt House. It's the less expensive version of the Naked Juice Green Machine Energy or Green Machine drink. Yeah, it's good for you, which is good for me because it has potassium, which is good for your heart. So. Jumped to the jacuzzi, basically, or the hot tub earlier in the morning. And I got my exercise today was walking down and picking up a 12-pack of Pepsi and walking down the hill and back up the hill with the Pepsi on my shoulders. 12-pack. So I think that burned off one Pepsi's worth of energy just walking up and down the hill. So carrying weight, a load. I'll go for another walk tonight. After I crack open the new Crown Royal apple flavor, just to see what it tastes like.
I know a bunch of chicks that like that apple stuff.
Apple Crown Royal, chicks like that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind. I didn't know that.
I don't drink blended whiskey though.
You know, I like Glenlivet. Single malt, I think, so.
No, I mean like all Canadian whiskeys are blended.
Well, I like the regular Crown Royal. I have, you know, I like that, drinking that occasionally. I don't have it that much. I'm just there for very rare occasions.
Have you ever tried Four Roses?
No.
Get some next time you're out. That and Bullet. Bullet's pretty good. It's kind of pretty. I won't say stout, but it's more. It's got a lot more spices and stuff in it. It's a little heavier. You can't drink that much of it. Or
what was the first one you named again?
Four Roses.
Four Roses. Four.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look for it.
Or just drink the Four Horsemen. Which I always forget what the fourth J is. I know it's Jack, Johnny, Jim. What's the fourth one?
Jack Daniels, Johnny Walker, Jim Beam. Well, the thing about Cuervo and Patron is if you don't, you know,
I think I need to panic buy. We need to talk about panic buying like Mexican, beer and tequila, because I mean we're about to get 20% tax on that stuff. So if you want to start stocking up on Corona or Pacifico, or Dos Equis, now's the time. And or Patron.
Federally, or you guys in Hawaii?
Federal. Yeah, well, Trump said he's going to tax 20. He's considering a 20% tax on all Mexican imports, and that's going to mean beer and tequila.
Oh well, I don't like tequila. In fact,
Man, don't you like margaritas? What's wrong with you?
No, I don't like margaritas. I can barely ever. If I do like a shot of tequila, I can't keep it down, no matter what. And I've had super high-end, top-shelf stuff. I've had gross stuff.
I've had it. Something wrong. You need to see a doctor to get that fixed right away.
That's okay. Something about the taste just really gets to me.
I'm being honest. I can't tell much of a difference between Patron and some of the better 1800s and stuff.
Oh, I can't. Well, 1800 isn't that much. Well, it depends. In Mexico, the people there like it. Not so filtered 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 times or 9 times or whatever. Because the more they filter it, the smoother it is, and the more caustic chemicals that is removed from the alcohol. So the more they distill it, the smoother it is. But the Mexican people in Mexico like it with all that stuff in there. They like that it has more of a bitter kick to it when you drink it. They like that stuff. So it really the smooth stuff is for the Americans who are used to like smooth whiskey and smooth tequila. I like the añejo. I mean, how long they age it is one thing, but it's a lot of it. How smooth it is will be depends on how many times they distill it to get all the acetone and shit like that out of there. But yeah, I was at a tequila factory. I did the tequila excursion when I did my Mexican Riviera cruise in Puerto Vallarta. The tequila factory. That was fun.
No, not for me.
But no, I used to have all kinds of tequilas. That used to be I used to have a tequila and salsa lunch when I was working. I'd always go down to El Torito or one of those Mexican restaurants in Burbank across from NBC, and they would automatically bring me this giant margarita because they knew me so well, and they, sometimes I'd order some tequila what's Mexican soup?
Like tortilla soup?
Yeah. I'd order that, and then but basically I'd be there for the chips and salsa and margaritas. I remember one time I was down there with a client, and they automatically, without even asking me, brought me this supersized margarita before I even had a chance to order anything. Because when it was in there so much, he knew me so well.
That's the downside if you ever go. You said work if you're going with your boss or something. I don't know maybe you didn't have to worry about that, but.
Well, I was the boss, but I did have clients, so.
Yeah, you don't want to send the wrong message or something. I know that the guys I worked with when I was out of town, they'd always go to this sports bar for lunch, and they'd always get beer and stuff. And there'd be sometimes I would, a lot of times I wouldn't though. Even one beer with lunch isn't gonna kill me. Just there's something about it. I don't really want to. I'm working, especially if I had something to do in the afternoon. Nah. But they did all the time, and then they went out with the project manager. And he's like, hey, have you guys ever tried this place? And they're like, oh, I don't know. It looks kind of interesting. But, this other one, they're trying to steer him away from it. And he's like, nah, let's go there. And so we go in, and the waitress is like, oh, hey, guys, welcome back, and all that,
I never did that kind of thing.
Sitting there
I would never do that on film company time, but when we're working on films, I just take everybody down to the sandwich shop. We just all order a sandwich and a soft drink. But yeah, if it was just dicking around with employees, not doing much, or just taking out a client for fun, one client for fun, but not when we're working on a film, I'm just all about the money. I'm doing the gig. It's not about those times are gone anyway. So
it was just kind of funny because they kind of got busted. And he actually didn't say anything. It was just kind of like, and so like I said, one beer at lunch isn't really going to affect your work or anything, but you're not supposed to. And I dodged that bullet because I normally didn't. So the waitress came to me, brought them 2 drinks, and then we're like, and what do you want to drink? I'm like, I'll have a Sprite, like always, right?
Yeah, it's just funny when they brought me this gigantic margarita. The guy looks at me like, we didn't even order you. How did they know to be honest? Like, they know me.
Yeah.
Just go with it.
Now the bar near my house that I go to for dinner, they know me. They basically just say, "Hey, how's it going?" And I say hello, and then they go and get me a tall Labatt. So I'm good with that. I'm good with them knowing my order.
All right, just in the text chat there, the difference between like some of the difference between if you go get a good Mexican custom brand, the differences are like sometimes Patron or some other brands they don't use blue agave. They don't use the agave plant. They use just beet sugar for the fermenting. And if you don't use agave, it's not really tequila. But so you have to use the agave plant. And that that pretty much only grows. It's only harvested commercially in Mexico. And you have to have the tequila bats there to pollinate it. It's actually pollinated by bats.
I wonder would that stuff grow in Arizona and stuff, like New Mexico and different things?
Probably, but you have to deal with importing, and you're gonna need bats for it to pollinate. It would grow, but it's really pollinated by bats. And after what happened,
bring some in then probably
bats. Well, the interesting story about the tequila bats is after Bram Stoker wrote his first book, Dracula, then people in Mexico became, superstitious about the bats being, evil or something. So they started killing the bats, and then the tequila harvest just went to shit. And so the government had to intervene and hire a naturalist to help repopulate the bats, and take them from different parts of Mexico and repopulate them in the area where all the tequila plants were, because they were simply needed to pollinate the agave plants.
And that's like bees here. I mean, I know of farmers that have beehives.
Oh yeah, people love it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Also on the Big Island, same thing with beehives. But so in Mexico, it was bats, and they had to try and get people to they had to get the local people in the area not to be superstitious about vampire bats or whatever. And the bats were the tequila factory, made the tequila factory go where the people worked. So they got the word around, not to do that anymore. So not to start killing every bat that they saw, so it's every bat matters. Bat lives matter, right?
I like bats. We have some that live up north, and it's pretty cool. You'll be sitting around a bonfire, and you'll see them come out dusk time, and it's like, yeah, go eat them damn mosquitoes and shit. Sick of getting bugged. So I love having bats around.
Yep, it was just superstition from the book that became popular that caused the problem in Mexico with the tequila agave plants.
That ain't true. fucking people started killing bats because it became they have rabies.
Nope, it was Bram Stoker's book.
Okay, but
Was anybody buying any new guns lately or anything?
Yeah, my dad got a SIG 226.
Oh, all right. Good for
We
him.
went to the store. We went to the store for 22 ammo and walked out with 22 ammo and a 226.
Awesome. So how soon is he going to go shooting it?
We shot it on Saturday.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was fun.
You didn't shoot any video of it, the rainy range video, did you? I didn't see anything like that on the video feed.
No, I didn't shoot any video. I don't really make shooting videos. I guess I probably could. I never really have.
Yeah, people like that stuff. My ankle's getting to the point where I can almost risk, running on that uneven ground up there in the hunting area. Still, like my 25-year-old ankle injury from playing basketball 25 years ago still hurts worse than my latest falling down the stairs ankle injury from 2 months ago. So.
Well, I had a interesting experience at the store also, because I was wearing my army jacket that I got from my buddy, and I happened to also be wearing my camel pants just because I like that for up north, especially for snowshoeing and stuff, because it's a good wind blocker and everything. And
That's cool as fuck.
Yeah, he said something. It was like, "Oh, are you in the army or something?" And I was like, "Oh no." I go, "This is my buddy's. I just like the surplus stuff." And he kind of muttered under his breath, like, "Takes a lot of balls to wear the uniform." And I just was like, "What? Like, what the hell, dude?" I just kind of let it slide because I'm like, you know what, whatever. But the guy
in a gun shop is not a good place to start a fight.
Well, yeah, and it's like whatever. I don't care. But it just like it did kind of irk me a little bit. I've heard people say that before, and here's the thing: I can understand. Like there are a lot of like stolen valor people out there and shit, but I don't think of myself like that because I've never claimed to serve or anything. And if anyone has ever asked me, I'm always like, it's my buddy's. It's not mine. Like. And the thing is, I got the thing to help the guy out because he was trying to clear his house out and he really needed money. He took 2 duffel bags full of stuff down to the army surplus. They wanted to give him $50 like for both of them. And I was like, shit, dude, I'll give you $50 for a jacket and 2 pairs of pants, like what the hell?
Jay, would you pay more online for it? You pay a lot more online for it.
But yeah, either way. So it's like, I was helping him out. He still had stuff left over, and he still ended up taking that, and then they still gave him like the same amount. Like they didn't notice that there was a couple pairs of pants missing and a jacket missing. Like they, he still got it okay for him. So I don't know. It's like I was trying to help him out where the other guy was trying to screw him.
But see, you shouldn't have to go through that explanation. You just tell him like, no, I'm not in the army. I'm just trigger happy.
Yeah,
that's what I would say.
Oh, I see now. Someone's asking about that other recoil spring. I explained it before, but I'll do it again. Apparently, SIG stopped shipping it with the high velocity spring, and they just put a second like regular spring in there because my dad actually called SIG, and that's what they said, and they looked it up by his serial number, and the lady was like, "Yeah, you have 2 of like the standard springs. You don't even have the high velocity spring." But we did use the Aguila Interceptors, which is like their high velocity. It's like 1470 feet per second. And the gun functioned perfectly. Well, I won't say perfectly. Actually, we did have a couple like light primer strikes where it didn't quite dent the rim that well. And we just shot it again and it worked fine. But anyways, yeah. So it works fine with the higher velocity ammo. So that's the end of the SIG Mosquito story. I don't know what my dad's gonna do. He's still not super keen on the idea that he has to use like a certain brand ammo or whatever. So we'll see. And I can see that. Like it is kind of annoying to be like, oh, I'm only allowed to use this one type of ammo because it's the only type that works.
Oh, and Aguila Ammo is also probably going to get a 20% tax on it from now on, too. That won't be good.
Well, there you go.
So it's time to panic buy Aguila Ammo, Mexican liquor, and beer. Cervezas.
If you like drinking Mexican drinks. Like I said, I don't like tequila. I don't mind Dos Equis. That's an okay beer, but I don't. I can live without it. I don't have to have it. So.
Well, I'm sure you could live without it, but yeah, I like Pacifico myself. Nothing special about it, but it's inexpensive and it tastes really great.
So, but anyway, so yeah, the Mosquito works as long as you use high velocity ammo, which is I know what a lot of you guys have been telling me. So that's cool.
I would say it's a gun show trade.
It's possible. He's got to find something else though that he likes. So I think he does still want to have like a 22 pistol. So.
Well, like I said, I looked into that gun and I wanted one until I found out about all the troubles it had.
Yeah, I'll tell you what gun I do like for 22 is the Ruger, the SR22. My ex had one of those, and man, we were shooting all sorts of shit through it. It ran everything. Because we had that same problem during the scare. It's like you buy whatever you can find. It's like it doesn't matter. And that thing, it shot the best with frickin' Thunderbolts in it. Like, and I know Thunderbolts are normally like the nastiest, dirtiest ammo or whatever, one of the lower qualities, and it just ate that stuff up. So, but yeah, we never had problems with, failure to feeds or failure to extracts or anything. Stovepipes, nothing.
And really, that's not out of the gun. You don't want to have to fight with it.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, we shot, 50 rounds of ammo this weekend in like the same amount of time that normally we would shoot like a couple magazines worth. Because it's like once it started running, there was a couple times me and him both, we just almost did a mag dump. I mean, it wasn't quite just as fast as possible because we were still trying to hit the target, but it was like, wow, I can actually take the gun and go bang, 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 bang. Like, that's pretty fast for what we used to do, which would be bang, a crap, try and pull it out, go, it's stuck in there, okay, drop the magazine, blah, 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 okay, get the old one out, put it back in, bang, oh, that one didn't work either, okay, do something, It's like one shot every 10-second rule or something. So that part was kind of fun. So I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, the fact that he bought another SIG, I think I finally got through to him that like SIG is not necessarily a bad company. Now, should they put their name on a gun that has all these known problems? Like, probably not. Like, that does hurt their reputation. But I think he's realized that just.
Every company has some bad guns. I mean, you know, especially like in the 22. Kimber has had problems with theirs. There's a lot of companies that have had problems with 22 long rifles.
Right. It's just the nature of the beast. I mean, you're always fighting with, you know, different types of ammo, and like it's just kind of the way 22 works, unfortunately. But anyways, the 226 is pretty darn cool. And it doesn't have a safety, which was one of the things I thought, you know, because we were looking in the store and he's like, oh, I really want a safety, blah, blah, blah. And the guy's like, well, I don't know if we got something with that, you know. And I don't think I saw any of the SIGs that had a safety on them. I think some of the smaller ones did, like the little carry ones. But he's like, no, I want like a big one, because he's getting it for, you know, like a range toy kind of thing. So he wanted something full size. So I'm glad that I'm slowly getting through to him, and he's becoming more of like a gun guy and less of a guy who happens to have a couple guns. Because that's what he used to be, was a guy who happens to have a couple of guns and goes shooting every once in a while. Well, now I'm slowly getting him into, you know, thinking right. And I told him, I'm like, yeah, you go, you want a safety? I go, here's your safety. When you put bullets in the gun, keep your finger off the trigger. It's not going to go off magically, so keep your finger off the trigger. And this has a decocker, so I'm like, just, you know, decock it, and it's a pretty heavy trigger pull. So that acts kind of like the safety to begin with. And he's like, yeah, but I like safeties and blah, blah, blah. I go, what do you think people did back in the day when they had revolvers? You know, it's like people carried revolvers all the time, and it wasn't a big deal because they had a big, heavy, long, you know, double action.
Well, and that probably comes from shooting rifles, because I had the same situation, you know. Basically, every rifle I've ever had a safety. When I went to handguns, I thought a handgun should have a safety.
So I'm watching this Safari Live thing, and there's a pack of wild dogs running around. Kind of neat. I don't know if they're hunting or something, because they're all looking in the same area.
I'm gonna go.
You guys
watch
ever watch
that
that on?
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Nat
watch
Geo
it.
Wild?
I love Nat Geo Wild. I love that show. I'm gonna go watch it, guys.
I'm not sure. Did I pause it? No, I didn't. Okay, yeah, this is live.
Yeah.
Sometimes I pause my TV so I can fast forward commercials.
Yeah, I like that the Safari Live on the Nat Geo. I mean, it's cool at the Kruger National Park in South Africa.
What's cool is I like to watch it on mute, because I don't necessarily really like the main guy. Like, he's, you know, I understand he's talking a lot of times, he's killing time because there's nothing exciting going on. But like that dude in the tent who's always like telling little stories, I don't really like him that much.
The dude in the tent is better than the guy on the leopards all the time.
What are they running after?
Cray,
You made
probably.
asshole.
Asshole. All right.
They went behind trees. Go, drive, go, go, go. Oh, guy, he's all like frantic. He's like, I'm gonna go catch up to him. Roar. Driving over rocks and trees and
You
shit.
probably go really fast and then just run over them or something. Anyway. All right. Well, I'm gonna go watch the safari and probably crack open that Crown Royal apple. All right.
All right, man. Take it easy.
God bless.
Well, they caught up to one of the dogs. Where are the other ones? The dog's coming right up to the Jeep. Wow. Yeah, he's like he's like inside the pack now. This is awesome. Y'all need to go watch this on mute and then join the chat. If there's anyone else out there.
Still here, but I don't have
I know you're
TV
here.
where I'm at.
So let's see. So what else exciting happened today or this weekend? Well, I went snowshoeing, kind of. We never wore our snowshoes. We just wore our boots. But we went to this like trail. It's got a bunch of cross-country ski trails. And then there's like some other like not groomed trails. But we just kind of walked along the side of the cross-country ski trail. And we didn't go super far. I think we walked like 3.5, 4 miles, something like that. So not like a super long walk, but the first thing was up this big long hill, which was pretty cool. And I took a picture from the top of it, and it didn't come through very well on my phone. I put it on Instagram anyways. And I just tagged it with like, people ask me, why do I go snowshoeing? And basically that picture is the answer to it. And it doesn't do it justice, but I love the snow in the winter. I love the woods in the winter when there's all the snow and all that stuff. And you can see through the trees because all the leaves are falling and everything. Yeah, 22 people liked me. So.
And that's like here, when I go back in my woods, I love it this time of the year. It's like you say, you can see across the woods, what's back there. Before, I never liked to deer hunt until muzzleloader season, because typically we have some snow during muzzleloader season.
Yeah, because when's muzzleloader? Is that December or January?
It usually starts November 22nd. Typically by then, we have some snow. Or no,
Oh, it starts right after regular firearm then, eh?
Yeah. Or I should say December 22nd, because usually there's like a week between, which I think regular firearms ends November 31st.
Yeah, right.
then
Regular firearms like the second half of November. It's basically like a couple weeks. And then after Thanksgiving, like that's like the weekend after Thanksgiving is normally like the last weekend of regular hunting.
Usually like the middle of December, muzzleloader opens.
Yeah, I've thought about getting a muzzleloader because of that thing. Like I said, I like going up north in the winter, so it would just give me another excuse, give me something else to do.
Oh, so much fun. One thing was if there's snow on the ground, you can really pattern the deer better because it's easier to follow where they've been running. And I always like I said, I always like that season. A lot of years by that time of the year too, which I don't know if you study Michigan deer patterns, but by that time of the year, typically your does are kind of herded up. So if you see one doe, you're going to see 6 or 7 of them. and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. We hunt on like our own property, and we know exactly where the deer go. I mean, I've been watching them basically my whole life, and during the rest of the year, you could practically set your watch by them. You know, it's like, oh, like the deer about to come out, and you kind of look out the window, and about 2 minutes later, the deer come out. You know what I mean? It's like you just get the feeling like, oh yeah, it's about time for the deer to come out. They're gonna come out in that corner. They're gonna walk across. They're gonna tuck down into the swamp. And sure enough, they come out of the corner, walk across the field, eating and stuff, and then they duck down into the swamp. And then once you're in the swamp, there's all these different trails and stuff, which, you know, you can see in the snow. And I've kind of reconfirmed that last year when I was, or not last year, it was the year before. I didn't go last year. When we were going snowshoeing, I was like, I'm gonna like go through the swamp and maybe I can find like a better place to sit, because I sit on top of a hill and then I have like 3 different shooting lanes, and my longest shot's like only like 75 yards. So you know that part's kind of cool. Is like if you can see them, you can hit them. Like that, you're good to go. And I was like, but you know, I kind of want to get down like into the swamp. Like maybe I can find another cool spot. And so I went through and I looked at all their trails and looked at places where maybe I could like, you know, set up against this stump or do this or that. And what I found out is there's a reason my grandpa used to hunt on top of that hill. You know, there's a reason like that hill was always the spot to sit, because it's the best spot in that area to sit. So I at least confirmed it for myself.
Well, that's kind of like my property. My house is on top of the hill. I can sit in my kitchen window and watch deer all the time. And I've always said I'd probably have better luck hunting from my kitchen table than I would when I leave the house.
You know, there was one year at we were inside for lunch. It was me, my dad, and my uncle, because it used to just be the 3 of us hunting for a while, and then my buddy started coming up, and now I don't know, my uncle comes up like once every 3 or 4 years. My buddy comes up like every other year or so. And so, you know, it's anywhere between 2 to 4 of us. But anyways, it was just the 3 of us, and we came in for lunch. We're sitting there eating lunch, and I happened to glance out the window, and I was like, oh, there's deer there. And there was a couple deer out the back, and it's like, okay, whatever, we'll let them just kind of walk around. Well, then this freaking like monster buck came out. Oh shit, the dogs got something. They caught something. That's cool. What are they eating? I don't know. Anyways, but so this thing was, I don't know, like a freaking like 8 or 10 point. Like I couldn't really see, but for up there, like you're doing good if you got a handful of points on a deer. So we're like, all right, cool. So my dad like grabs his rifle, goes out the front door, kind of goes out around the garage, and he took a shot, but he didn't hit it. So then after that, he's like, damn, I missed. Like, I thought I had him right where I wanted him, you know? And then he's looking, and his freaking rear sight starts, like, wobbling back and forth about a half inch. And I'm like, well, that's not really going to do you much good. So, in fact, actually, this last year, we ended up taking that off. Because it was like a secondary sight. It was almost like a rear, like, peep sight, like an aftermarket thing, that I think his dad put on it, because this rifle has been in the family for a while. And so his dad had put on this, like, it's like a long range peep sight thing. And, you know, you can dial it way up and adjust for windage and elevation and all that stuff. Well, it's a freaking 30-30. You're not going to be shooting 300 yards with the thing. So why not just use the regular, like V-notch rear sight? Because he was having problems. I guess what it comes down to, he got it tightened up so it wasn't wobbling around anymore. But then he couldn't, like, dial it all the way down because it was hitting the top of the receiver. And so it's like it was always set at like the 150 or 200 yard like mark. And he's trying to take a 50-yard shot with a rear sight that's set for, 150 yards. Like that's, it was always kind of off point of impact. So we took the thing off it and we went out to the shooting range, which is, in the backyard there. And he just used the regular V-notch rear sight and freaking, pounded it, man. He had like an 1.5 inch group, and they were all like right on the bullseye. And he's like, oh, it's kind of amazing when you can like line your sight up correctly, you can hit where you're shooting. Like he's really darn good with that thing.
Place up north far enough that you're in the rifle zone?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're well in the rifle zone. Which even if we weren't, because he uses a 30-30, you can use that down south now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you can use any straight-walled cartridge.
As long as it's below 1 1/8, right?
Oh, I don't know. I thought it was any straight-walled.
I thought it had to be a pistol cartridge below 1 1/8 inch. That's why, like that 450 Bushmaster that, like, was on Matt's chat earlier this week, to be quite popular, in which I studied this week. And I also learned that rifle they were talking about, there's a gun shop in Emily City, Ruger, to build that rifle for Michigan. And Ruger made them 1,000. They got that 1,000 rifles in, and they sold them within a week's time. Which is also why I built a 450 Bushmaster on an AR platform this year, and that's what I hunted with. And that is an awesome cartridge, I will tell you.
All right. Yeah, you might be right. I may have been mistaken. See, here's the thing. I've never hunted in the restricted firearms zone, previously known as the shotgun zone. So I guess I never paid.
That's where
I never paid tons of attention.
And that's where I live. But I think it's any cartridge that the brass is less than 1 1/8 inch. So I don't think a 30-30 is legal. It has to be a pistol cartridge.
Yeah, you're right. Maximum straight walled maximum case length of 1.8. Well, now I'm really mistaken. This is just off a forum order, but the one dude's like 30-30 has a shoulder, so it's not straight walled. Does it?
Yes, it does. It has a little neck at the end.
But yeah. Well, 50 Beowulf is at 1.65.
Which I think one of the largest is what is it, a 460 or something like that? Is probably the largest you can use. Or 458 SACOM, something like that.
SOCOM?
Yeah.
It's on my list of calibers I want to own.
But I just kind of thought it was neat. Those guys was talking the other night on Matt's chat about the 450, and then I started researching it, and there was a place from Emily City, Michigan that actually contracted Ruger to build that gun. And I'm assuming that since it sold so well in Michigan, that Ruger decided maybe that was a gun that they should put on the market.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing: is that Michigan's not the only one with those types of rules. I mean, Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, they all have like straight wall shooting. You know, they don't allow like bigger rifles.
Yes, and they've had it for years.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, I heard something recently.
because that's like
Illinois with the 300 Blackout. Someone built a single shot AR, and their purpose for doing so was apparently in Illinois there's some calibers you can hunt with, but you have to have a single shot or a pistol to shoot it with.
well, see, in Michigan, it's a 5. You're allowed to have 5 in your magazine.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you can have a magazine that holds more as long as you don't use more, right?
I think you have to have it plugged, don't you? Or some type of like a restrictor of some type in there. A block.
I kind of agree with that. I don't think you could have a larger magazine and not have it plugged so you can't put more than 5 in it.
Because you can use 5.56 on deer in Michigan if you were in the rifle zone, I believe. If I'm not, I could be making more stuff up. I don't know. Let's just say, if anyone's listening, take all of everything I say with a grain of salt, because I'm not a super expert on this shit. So don't tell the DNR officer, "Oh, Smeggy said so," because I don't really know. I'm just trying to figure it out.
I'd have to look that up too, because I know Michigan does have a minimum caliber.
And I think it's 22 is the minimum caliber. So 223 is bigger than 22. Like, you can't use 22 long rifle, obviously, but it's like, you know, a center fired cartridge bigger than 22 caliber. So 223 works.
I was thinking it was 243 was the minimum, but no. So,
well, whatever. Who knows? I just played it safe. I got a 30-06. I know it's big enough.
That's legal.
And I'm well within the rifle zone. Problem solved. The only thing now I have to worry about is frickin' counting points before I shoot, because of all these damn antler restrictions, and every zone is different. That's the part that, it's one thing if you're going to do it, fine, but there's like 4 different combinations of possible things, and if you have like the combo license where you take 2 deer, depending on what you took on your first one, depends on what you can take on your second one. It's like, what the hell, dude? So now, like, every person is individual. Like, well, I shot, you know, a doe on my first one, so now my second one has to have at least 4 points. But if I shot, and it's 4 points on one side, but if you shot one that had at least 3 points on one side, your second one can have at least 3 points, right? Like, it's weird. I forget all of those. I never get a combo, so I only have to worry about shooting one of them. And in my zone, it has to have at least 3 points on one side.
That's like, I have a bunch of buddies. They'll talk about, oh yeah, I spotted that deer one night when I was driving by. And I thought, you know, to me, a deer is a deer. How are you going to recognize that deer from another deer?
Yeah, well, you know, some people really pay attention to the antlers, and maybe they specifically remember, you know, the one that went out sideways kind of weird, or they remember like exactly what it looked like.
I don't. To me, a deer looks the same. If it's in my sights, it's going to go down.
If it looks tasty, then it looks tasty.
That's exactly right. And really, tastes good. It's the does and the small ones that taste good.
Yep. Well, I agree with that. There was a guy who lived up north, and he always said that. He goes, "You can't eat the antlers." So he goes, if I'm hunting and I see, like a spike and a 8-point walking next to each other, I'm shooting the spike every time. And I was like, well, okay, that kind of makes sense. I'd like to get a big one. I mean, I do kind of want like a nice trophy type of thing, but I'm not gonna pass up on something for the chance of a bigger one, especially in our specific area. Now, are there deer like all over northern Michigan? Yeah. Are there places like my cousin who lives up there where he literally walks across the street to the land that he farms and he sits out there and he basically could get a deer, 5 times a day, every day if he wanted. You know what I mean? Like, he could shoot a deer, they'd run off, and an hour later there'd be another group of deer walking in. You could shoot one of them. Like, it's crazy. So he can be picky, and he gets them for food, but every once in a while he might get something, like get a little bug in them or whatever. Like, I want a trophy size. And he'll let a bunch of small ones go and wait for like an 8-point to walk by or a 10-point or, whatever. And then he'll shoot one of those. But most of the time he just goes for whatever he can eat. So he just wants a bigger one for the sake of having more meat. So that'd be the only reason he might not shoot a spike, is because, yeah, it might taste better, but it's normally smaller. And he's got a big family.
I guess once you get a trophy on the wall, after that your attitude changes a little bit. I have my big rack. Now I want meat to eat.
Yeah, I don't have my big rack yet. I still just want something to eat, but I'm certainly not going to pass on a big one and wait for a smaller one. But I'm also not going to pass on a small one and wait for a big one.
Of course, this past season, I got so busy, I never got in the woods one day this year, so sucks. But so this year, I don't have any meat. So next year, I'm probably going to be really after meat. But our Michigan fall turned out to be crap, so I was running corn during deer season.
Yeah, I was sitting out in the woods with my coat unzipped and my gloves off, and I was sweating my ass off this year hunting. I'm pretty sure it's the warmest it's ever been. We've had warm years before, and we've had years with like freezing rain and snow. So I understand it changes sometimes. I'm pretty sure this last year was the warmest it's ever been that I've been hunting.
And it was, and I looked at opening day and I said, okay, do I take a day off or do I get my work done? The weather's nice. Maybe I should be working. And so this year I worked during deer season. And then after deer season, we turned to crap, and I was glad. At least in my area, after deer season, we started getting drowned with rain, and I was glad that I didn't hunt this year. Also, I was on a chat with you the other night, and you was talking about the NRA. Is it Atlanta?
Yeah, it's in Atlanta this year.
Now, what date is that?
It's near the end. It's like the 27th through the 30th or something.
Yeah, that's it. 27th to the 30th.
Of April or May?
Of April.
Of April. Ooh.
Yeah, which if I'm not mistaken though, like that first day, the 27th, that Thursday, is that just setup day though, or is that actually open to the public and stuff? Because I know last year I went to the NRA show and I traveled on Thursday and then I was there, or no, I traveled on Friday and then I was there for Saturday, Sunday. And Sunday is like a half day in the morning. And Saturday is like the big important day. And Friday is more like, there's some people there, but a lot of people will just show up on the weekend.
And that's kind of a bad time of the year for me. But I was going to tell you that I live right near I-69, which is the artery south. And I could tell you could drive to I-69 and we'd drive together. But I really would have to watch the weather and decide if I could do that or not now.
Yeah, I'm still debating if I want to drive or fly. I think I might drive. If I have a new truck, I'll probably drive down there so I can take my guns. So that's another thing I was looking at
I'm trying to
today.
even see if I'll have enough money to go to the NRA show. So
I actually finally found a dealership that posts the A-plan prices on the website. And that was always the one big question mark for me when I was looking at these new trucks, was that, okay, I see what the MSRP is, but how much would it actually cost me? And, I know I could go in and just talk to the people or whatever, but I was just trying to do some research beforehand to basically see, am I even in the right ballpark? Because I know at MSRP values, I'm not buying a truck, But once you start getting actual out the door prices, and anyway, so today I found some and it's feasible as long as I don't get the frickin', crazy like luxury edition type stuff. Like
no high trims.
The King Ranch or the Platinum or even the Laredo is a bit pricier.
Trucks are just fucking expensive.
They are,
that's
but
Ford.
Yeah.
A-Plan, that's Ford, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, like I say, man, I was looking for a new vehicle before mine got fucked up. Has been in the shop for so long, but I've been looking for a new I was looking for a new vehicle, and I was thinking about buying a small truck. But hell, like the Colorados start at like 30 grand. The Tacomas are 27, 28 grand. I mean, you can't get a truck for under 30 grand, it seems. At least not a new one.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah.
I mean, and that's all well and good. I'm sure they're worth it. I just can't afford that. So.
Right. Well, that's the thing. The Colorado, actually, I've been looking into that one. Although I'm
That's
a Ford
nice
family,
truck.
like that's, my dad would probably shoot me if I bought another brand truck. He understood when I bought my Jeep because, Ford doesn't offer.
You're talking to the first guy you're talking to the first guy in like 10, 15, I think almost 20 years in my family who bought a four-door sedan and not a truck. So I bought a Honda Accord when I got out of high school. I bought a Honda Accord, 2013 Honda Accord. And my family reamed me for that. Why didn't you get a truck? Why didn't you get? Because I'm going to fucking Austin, Texas. I don't need a fucking truck. I mean, have you tried to navigate Austin in a freaking Dodge? Big old Dodge Ram truck? It sucks. I've been there, done that. It sucks. So I like the trucks. It's just not for my environment. It just doesn't work.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, get whatever works for you or not. I'm just saying that with Ford being known for their trucks, and if I end up getting a truck and it's not a Ford, again, it's not like my dad would literally disown me, but he'd be like,
"Oh no,
what the hell, dude?" And the point being, although I was looking at the Colorado, and originally I would say something like, "Well, it's because freaking Ford trucks start in the $40,000 range and go up from there." But with the A plan, I'm in the Colorado range, but getting an F-150 4-wheel drive, all that stuff. Because that's the thing. That's what was killing me was once you jump into the 4-wheel, because I don't want a 2-wheel drive truck. If I'm getting a truck, it's going to be 4-wheel. And all like the super low end prices were, the 2-door, 2-wheel drive, freaking like manual windows and shit. Like they still make trucks with that kind of stuff.
Like the base trims, a whole lot of cars still come with the wind up and wind down windows.
And it's like, I'm sorry, I want some creature comforts. And Ford has 5 different levels. It's like the XL, the XLT, the Laredo, the King Ranch, and the Platinum.
Okay, real quick. Is anyone else hearing that beeping?
I don't hear any beeping.
I can't hear a beep.
That's on your end, dude.
You're mine, Tyler.
Well, Smiggy, school, my senior year, I bought a brand new Ford Mustang, and I paid $4,000 cash for it. That would have been in 78. And in 1980, I bought my 1998, I bought my next new vehicle, and I paid $24,000 for it. I bought my next brand new vehicle, and I paid $34,000 for it, which was an F-250 Ford. So, I mean, just keep jumping.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I know, hey, prices go up, right? It's like, oh, milk used to be a quarter. Okay, great, Grandpa. It's not a quarter anymore. Like, I don't want to be one of them people. My only point was that I thought I was priced out of the truck market, but then today I got another ray of hope of saying, oh, I can get an F-150 like in the 30s, and I can swing that, especially if I get kind of like a long, a longer, what do you call it, loan,
which will run. And that was the other thing last summer when I bought my truck, which I thought was totally stupid, which when the salesman was pushing me on buying an extended warranty, I said, okay, I don't want an extended warranty. I'm going to pay for this truck. He goes, no, you buy the extended warranty, we can get you financing on that truck for 0.5% interest rate. I said, what?
Real quick, how do you mute the noise that the chat makes every time someone posts? This is like Chinese water torture.
Oh, you open the thing up, you click on the little gear, and then you disconnect chat sound. Like there'll be a little check mark next to it.
Yeah, that's what the beeping was. It's the new beeping noise for the new chat.
Yeah, you just open up the little window and hit the gear.
It was giving me cancer.
Well, I don't know about that much, but okay.
No, it was giving me your cancer.
It drove me crazy tonight, so don't feel upset.
So, anyway, though, but
how can they give you a lower interest rate if you buy the extended warranty? That didn't make any sense to me at all.
Hey, just run the numbers and make sure you still, it ends up being cheaper that way versus the other way.
But
because that's the other thing. Sometimes they'll give you cash back, and sometimes they'll give you 0% interest, but you can't get both at the same time, right? So you just got to kind of multiply it out and see, all right, if I take the cash back but I pay interest, how much is that going to cost me? Because sometimes it will cost you $5,000 worth of interest, and they're giving you $1,000 back cash back. Well, then it's better to take the 0%. You save your money in the long run. I don't know. When I bought my Jeep, it was one of those things that let me try this. So anyway, this guy was trying to fast talk me and it'll be this much a month and blah 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 blah, blah. I'm like, no, how much is the car? And he's like, well, if you get it, it'll just be this much per month and blah blah blah. I go, I don't care about how much per month, because we were comparing 2 or 3 different cars, and I'm like, how much is this one compared to that one? Well, that one's for at 60-month thing, blah, 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 this interest rate, you'd get it for this much per month. And this one, we have a deal on it, so you get a better interest rate, blah, 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 and it's this much per month. And I'm like, I don't care about how much per month it is. I want to know how much the vehicle is. How much more am I spending for this one versus the other one? And then we'll figure out how much per month it is. And I don't know. He was trying to dick me around. And I'm like, he had a little calculator sitting there. I go, do you mind if I use your calculator? I mean, I had one on my phone. But he's like, I guess. So I grabbed it. I multiplied it out. I said, okay, this one right here is whatever, $26,000. This other one you're trying to say that's only a little bit more is fucking $34,000. And it is not $8,000 better than this other one. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? Because he was trying to push me towards the Jeep Grand Cherokee with it had leather seats and all this other crap and everything. It's like, I don't really care about that. I didn't really like it as much as I liked the Commander. So I was like, I'd rather have the Commander anyways. And it was cheaper.
That's like years ago, I totaled my wife's Suburban. So I had to replace that vehicle for her. And I had two of them picked out, and one of them was at a dealer where I've bought some vehicles from that salesman before, and the other one was someplace else. The one was GM certified, and the one at the dealer where my friend is wasn't GM certified. And I said, well, I said, if I buy the other one, I'm going to get a better interest rate, better rate because it's GM certified. And finally he goes, all right. He said, I talked to my boss. My boss said, we'll certify that vehicle for you. We'll give you the GM certification. Well, then a year or so down the road, the transmission went out of it. And since it was GM certified, GM would pay the total cost of repairing that transmission. And I thought, I made a pretty good deal on that vehicle because we just got a transmission put in it for free.
Yep. I wish car buying wasn't so haggly. I personally don't like all the haggles and I hate the pageantry of it of oh, well, let me go talk to my boss. I might be able to. And it's like, dude, come on. No one ever pays sticker price. And so why are you pretending like you're saving me money? Because you're not saving me that much because I know that no one ever pays sticker price. So what the hell are you doing?
Well, that's why when I typically walk into a place, I try to find the manager before I even start talking. I hate that when they're running back and forth between the manager coming and giving you a price, and then they have to say, well, we got to go back to the manager and see if he approves that. I said, no, I want to deal with somebody that'll approve it right as I speak it. And I walked out of places before because they would not do that. Salesmen run back and forth.
Is Cosmoline the actual best way to do long-term firearm storage?
The Russians think so.
But I mean, actually.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I know it does long-term storage very well. I don't know if it's necessarily the number one best way, but that's the one thing it does well. As annoying as it is to have to clean out.
Yeah, really though. Still haven't gotten all of it out of the SKS. I swear to God, you clean the damn thing, and then 2 hours later, it just seeps out of the wood.
Yep. I don't know if Dano's out there. Dano loves Cosmoline.
Can you actually use it as a lube? Can you actually use it as grease?
I don't think so. I think it gets way too sticky.
Yeah.
Too much stuff gets in it. So, I mean, is it better than bare metal? Yeah, but it's not really supposed to be a grease or a lube. It's a storage grease.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude! This leopard's attacking this big fucking pronghorn thingy. Well, he's up in a tree looking at him.
What?
Maybe he can trick him. This is fun, dude. I'm telling you, man, I like Safari Live. You really don't know this is literally happening right now across the world. Like it's
Safari Live.
Safari Live, yeah.
Okay.
Like they're in Africa right now, and this leopard is hunting this, like, I don't know what the heck that thing is. It looks like an antelope kind of thingy, but it's big. It's like bigger than that.
Interesting.
But it's cool. Like they have a bunch of different camera people out and about, and then they switch like between them when something exciting's happening. And you never know what's going to happen. It's like you're out in the woods. That's what I like about up north. I never know when I'm going to run across some deer or see some squirrels or, whatever. Or get to shoot a porcupine. Freaking bastards. I'm a big fan of shooting porcupines.
Well, here's Dano. You could ask him the question.
His ears must have been ringing.
Ask me a question, I'll tell you a lie.
How much do you like Cosmoline? Actually, that's not the question. He was asking if is Cosmoline actually the best storage medium?
I would say it's probably the most cost-effective in mass usage, which is why the Soviet Union would use such a thing. They would not necessarily pick the most effective. They would pick the one that works best, that costs the least per 55-gallon drum of it. If you think in terms of how the Soviet Union made a lot of their decisions, it wasn't necessarily the best as it was the best for the price that you paid that you could get in very large quantities.
Okay. I mean, like, if cost, like, if this was like, it needs to stay in the same condition for like years, don't care how much it needs to cost to store these things, like, is Cosmoline actually the best?
Oh, I'm sure there are far superior products that have come as a result of, let's say, the space agents, the space race, so forth. Just Cosmoline, we're going back, pre-World War II, as far as chemistry is concerned. Chemistry's come a long way since 19 whatever it was that Cosmoline came around. Or maybe even 18 something. But it is very effective and very inexpensive.
I need to find out where to buy some.
Now remember, as a nation state, your buying options are different than as an individual.
Yeah, I just need to find out where to buy enough to fill a PVC pipe.
Well, if you're just doing it for yourself, you may find something else that works either as well or better that might cost less. Because Cosmoline is not in normal usage anymore in the United States. It's not. You can't just go down to your local hardware store and find it.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying, something else may be far more less expensive for you and may work as well or better. You have like some old antique parts that you're keeping? Or?
No, I've got gun ban fears because we just had the worst mass shooting in our history today.
But okay, I must have been in a shadow. What's happening?
2 Syrian refugees, allegedly, because that's a leaked transcript from a police radio that they haven't been sure whether or not it's been doctored, have shot up a mosque in Quebec. 5 dead, 11 wounded. It's the worst targeted mass shooting since Polytechnic Massacre. They said it was done with AK-style weapons, which could mean anything from CZ-858s to AKs to SKSs. And I'm looking at my SKS thinking, oh God, baby, they're going to take you away from me. I need to bury you in the backyard.
And speaking of a weapons cache, You know, the one thing, those of us that live in, you know, northern climates, that we all need to take into consideration is the frost depth of as far as how deep is deep enough.
True.
Because it let's say, you know, PVC pipe will get cracked by the ground as it freezes and thaws and goes through expansion contraction cycles.
It's true.
And then all of a sudden, you know, depending on what you used to preserve it, if it would, you know, it may leak out and thus leave it exposed for a period of time that you may not even be aware of.
Mm.
Then all of a sudden, you know, that day that, you know, your grandson goes to dig it up, it's been exposed to, you know, water and underground stuff for far too long and is no longer in usable condition.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying it needs to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, it does need to be taken into consideration. Yeah.
The depth, you know, the depth for where I live is different than where the depth for where you live.
I'm in one of the southernmost parts of Canada, so it's going to be similar to like New York and border states.
But as an example, there are, you know, if you go, you know, just east-west of where I live,
it changes
to the coast, the weather is dramatically different from where I live, even though I'm just as far north as they are.
Yeah, I'm coastal.
Because the coastal effect on temperature, as well as the length of the cold winter.
Well, and also soil type affects that. Like where I live, we have heavy clay. Southern Michigan, they have sand. Sand will not freeze as deep as what we are in southern Michigan in the clay. Types have a big concern on that also.
Very true.
I say you just buy a boat.
That's where, I mean, if there's land that happens to have an old mine in it from the 1800s, sort of a thing. The nice thing about that is it's literally temperature controlled.
Yeah, really.
And then barring a cave-in, which is just another type of natural disaster, much like the once in 100 years winter can be a natural disaster, that it will be much better condition at, you know, 50 some degrees.
Oh shit. So apparently this was like actually with proper automatic weapons.
So with illegal guns anyways.
Yeah.
You know, when you first said that, Tyler, I just made the instantaneous assumption that it was as a result of our president's executive action that he took this Friday. I didn't realize it was just because of the coincidence of timing. It's like, well, because in the big picture, if you think of it, well, what did Canada do that would make them all mad? And the fact is,
currently they're claiming it's sectarian violence.
Is they hate anything Western. Having done anything is not of the point. If something represents the West, it's a potential target.
Well, but it's kind of weird. It's an attack on a mosque. So why would Muslim people attack a mosque?
Well, the thing I've seen is sectarian.
It's to show one side of a different side of Islam, as to who's boss. You are traitors. You've given up to the West. You're not true Muslims. What's the term? Betrayed the faith. I mean, these people look at religion as we might look at duty to one's country.
Well, they arrested 2 people, so I don't know how many people were shooting.
2 people. 2 to 3 is what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, 2 of them are arrested. Or at least 2 suspects, we'll say, on that part. But yeah, I don't know. This is one of those that's it's interesting now that I know it exists, but I'm not gonna really look up the news for a while because all that stuff changes so quickly. I don't want to jump to conclusions on anything.
No, but I often wonder, like with Trudeau as an example, you know, is he going to embrace diversity that much more? Despite the evidence that has come to their doorstep, the diversity doesn't seem to be working out so great. So, did you say this happened in a bar, or where did it happen?
Mosque.
Oh, mosque. Was it during prayer services?
Yep. Allegedly, there is a thread on /poll as well, where a Canadian user asked what time mosques are generally the fullest. Earlier today. So we don't know how related that is, or if it's related whatsoever.
Yeah, see, and that's the type of shit right there that it's like, you know, the facts start coming out or whatever, and we'll figure out if that actually has anything to do with it or not. But that's the type of stuff everyone starts jumping to conclusions on. And I personally don't like doing it, so I'll figure it out later.
So, because the original poster has commented in the thread again recently. So.
Yeah, who knows?
Although I am currently at Pucker Factor 11 while watching the news here.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past Canada to take away more of your guns because they do like doing that. So I would agree with you on that it's a possibility. I just feel it'd be hard for them to justify, like, hey, these guys used illegal full auto guns. Give
Bob
me your
DeGrasse in
legally
here.
owned semi-auto SKS. Like, what? Come on.
So when we got the restriction on the AR-15, that was after the École de Polytechnique shooting, where a Ruger Mini 14 was used. The Ruger Mini 14, because it obviously doesn't look like a scary assault weapon, still enjoys its non-restricted classification. So don't put it past them to restrict.
Oh, I don't.
Weapon used.
Yes, I certainly don't. I'm just saying that it, because I mean that's what they do, the same shit here, right? Some dude used a shotgun and they want to ban AR-15s. Someone used a handgun, they want to ban AR-15s. I mean, it's like it doesn't matter. They have their talking points anyways. It makes it a little easier to at least point out their hypocrisy or point out their ulterior motive when you can point to it and say, dude, these don't even line up. Like, what the heck are you doing?
Well, it's the difference between an excuse and a reason. I mean, they're using it as an excuse, like the Mini 14. That was the excuse to go after their real goal, which was
of course
the AR-15.
Of course.
Right. And from our point of view, we at least have a better talking point. We have a better argument to be like, well, you know, at least just admit what you're actually doing. I mean, there are some gun control people that are like, I don't like guns, no one should have it. Right. Now, I disagree with them wholeheartedly. I disagree with them. However,
at least they're honest.
I will at least give them credit for being like, okay, now we can have a fair discussion. You want to ban all of them? I want all of them legal. We know what side we're on. Don't pretend like you like
Smacky.
guns and then say
Smacky,
you're
that's a
trying to
bad
ban
choice.
them. What?
I think we should ban high points. They're too dangerous.
No, they're pretty. They look cool with that $100 wrap job.
Like,
I don't want to. I'm not anti-gun like you, dude. I don't want to ban high points. I don't think I'd own one. The 9mm carbine's kind of neat. My buddy's got one. It's fun.
Real quick, Smeggy, I just want you to know there's a promotion going on. After that kind of comment, just feel free to look at that link.
Laser eye surgery, jackass. Why do I need laser eye surgery?
I actually watched a video on TFP TV recently where they torture tested a high point, and the fucking thing didn't stop.
I mean, yeah. If you get one that works, it's a brick, so I don't see why it wouldn't keep working. But no, I mean, here's the thing too. It fills a niche that, I don't fall into. I don't need an inexpensive gun because that's all I can afford. I can afford to have a little bit nicer one or something that looks a little bit nicer or whatever. But I certainly don't want to take away from someone who's working 2 jobs and just needs a gun for a couple $100 for protection. I want them to be available. Because I want as many people as possible to be able to have whatever they want.
As long as they're reliable.
Well, I'd prefer them to be reliable, yes, but
I mean, if you can make a cheap entry-level gun that's reliable, that's great. If you make a cheap entry-level thing that's not reliable, then when someone needs it the most, they may have it available at the least.
Well, true, but I would rather carry a non-reliable gun than no gun, because the vast majority of the time you never even have to pull the trigger.
But in this
country, so if it protects
the
single mom walking home from work,
we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of options. We don't have to settle for unreliable.
Yes, but someone without 2 nickels to rub together might not have those options.
Revolver or something else. We have hundreds of types of reliable firearms, known to be reliable, known to be inexpensive. To settle on something that may or may not be reliable when the time comes. Now, I'm not saying that fits or does not fit that category. I'm just talking about the argument in general.
Well, yeah, okay. I would say this: if there are guns in the same category as far as around the same price range, one's reliable, one is not, I would obviously always recommend the reliable one. I don't know a lot about revolvers. Are there reliable $200 revolvers out there? In which case, that probably is a better option than like a Kel-Tec or a High Point. I would agree with that statement. I'm not familiar of any, just because I don't really pay attention to that. I don't know a lot about the lower end pistol market other than the bad stuff I've heard about semi-autos. I've never had experience with them, so. So yeah, if that exists, then yes, I would. If someone asked for my advice and they said, "Listen, dude, this is all I have. Like, this is I had to save up for months to get an extra $200. What should I get?"
I remember this one guy a few years ago. You know, his dad was looking at a gun, and somehow he just didn't have whatever it took to say, "Dad, you can't buy a Sig Mosquito."
Well, I remember not knowing the problems with the Sig Mosquito. My dad got that on his own. I had never heard of it before.
What are you talking about?
If I would have known the Sig Mosquito stuff in the past, and I would have known that's what he was looking at, he basically called me up and said, "Hey, I got a new gun." I was like, "Oh, cool." And then I found out what it was and said, "Well, that sounds neat." And then we tried it.
G-Webs is yelling at you guys to mute the microphone, whoever's clanking on the bowl.
He knows who's clicking on the ball, and if he has a problem, then get in here and
no one gets between Dano and his ice cream.
I want my ice cream at night. God damn it, I'm gonna have it.
You know what's funny?
I went and worked out today, so there.
You know what's really funny? When you can't tell whether or not someone's just an ignorant Canadian and doesn't understand that AK-47s aren't all automatic, or if they're trolling.
I want to throw one other question into this. You guys are talking about reliable and non-reliable, but isn't one shot better than no shot?
Yes, but
But your assumption is you're not going to get a click.
Well,
Just
most
because they're
things
one in the
I've
chamber
heard at
doesn't
least
mean
shoot
it's gonna
once.
fire.
The problems I've heard have been, loading issues or extraction issues. The first one always goes bang, from what I've heard. In this category, we're talking about the lower end stuff.
And that's been my experience. Normally, you get your first shot off. If you're going to get a stovepipe or a injection problem or something, it's going to come on the second or third round.
I just don't think that that's an assumption one should make, that you're always going to get that first shot. Yeah, you may get it a higher percentage of the time, but not always.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not in that category. I don't buy. I mean, if you can tell by the picture I have on my avatar there, I don't buy cheap guns. But I'm just saying, any gun is better than no gun.
And that was my original point, but
and I think we would all agree on that.
That doesn't go bang the first time. Like, is it High Point, Keltec? Like, which gun? Like, all I'm hearing is like cheap guns, but like no one's like giving specifics, so I can call them out on their bullshit. Like, which cheap gun? Like,
We're not talking about a specific gun.
Well, you can't just say it in cheap guns. Like, you have to give some sort of example. Like, what?
It started talking about high points, and my whole point was, I think that because Tyler made a joke saying we should ban high points, and I know he was just joking, but I then ran with that and said, like, I want them to be available for the people that need them. So that was specifically High Point, and I think that they probably work most of the time ish, and so it's probably fine.
Oh, like 99% of the time they fucking work. It might not be 99.9 like Glock, but High Points fucking work. Many people have proven that.
And I'm just saying, from my
On how well those
experience,
fucking
I've never had a gun that's never fired on its first shot. It's always the second or third shot that's messed up.
And I actually had a High Point, and many other people on gun channels have told me they've owned High Points, and that everyone who I've heard who's actually owned a High Point, who not just read the shit on some forum, but has actually owned one themselves and shot it, has all told me, including my personal experience, they fucking work. Not just on the first shot, but like shot after shot after shot, they just run. I mean, I don't know, like, this is just all forum, like, bullshit hearsay stuff when people start spouting, oh, these guns don't work or whatever. That's just all hearsay. Like, that's just put out there.
Are you talking about our discussion or other people's discussion? Dead Horse? Are you talking about our discussion or other people's?
I'm talking about anyone who says that those guns are unreliable. As far as I'm concerned, if that gun works 99% of the time, if it costs you $100, that's all you can fucking afford, I consider that pretty damn reliable. Acceptable. Or I'd rather see someone have a $100 High Point than no gun at all, than having a fucking canopy or a knife.
Just before you got in here, and probably didn't hear, is what we were about to all agree on, is exactly what you just said. Is better something like that than nothing at all. I don't think there's any disagreement on that at all.
Yeah, I had a High Point C9, a very rare one. Only like 500 of them were ever made. And I kicked myself in the ass all the time for even selling that gun. I wish I still had that. I wish I still had a High Point. And I have fucking really expensive guns, but I wish I still had my high point. You know, like, and I actually shot that gun a shitload. I know people who have taken like CCW classes and all sorts of shit and have qualified with a high point. And you know, I don't. The only people who I ever say high points are like, you know, I can understand. Okay, they're cheaply built. Well, yeah, they're a cheap gun, you know. But anyone who I've ever heard say that a high point's unreliable has never owned one.
So,
Well, it
speaking
goes
of
back
reliable,
to. Sorry, Dan. But it's just like we were talking about that Sig Mosquito that Smiggy's dad had. It fired the first shot every time. It just did not load another round.
well, thanks for the perfect segue because you interrupted me, not Dano. I know we kind of sound alike, which is fine.
Okay.
But, I was going to ask that horse. Did you hear about the newest mosquito developments from this weekend? Were you listening earlier today in the chat?
A little
earlier
bit.
this
I was
evening?
like going up in the house. The only thing I heard is something like that you said something like it doesn't come with that extra high power spring anymore.
Correct. Yeah, and that's it. They just throw in an extra regular, spring, like the standard velocity spring. So he does have two.
Throwing two of those, like that doesn't make sense.
I don't know, but that's what he called SIG. That's what they said, because his whole thing was they look the same, and I was like, everyone's telling me they're not the same, so I'll just look at it. And like it's both, like the high velocity one has like paint on the end or whatever. He's like, mine has no paint on it or whatnot. And when he talked to the people at SIG, they looked up his serial number and said, yep, yours was built at the time when we did not include the high velocity spring. So you just have two of the exact same standard velocity spring. And we shot it with the Aguila Interceptor, which is like 1470 feet per second, and it ran fine. So he's still upset that he has to use one particular type of ammo because we still couldn't find CCI Mini Mag. It wasn't in the store. There was a bunch of other 22, but there wasn't any of that.
Like, you've tried Remington Thunderbolt, and isn't that what you said that you had problems with before?
I'm trying to remember. Did he use Thunderbolt? I think he might have used one box of it. But
that's literally all we put through our Mosquito is that cheap ass Thunderbolt ammo, and it runs like a top. So I don't.
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe he didn't have the Thunderbolt. He put something. Because he put something through it that had just the his regular just lead nose and whatnot, and that's when he was getting feeding issues, and the rounds that wouldn't feed had like a big gouge out of the lead, so it was catching something on its way up. And I think that's you were telling me about the feed ramp and the lips on the magazine and all that stuff. But if you use a jacketed bullet, it feeds no problem, and then we have failure to extract problems. And we used this high velocity stuff, and it worked fine.
Can you guys?
Yeah, that sounds like a feed lip problem still. Like if it shouldn't be doing that. That's a feed lip problem when it nosedives into the front of the mag. That's just all on your feed lips. You just need to adjust those feed lips.
Can you guys get the Tokarev 33s in the States? Like, are they, or is that one of those things that we get cheap, but you guys don't? Because those are cheap.
I'm not sure which model it is. We can get the Tokarev.
The TT33?
I'm not sure if it's that model or not.
Okay. But yeah, I
This
think
one
they go
is,
for like, $299 Canadian, so that's like $50 American.
Yeah, it fires that round that's like 2,000 feet per second.
7.62 by 25.
Oh.
I know you guys can't get this type of ammo, but I saw on there Norinco ammo going for like over 2,000 rounds for $600 Canadian. So it's cheap to shoot and cheap to own.
Okay, that is freaking me out, dude. What the heck are you doing?
What?
This guy's got, I don't know, some little skull of some little critter, but he jammed like some fruit in the eye socket, so it's got these weird looking eyes like in this skull. It's weird looking. I don't know what the heck those things, little like plums or something. He like jammed them in there, and they're all wonky and cross-eyed. Oh man. But anyways, yeah, guns are fun. The 226
Yeah,
is
the one
neat.
I'm looking at Gunbroker right now, and they're Togeras, but they're not giving the model numbers. But they are the 7.62 by 25s. Like
Just
one's Romanian.
like post a link, and I know what it looks like.
Oh,
So I'm looking
okay.
at mine one.
Just a moment. Let me scroll back. Back.
I still think it's funny. We went to the store to find 22 ammo. My dad walked out with a 226. But he's been looking for what, as I call, a big boy gun for a while.
Does he not have a duty size 9mm pistol?
He does now. He did not previously, no, which is why I was giving him shit. 'Cause I'm like, you got that little 22. Why don't you get a big boy gun? And I know G-Wubs would say that 9mm is not a big boy gun either, but it's a step in the right direction.
Would you ever like, if you could carry like a 22 with like 50 round magazine or something stupid like that, would you do it? If like back against the wall.
Oh man, that's funny.
What do you mean back against the wall? I guess.
Like if that's what you had to do, like do you think they would even be worth carrying?
Versus nothing. I mean, is that
like
how
what
extreme-
would you like at what point would you place carrying a 22 above other than nothing?
I think that's about the right place to put it.
Like would you carry a Derringer over a semi-automatic?
It's a well. Here's the thing. It depends. Like they have their time and place as well. If you really need like a super small pocket gun or something, they do have their own pros, but they have a lot of cons as well. So
I mean, they play a great role as a bug gun because of their size, and they can multiple calibers.
They do an okay job as a bug gun.
Backup gun.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because of their size, and you can put a 9mm, a 40, but all sorts of different. They come in all sorts of different calibers.
Oh, there's an interesting idea. What about? I was thinking backup gun. What about like the whole concept of like carrying a backup gun to like give to the guy next to you? Like would like maybe a 22 because it's like you really can't fuck that up when it comes to recoil. Like someone that's inexperienced, like shit hit the absolute fan.
I guess if I carried a backup gun, it would not be with that intention.
I forget who I was listening to. Probably me listening to too many goddamn Jaeger videos.
But depending on who I'm with, I may hand that gun directly to him.
True.
I mean, that's really the biggest factor. You know, is this somebody that I know that is going to be an asset versus a liability? Here you go. Now we got two guns.
Well, I think the best thing to do is if you're with somebody that doesn't have a gun, well, you just grab them, put them in front of you, use them as a shield, and then return fire. That's probably your best bet.
Yeah, I'm sure a girlfriend or something wouldn't really appreciate being in that role.
You know, that's like hope she dies. Otherwise you're like fucked when you get out of that situation. That's like the least painful situation for you is.
Yeah, yeah. I hope you have a really comfortable couch. No, what was it? There was. I want to say it was like.
No, I hope you have a good divorce lawyer. Otherwise, you're gonna
personal
have all
defender.
you're gonna have left is your couch.
Well, yeah, whatever. So, but I think it was on like the Personal Defender series, which that's a
Oh
pretty
yeah,
good
but he put his
YouTube
girlfriend
thing.
in front of him. Yeah.
Well, and then he just like took off. Like he's like danger happened. He took off, and she's like left like standing there.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Whoops."
There was one where he used the main guy, like put the main guy in a headlock and put the other arm over his shoulder and shot at the bad guy, like the main host guy.
Agree with everybody on here because I get 22 more than I carry anything else. Because my property, I use my 22 pistol to protect my property. I shoot a lot of varmints with it.
Oh, that's a good
but
point.
It's also on my waist when I go to town. If I ran into a situation in town, I'm probably going to use my 22 there too also.
I mean, my only idea with it would be if you've got that many rounds in the gun, it's a very good get them to keep their fucking head down gun.
Hey, I'm just hopping in for a second. Hey, Dano, Views posted links out there for you.
Yeah, he wants you to check out the Daily Gun Show link.
Check this out, but okay.
I still wish the pop-out chat thing worked, but I'm not going to start bitching about that stuff. But I'm having trouble remembering to go look at the chat. Because it's not in a separate window. Yeah, good job, Pink. G-Web's like, oh, thanks. You're the only one to relay that message. Oh man, G-Web's on fire tonight. Good job, buddy. That's funny. So, and yeah, Island, my dad might sell his Mosquito. I can tell he's still not happy with it. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, I really want to find his gun for him. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for.
Oh. I swear to God, these guys that do pirating are fucking magical.
Or I mean, Smigs, you already found this guy. You bought a P226, right? Just get the conversion kit, and then boom, same trigger, same gun. Change the slide. There you go. Problem solved.
They make a conversion kit for the T26 because yeah, that might be something that he would.
A couple companies make a conversion kit for the P226, including SIG themselves. So there you go. Like that's all you need to do. Just get a conversion kit, and you'll have the same frame, same trigger. It'll be like great for training and practice, and then you just swap slides back to 9mm.
Oh, what's like the best conversion kit for a 1911 to go into 22 long rifle?
No idea.
GSG 1911. or a Umarex Colt 1911. Because you can
Are those like pre-built?
Yeah, you can buy those like for the same price or cheaper than what the conversion kits cost.
Oh, really? Okay.
And those guns work just fine. They run great.
Okay. Yeah, I know the old man's kind of looking at it. Yeah, I love the 45. I don't like paying for 45 though.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm lost on that one too. Confused. Oh well. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that conversion kit, especially if it's not too expensive, because that could be a pretty damn good birthday present.
I think they go for about 300 retail, but I've seen them as cheap as like $200. So, because all it is a slide, a barrel, and a mag, you know, and then you can buy like extra mags if you want. I think it comes with like one mag, the slide, and the barrel. That's it.
22 conversion 226. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Because then he could, I bet you that one, he could probably shoot up the other ammo. Or do you think that would have problems too? Shooting lower velocity.
I don't know. I have no experience with those P226 kits at all.
Because now you're using that 22 to move kind of a bigger slide.
Well, no, the slide will be like all aluminum, so it's not going to be a steel slide because it comes with a whole new slide. So it's not using the same slide. And the new slide, the 22 slide, will be all aluminum, so it will be a lot lighter weight and different recoil spring and assembly. So it I don't know. They're supposed to run good though. Like, you know, I know a lot of guys who use those on like Glocks and all sorts of guns. And, you know, they seem to work. I've heard a couple issues with them, you know, with certain brands or stuff like that. But for the most part, they just seem to work. So. I'm just saying that's an option, you know, like you can buy that pretty cheap and just read some reviews. Like I said, I can't give you any, like, I can't tell you if it's good or not, but, you know, I imagine the one right from SIG is probably pretty decent. And just read some reviews, and if everyone else says it works and stuff, like, fuck, give it a try.
Yeah, it's $350 on like SIG's website, and they're out of stock. But yeah, I'm sure I can find it street value, you know, better.
And that you can, you know, buy that probably from like all over, have it shipped straight to your house. You know, you don't got to do anything special. So I've seen them like used on, you know, for like as low as $200 for all sorts of different guns.
Say Midway's got it for $250. I don't know if it's in stock. Let's see. SIG. Oh, discontinued. Well, see, this one has it for $250 on SIG's website. So why the heck was the other one $350?
It might have like a threaded barrel or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't really look that close at the first one.
Like that's more expensive. Might have a threaded barrel for a suppressor or something like that.
Do you think your dad would ever be interested in the idea of a suppressed?
I don't know about that. Maybe.
I mean, it's just because you get a threaded barrel doesn't mean you have to do it. It just gives you the option. I mean, if my state ever allows that, I will become very interested.
Well, and I don't always trust these guys, Smiggy, but I'm reading a review on the Truth About Guns about the P226 version, and they're saying it's pretty reliable. It doesn't have a last round bolt. It doesn't lock the slide back after the last shot. You know, so your gun's always going to be in battery. So I don't know if that's like a big deal breaker for you or not. But you know,
I'm kind of surprised SIG did it that way.
That's just what I'm reading here. I guess the adjustable target sights it comes with are pretty nice. And you know, this guy's saying that like he likes his, so take that for what it's worth. I don't always like the reviews on the Truth About Guns, but this review I'm reading seems like giving it a 5-star rating pretty much. So overall rating 5 stars, yeah. So
What? $1? That's not right.
also check eBay, Smeggy, because on eBay they're allowed to sell those on eBay. So eBay might be a good choice, place to look for like one used or something like that to pick one up cheap.
You're looking for a 22 conversion for what type of firearm?
226.
Oh.
I'm finding a lot of out of stock ones, not so many in stock ones.
There's a brand new one on eBay right now, brand new in the box with an extra mag, and the bid's up to $227 on it. So it does look like there's some on eBay, and they have extra mags for them on eBay.
Well, yeah, that was the one nice thing. The 226 comes with 4 mags. That's kind of a nice little bonus.
Now, is it SIG that makes the conversion, or is it third-party company?
Well, I know SIG makes one themselves, and like that's what this one is on eBay. But I know there's like at least 2 other companies out there that make conversions for a lot of guns, so they probably make one for it. But I'm not sure. Like I know they make those same companies make them for like 1911s and Ford Glocks. I can't remember their names because I've never bought one. Like I've just always bought a 22 by itself. I've never been like big on the conversion kits, but that's just me. Like, you know, for some people, I'm sure that they, you know, they really like them. I'm sure some of the Glock guys probably know what the name of what those companies are that make the conversion kits, and then you could probably just go to their website and see if they make one for the SIG.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh well, it's a little high in the price range for like a birthday gift anyways. I'm not in the.
You're not that good of
I'm
a
not in
son.
a position to drop, $250 on all my family's birthdays and whatnot.
Yeah, but like, let's say if you can talk your dad into selling that mosquito for like $250, right? Then, like there's his conversion kit right there.
Yeah, maybe I'll just bring it up to him. I'm in the same boat with you, Dano. I'm not understanding what's going on with the Daily Gun Show.
Like I went there too earlier when he said something about it, and I saw like the timer was already on and stuff. Like it was already counting down for like the next day. But I kind of like looked through it, like I thought pretty well, but I couldn't see what was really so different. Other than it was like the chat window was like back to like the old version with just the one slider bar.
Oh, none of you regular people could see any difference. So it's a special, only the mods can see something different. Well, then good, I don't feel bad. Only Dano might understand the subtle difference. All right, man, you're on your own. Sorry. I want to shoot the 226 again, though, man. We didn't shoot it that much because it was, we didn't really go up north to shoot guns, although we did shoot a little bit, but we really went up there to go for walks and stuff. So. Which, that was fun too. Damn it, I still can't get to that.
I had one opportunity to just past fall to shoot this 226 alongside the CZ75, and depending on the grips that you put on it, based off of that single experience, they were very, very similar to me.
Yeah, I didn't shoot my gun this weekend. I just shot my dad's.
Changing, the side panels changes the way it fills your hand. Going to give it a totally different fit or feel.
Oops. Didn't mean to do that. All right. I have to admit, when I saw the name of this gun, because of the TAC Ops, I saw Taco, like that part jumped out, and I'm like, it's a 226 Taco. Oh man. So that was kind of funny. I like that site though. The front site's pretty cool. Man, there's a lot of different type of 226s. Come on, open up, dude. Open, jackass.
Aha, I figured it out.
Oh yeah? What'd you figure out? Or is it a secret?
It's not a secret, really. It's wait a minute. I'm just waiting for something. Just a second here, or give me a minute. Okay. Yeah, we had a issue after we had started the Daily Gun Show, where after maybe about a week or so worth of shows, we could not embed the show over on gun channels under the Daily Gun Show. So what that means is that we had to use gun channels to host the shows, and then you would watch the Daily Gun channels either on over on gun websites, or if you watch it over here, you would still be watching it embedded, but through gun websites. Now it can stand on its own two legs and embed its own. Like right now, Smeggy, you are embedding your video over at gun channels in the lobby.
Right.
Or excuse me, Smith, Pink is.
Pink is right now, but yeah. I understand. I do that on the afternoon lobby.
The account, for some reason, had some sort of technical snafu where, although it allowed us to do it for a while, all of a sudden wouldn't let us do it. And we couldn't figure out why. So we had some kind of branding issues as far as, is it Gun Websites Show or is this the Daily Gun Show? And if so, where do I go to see it? Well, if you're watching it from gun channels, it will be seamless. You will never notice anything. But if you're a YouTube only person, then there may be a difference. Yeah, I'll ask him tomorrow what the details were, because if it took me this long to figure out that little detail, I don't want to have him try to explain to me in a text message what the behind the scenes geekiness was that made to get that fix in place. But it's been something that it's always and here he comes.
Oh, the TAC Ops comes with the short reset trigger.
So G-Webs, when you're ready, so what was the embedding issue?
It was the fucking thing I was doing. I just had to do it from a different account and from a different browser. So I was doing it in a browser, and it kept freezing. And then at some point I was like, there's nothing wrong here. Like, there's nothing that it could be. So I said, fuck it, I'm going to do it from Chrome instead of from whatever. And then it went through. Actually, it didn't go through. Then I had to start Google's weird. I don't know if you've ever tried to log in with multiple accounts with Google, but once you get to like, well, whatever your first account you log in with is important for certain things, and other things that don't matter at all. And you can have like 10 accounts stacked on each other, and you can just be logged into any of them and move back and forth. And it really doesn't matter for most things which one the first one you logged in with. But
Right.
for this particular thing, I had to log out of everything, which is annoying as shit, and then log into this one particular one first, and then log into another one to open a thing, then log into the one for the show, and then bounce back to the first one, do my whole little routine, and then it, because I was in Chrome and started from that other browser or that other account first, it allowed it to go through. And then it was the same process as always. I had to click that third button, and then it went through. So anyway, it was just a stupid doing the same exact thing in a different place, and then it.
Now, I'm assuming because you're the owner of the account is reason why, a couple months ago when I had tried to embed it, even though I was using Chrome, it wouldn't let me do it.
Oh no, it's because you can't embed unless it's monetized, and it can't monetize except to an AdSense account, and you can only have one AdSense account per human being. So I can have shit tons of each Google accounts, and they can all be monetized, but they all get monetized to one account. So it's all about just that was all it was. It's just lining all that shit up so that now it's all happy. So now we can get money on them, but big deal, now we can embed them, and that's the main thing. So, and yeah, it let us embed them, and then I don't know, maybe their policy changed, or else we flipped a switch that then said, oh, well, then you can't also embed them, because then it told us we couldn't embed them until we could monetize, and then there was no way to undo whatever the fuck we did. So anyway, now we're good to go. So now everything is just Daily Gun Show.
Yep, that's sweet.
Yeah, and I just moved all the feed over, so the feed isn't on I Hate Guns anymore. So it's all on Daily Gun Show. So all the podcasts come from dailygunshow.com now, and there's iTunes. It's just Daily Gun Show on iTunes. So we don't have to say like go to I Hate Guns on iTunes anymore. They'll just be go to Daily Gun Show on iTunes. And all 200 something shows are already on iTunes, and that means they'll also once it's done, I'll just drop them off of I Hate Guns, so they'll only be on Daily Gun Show. I Hate Guns will go down to like 100 or something again of just the I Hate Guns ones, and I can start doing those podcasts like separate, which is also cool because now I don't think I had. Now I know how to put up iTunes accounts like pimp. So I can put them up for whatever I want because I have like a main line right into iTunes now. So I'm going to put up a few more. I'm going to just do a couple more projects just as iTunes podcasts.
Okay.
Where'd it go? Here it is. I was going to put up the university as its own. I don't remember if I did that already or not yet.
I don't know if Mondays are busy for you or not, but are you going to put up just a little marker, kind of a reminder over on the Gun Channel side that says, okay, from today forward, go over to this other site to listen to the Daily Gun Show?
Yeah, I'm thinking easy enough. Once I got the week scheduled out right now. That's what I'm doing right now. And then we already have the month scheduled, but I'm putting the week shows up. And then as soon as I get the month's shows up, I'll just put another month's worth of shows up on gun websites for at least a month, and then maybe further, because who cares? It don't cost nothing to put up like a quick video that basically does what I used to do, show the timeline or the outline for the show, and here's what we're going to talk about today. Right. And I should do that for a month ahead of time. So now we'll have the Daily Gun Show scheduled a month ahead of time, and I'm going to start doing that like I did Saturday or whenever, go live while we schedule for the month. And now, since we know what the topics are for a month ahead out, we can start looking for guests. Like we have 1 month or 1 week where the topic is branding. And I was thinking we get Tac Daddy or Big Gunner or somebody like that on there, talk about how they brand, or maybe both of them talk about how they brand. And then if we got hybrid holsters, maybe we get some holster guy on and talk to us or something. So we get, now that we have what we're talking about on a specific day, now we can put out feelers and try to get people on board to be guests, right? We're going to talk about the Hearing Protection Act on February 14th. So maybe that's a bad day. Maybe we move that till, not Valentine's Day, and then try to get somebody from ASA on that day.
I think that's a good day because everyone loves suppressors.
So for the YouTube only people, will they continue to go to gun websites to watch to listen to the show?
They want to not listen to the show. What part of any of this makes it sound like they would go to gun websites anymore?
Well, because I had asked, were you going to put up a short video to let them know to go to the other place?
And then when I said, yeah, you probably can do that for every fucking
okay. You just started talking about some other things, and then I got lost on what your original answer was.
Yeah, I'm going to do that for every day of the month. Considering for the last year we've had it on that show, on that channel, I'll probably do something for at least a month to let people know that it's over on its own channel. But only 25 people, 40 people recently listened to it, so it's not like we have hundreds of people that are going to come in droves and fucking find that it's gone. There's 40 people that'll figure it out because they're all savvy, and then our audience will just start growing on the new channel.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Your audience is pretty cool.
Yeah,
I know all of us listen to it, and we're pretty awesome.
The old guys come walking over to the radio and are like, "What channel is that show on that I listen to?"
I can't tell. I've been eating ice cream all day.
Where's my spoon? I haven't had ice cream in over a week. Now, for some of you, that may be nothing, but for me,
did it taste bad?
It actually tasted pretty good.
Here's what you should do. Don't have it again for another week, because that's probably better for you than having it, right? And then get yourself a fucking thing. You know what I had this evening? Because I only found it in the back of the refrigerator because I didn't know it was there, otherwise I would drink it already. Is these things of almond milk that are like small. They're like for little kids or something. But I get them 3 for $1. 3 for $1. And they're almond milk and chocolate sauce squirted in there. And maybe sugar. And anyway, they're fairly much like drinking chocolate milk a little bit. And if you don't eat your ice cream for a week and then drink that instead, that might taste enough like chocolate ice cream that you don't have that craving for the chocolate ice cream. And then all of a sudden you're eating healthy.
Now, how is that as far as like calories and stuff?
100-something calories usually. It's just that instead of being saturated fat and sugar, it's some kind of good for you oil because they're medium chain triglycerides or whatever, and chocolate.
Right.
And magic and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely use the magic.
Anyway, so now I'm thinking I really like this, that it's that easy to, now that I figured out this new way to interact with my podcasts, I can go in here and fiddle with my podcast way easier. So I want to put up a one for the Gun Channels University.
Mm-hmm.
Start doing those on the more regular.
Any signs of life from Bob?
Yeah, he was fucking in the chat earlier.
Oh.
And he didn't even go over there and look at that thing either. Not that he'd understood what the hell it was.
I mean, you say that like I'm online 24 hours a day, and how did I miss it?
I'm pretty sure he was in the chat while you were in here. You were just so busy eating ice cream or whatever you were doing to not read the chat. He was just in there saying stuff. Race. Whenever you guys were saying something about race, there was Bob right in there. What the hell? Fuck almond milk and soy milk and rice milk. I don't know what you're talking about. Almond milk is freaking awesome. And cashew milk is freaking...
We have a...
You're telling me about stuff that's going to kill me.
We have a milk hater.
I guess so. Well, I guess Smeggy, has a legitimate gripe with it because of his death or whatever. but I don't know. What's
or whatever. I love the casual or whatever. Yeah, I kind of like living. or whatever, you know.
You don't drink the regular milk either, though, so it's not like you're a big advocate for cow milk.
Well, I don't, because that kills me in different ways. That one doesn't literally kill me, but my stomach explodes. Because I used to love ice cream, dude. That's where I think, like, Dano is just older me in an alternate universe where I didn't become lactose intolerant. Because I used to have a bowl of ice cream every night when I was a kid. I mean, that's just like, that's what you do.
The problem is I never stopped.
I wouldn't have stopped, except I had to. What the hell was that? They all grouped together.
The shit out of milk, and then for the longest time, then I went into like vegetarian because I didn't give a shit. I kept drinking milk or whatever, and then I don't forget what year. At some point in my life, though, like I couldn't drink milk no more. Like it would kill me. Like I'd start freaking it come out both ends. Like I could not put milk in me. And then at some point, I was like, screw this, I'm drinking milk again, and I just started drinking more milk and more milk and more milk, and then that lactose intolerance went away. So I don't know. I don't think there's much rhyme or reason to it.
Well, when I was in my 20s, I grew up not on whole milk, but like on 2%. And then once I realized when I was buying my own groceries that there was actually a price difference, then I went to skim milk.
Oh, if they add water to the milk, it's cheaper.
No, skim milk's good as shit. I like all the milks really. But like when I was drinking the milk more, I even like powdered milk. That's awesome. Skim milk is great. 1% is good, and then well, I don't know. I guess I don't like the whole milk.
I mean, skim is less than 1% fat. I mean, whole milk is like 5%.
Well, yeah, there's skim, there's 1% and 2%. So skim has to be less than 1%.
Yep.
I thought whole milk was like 100%.
No, that would be butter.
Yeah.
That's butter.
There is something called buttermilk.
Well, actually, buttermilk is actually the milk that's left behind after they make butter.
Yes.
So it actually doesn't have any of it in there.
I thought buttermilk was sour. I never drank that.
Yeah.
Buttermilk is like milk with all the good buttery stuff out of it. So it's like all gross. Because you took out all the good butter.
So, Smeg, what kind of sights do the 226s come with standard nowadays?
Standard? I don't know.
Well, wait, what did your dad get?
The one that my dad got, which was the TAC Ops, because, you know, he's super tactical operator. It came with night sights, and the front sight is actually like a fiber optic that also has tritium in it, which is pretty darn cool. I have to say. It is pretty darn
Both my
cool.
P226s just have regular 3-dot sights. Well, just regular 3-dot sights, Dano. That would be like the standard.
So, other than the sights, what's the difference between a standard 226 and this tactical version you got?
It sounds like it's got a different trigger. It has the short reset trigger.
SRT.
Yeah.
Different grips.
Oh, it does have different grips? I wasn't sure about
Yeah,
that.
I'm pretty sure that one comes with different grips if it's the one I'm thinking of.
And I don't know if the regular comes with this, but it did say something about an extended beaver tail. And I'm not sure if like the regular 226 has that or not. I don't know a lot about the regular 226, to be honest. I mean, I just found out about this one when he got it. So. But it's cool. It's a nice shooter for sure. I like it. But he did the thing I can't stand that he does sometimes, where he's like, "What do you think of it?" I'm like, that's pretty cool. What do you think of it? Do you like it?" And he goes, "Well, hell, it's going to be yours someday. You need to like it." And I'm like, "Will you quit referencing your death and how I'm going to get all your guns? Like, that's not something I want to freaking think about, you know?" He's done that a couple times now. And I'm like, I understand. And I appreciate the fact that you want to pass on your stuff to me. But it's almost like unspoken. Like, I know you're going to give me your stuff. I certainly don't want to be like, you should buy this cool stuff so I can get something when you die. Like, that's not my concern.
Yeah. But then you're putting your issue and trying to make it his issue.
Well, it's not necessarily my issue. I'm just saying I don't want him to buy something because he thinks I want it sometime in the future. I want him to buy something he wants and he will enjoy. And in the future, I will enjoy it also. But I don't know. It was just one of them things. It's like, dude, what do you like? I don't know.
I mean, I have a son who's 23, so I have conversations with him that go, around about that sort of subject on certain things. And believe me, it's far better to have, the conversation when everything is going well than suddenly waiting until it's too late and then you don't know what mom or dad wanted.
Oh, I know. And that's not the part that concerns me or anything. Like I know on some of that stuff, and that's like the property up north. I know I'm getting the property up north because my sister wants nothing to do with it. And I love the family history. The fact that it's turning 100 years old this summer, like all that stuff. In fact, oh man, we went to go see his aunt when we were up there, and she started telling all these stories that I had never heard before. And I thought I knew almost all the up north stories. I was eating it up. I'm like, tell me again about what happened when you were a kid. Because she was born in that house up there, and now she lives about 20 minutes away from it.
So are you any closer to picking the 100-year anniversary Gun Channels meetup?
Yeah, exactly.
When Gun Channels turns 100 years, you guys can come up to the farm.
Oh man, I'm only a ferry away.
Yeah. No, I want to do a meetup up there. I don't know that we would necessarily do it because of the 100 year, because I think I'm going to do something with my family for that. But no, basically to answer your question, no, I'm not any closer to picking a time or anything. But you will definitely know when I've decided something, because you're one of the ones that's feasible to come for location wise, and also you're one of the ones I would trust to actually be in my household.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't seem like a jerk or nothing, so I doubt you're going to like steal my stuff or break anything,
I must have really fooled you good.
You probably did, but
I could stop by Racine and pick up Mr. Quirk. Do you remember him?
I do. I never really talked to him.
Okay. I'm joking, by the way.
Okay. That's good. I don't want to hurt any feelings and start calling people out one way or the other, but
that's the kind of shit.
The people who are invited will know about it when they're invited.
That's exactly the kind of shit that ran off Good Guy.
What? Not being invited to my cabin?
People threatening to bring uninvited people that are uninvited to things that they're not invited to.
So
And
how do you look
that
at
was, I mean, I've heard a lot of shit in my day, but that was a sentence straight out of the Department of Redundancy Department.
No, I know what he meant. That's interesting. Huh. So I'll just say from my point of view for my property, if we do a shoot, I don't want to label it necessarily as a Gun Channels shoot, because I don't want people to feel, like excluded or whatever, whereas Gun Channels is exclusive. But I'm sorry, just me personally, I'm inviting people onto my own personal property to stay in my own house. It's not just going to be any old person. It's going to be either people I've met already at like a neutral location or people I think are cool that have met other people.
So if somebody wants to murder everybody at your cabin, first they need to meet you and act normal a couple of times.
Yes. Yeah, if you're planning on murdering all of us, like you need to, I don't know, have either hung out with G-Webs or hung out with Foos or, Pink or Marco or something like that.
Damn it.
Yeah, you're not invited. You've never hung out with us.
Although I can't say.
Familiar faces. That's okay. It's just like my life. I'm used to it. It's okay.
I'm not trying to sound like a jerk or nothing.
No.
Because I am normally a pretty
the random
person.
fucking 18-year-old from the internet. I am not surprised. Jesus.
You can go down to Atlanta, though, and go to the NRA show if you want.
Oh, now look what you did. You ran them away.
Good. No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, it's very different going to a trade show and going to somebody's private,
right,
property.
Although so far, knock on wood, all of the people I've met from the internet have been normal, cool people. I've never once felt in fear of being murdered. So far, so good. I mean, shit, Hoss let me sleep on his couch. You know what I mean? Like, he was nice enough to let me in. So I tricked him.
Now, when you woke up in the morning, was it because one of the kids was like pulling on your nose or something?
No, I think he was like running around making noise or whatever when I woke up.
Oh, because kids always seem to do that. Like when I've slept on somebody's house, I'm on the couch. One of the kids will come up and like start touching your nose or just doing weird stuff.
No, I heard him get up, and it's funny, like,
and start eating stuff off the coffee table or something.
I don't remember exactly. I heard him running around, and I remember hearing, it was either him or his wife saying like, hey, be quiet, we have guests sleeping, and I just sat up. I said, it's okay, I'm already awake, and then I started my day. I forget what happened exactly. But whatever, he saved me a hotel room because I was gonna go rent a hotel room. They're like, you can sleep on the couch.
Yeah.
I was like, that saved me a couple of bucks. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's pretty pricey hotels out there.
Yeah, but it was one of those things. I was just planning on eating it. Like I was there for work. And so that's why I checked out of my work hotel on Friday because, I knew I wasn't going to make work pay for like my extra weekend. Because basically I should have just came home like on Saturday because I was done with work on Friday. I chose to come home Monday instead. So Saturday and Sunday are on my own dime because it's my little mini vacation. And I figured, when's the next time I'm going to be out in California? Like, I'm already here. I'm going to make a time of it. And the fact that other people were also out that way, we all scheduled it together and all hung out. It was cool.
Yeah, definitely. It seems, from looking at the outside in, like it was much of a larger turnout than it ended up to be just by coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, it was like 4 of us.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not in control of where they necessarily send you.
Oh, as far as work is concerned, yeah.
And as far as whether you have to work that Friday night, Saturday morning, or whether you're off, you finish work early, and
right. Well, I had known a little bit that Friday was going to be my last day. And so as soon as I found that out, I was like, you know what? And this was planned up before I even thought of meeting people. It was just, I'm going to come back on Monday anyways. Like, I'm going to go enjoy San Diego or something. Like, I wanted to give myself a little vacation.
Right.
Because I knew that project, they had told me before it even started, it's 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Luke.
How's it going?
You're back.
I don't know what the hell happened there. My internet just decided to poop itself.
Yeah.
So I figured if I'm going to be working, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day for a month straight, I'm going to give myself a couple-day vacation. And then it just so happened that the gun channels people were also in that area, and that just gave a perfect excuse. But I was going to stay a couple days no matter what. Even if I just sat on the beach by myself for a day, that would have been perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Just to relax,
Yeah.
I swear to God. Hey, have you got I have reached a level of semantics that I've never seen before, so I think you guys might want to see this. Apparently, any variant of the AK-47 that is not fully automatic is not a true AK-47, and therefore you cannot say that there are variants of an AK-47 that are semi-automatic. Levels of semantics that I'm not even familiar with.
Yeah,
oh my God.
So
that's not accurate. That is not accurate. There are definitely Kalashnikovs made to be semi-auto that were used by issued. So,
do you want me to? You want me to drop an invite link to this jackass?
Not particularly. If he's a jackass, I mean, why would you purposely? I mean, whatever. Is he a gun channels person? Is he on gun channels right now?
Nope.
Well, then there you go. Tell him to join gun channels. Then we'll argue with him all day.
We just assumed that he wasn't talking about Bob, I guess.
I knew he wasn't talking about Bob. Bob wouldn't say that. I mean, I know there's only like 5 Canadians total, so it was a pretty good chance it could have been Bob, but it's got to be one of the other ones.
Hey, G-Webs, is like what there actually are issued variants of the AK-47 that were semi-auto only?
Romanian G-Kit.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to go hit the hay. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Does that mean chocolate chip ice cream or?
See you, Dano.
That's code for a special rocky road. Adios.
That kind of ice cream where you put it down on like a piece of stone and they just smash it a bunch of times. That's how he hits the hay.
Oh, the Cold Stone Creamery?
I think so. I've seen this other one now that's on the Instagram. You hear? I think it's in Phoenix, also Tucson, and they it looks like it's called like it's either Vietnamese or Thai ice cream, I think, and it looks like they take ice cream and smear it like with a putty knife onto a piece of rock maybe or something, countertop, I don't know, whatever. And then, so they smear it on there like if they were trying to ice a cake, right? Like, so it's you smeared ice cream down there.
So it's like real thin?
Yeah. So it's like putting spackle on a wall. And then they come along and they pry it off, like if they were peeling it off, like scraping paint. So it curls. And then that's how they give it to you, like this like curl of ice cream sheet. So you know what I'm saying? So like if you were peeling a big chunk thick of paint off of something and it curled. Yeah. So
it's like a real thin shaved ice cream kind of thing.
Yeah, like a consistent, like if it's sort of like if you took a big cheese cutter or one of them cheese slicer thingies and took it up to a big hunk of ice cream, I guess, and it came off like in a sheet or like a curled sheet shaved piece. Anyway, so they curl them up and then they put like 6 of those curls in like a ice cream cone, or else they put like a bunch of them into like one of them paper cups they would normally give you a scoop of ice cream in. So it's some fancy hipster way of giving you like ice cream in a different format, but it seems like it might be pretty good. But you don't
Yeah.
need ice cream at all, huh?
No, I do every once in a while. I just need to plan the rest of my night accordingly.
Because otherwise you could do that with probably with one of them sorbets or some shit or some kind of fruit thing. Same way.
Man, we keep talking about it. You know, I'm gonna just have to get some ice cream.
Oh, I wouldn't. I don't think anymore. I ate some of that crap out of the, the goop that comes out of the hose at the buffet, the machine, but it was pretty not good. Not missing anything. Not eating that.
Well, yeah. I mean, that stuff's normally a little different.
Yeah.
The soft serve, like I.
That shit all the time though.
I could really go for some Mackinac Island fudge ice cream right about now, though. Because Mackinac Island has awesome fudge. Damn you. Well, whatever. I don't have any in the house, so I'm not going to go out and get it. So I guess I won't have any tonight.
You'd have to walk there anyway.
Why would I have to walk there?
Because they can't have cars there.
Oh, in Mackinac, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, they export it to places that have cars.
I thought out of respect, whenever a product comes from there, that you hand deliver it. Or hand fetch it.
Okay. Well, maybe tomorrow I'll get on my bike and I'll ride to the store and I'll get some Mackinac Island fudge ice cream, and then I'll ride home and I'll eat it and I'll have 10 minutes of enjoyable and 5 hours of cursing your name.
Do they go for them bicycle contraptions? Them rolling.
Yes, you can have bicycles on Mackinac Island.
Okay. I've never been there. I just heard of it. I won't visit a place like that.
So. Yeah, we covered some good ground snowshoeing today, or this weekend. Because we didn't even have to wear our snowshoes. We just wore our boots. It was drifting, though. Like, we were sinking down on our boots at a couple points, a few inches, where it's like, snowshoes would have helped on this part. But then it's like you get through that little drift and it goes back to, you're sinking down a couple inches of snow, but then it's packed in.
So you were just shoeing. You were just walking.
Yes. I'm still going to call it snowshoeing, though, because it was snowshoeing weekend. We had our snowshoes with us. We just didn't wear them.
Tennis rackets, basically.
It's not like the tennis racket type. It's basically it's an aluminum frame, and then there's like leather stretched across it, so it's like almost all solid. There are some gaps around the edges, but that way it can hold the same amount of weight but be smaller.
We used to
because you have more surface area.
We used to use the wood kinds because I never owned them. We just always borrowed them or used them from places, so I'd always get the wood kind.
Yeah, my cousin up north built his own, and he made them very narrow, but they're like 5 feet long. So it's almost like a hybrid cross-country ski type of thing, because he had to make them really big to distribute the weight, but he didn't want them very wide because it is kind of weird walking in them. Like, you're always hitting them against each other. Like, if you walk normal, you have to kind of like shuffle a little bit. Like,
that's only for short people. That's their problem. They should have not been short if they were going to walk around in snowshoes.
I'm not short, and I had that issue at first when I was trying to walk. Because I walk with my feet kind of close together, so the two edges were hitting each other. Because I also kind of turned my foot a little bit, so that was a problem. I had to make sure my feet are both pointed forward.
I grew up pretty much my whole life where there was fucking snow all the time, and then like snowshoed every once in a while, but I never freaking cross-country skied ever.
Me either. I've never cross country skied.
I can't understand why people do that.
It doesn't seem like you get that much of like, because you're not really sliding that much. Like you're kind of just walking with long skinny things on your feet.
Yeah, it's like, oh, let's make it super as dangerous, and then so you can't ever look around and do anything, and also have to bring a bunch of crap with you, and also not have shoes to wear when you get there. So let's make it like way more of a burden to kind of make it a little easier, kind of for a portion of the walk. Like
yeah, but then going uphill's a pain in the ass. Like any slight hill, you can't make it up without like going sideways and bowing your legs out all weird.
You have to go from here to there, but there's like any obstacle or anything. So I have to take off my stupid ass skis and carry them with all those holes and shit with my stupid shoes on now, like across that creek, and then put my fucking shit back on. Great. Yeah, that sounds good. And then when I get there, I have these stupid boots on and the stupid skis and crap and all this other crap that I have to have around with me, because if I lose it, I paid a lot of money for it. Yeah, like that sounds great. And what do you get to do? You just get to walk around, and then what? Little bit more effort in the walking across the field or whatever. Oh,
yeah, that's where I would say. I mean, snowshoes, I think, then are the advantage because you definitely, when it's deep snow, they definitely help versus regular boots.
You got a chair and a table, probably, no matter what. Like at least you have something useful with you. You don't need them, or you can use them as like a backpack or something.
Yeah. You know, that's something else. I don't know why I keep getting all these gift ideas from my dad. His birthday's in September. I have plenty of time. But that's something I noticed this weekend. Like, we took a little backpack with us, so we had a couple bottles of water and, you know,
So he
like some
bought a
snacks.
Sig.
And
He bought a Sig now, but not in Sigtember.
yes. I'm kind of surprised he got one, to be honest, with how much shit he was talking to Mosquito, where he's like, man, SIGs suck. And I'm like, you know, their regular guns are fine, just they have problems with their 22. So I was a little surprised that he got one. It was funny, he was wearing his SIG hat also that I got him at NRA show. So he's definitely, I guess he's a SIG fanboy, even though he doesn't, he still doesn't really like his Mosquito. But
when is the next NRA show?
End of April.
Where?
In Atlanta.
Mm.
It starts the 27th, is that Thursday. But everything I've heard is that, like, Thursday, everyone's still kind of setting up and whatever. So if you just make a 3-day weekend, like Friday through Sunday is good to go.
Cost?
Sunday's a half day.
Cost? I'd love to go. I just have to price it out.
Yeah, well, Atlanta's a hub, so you can probably get decently cheap airfare.
Well, no, I don't know if my mic cut out, but I don't, because my mother works airline, so anywhere Porter or a few other places fly, I basically just, hey, is there an empty seat? Hey, can I hop in it? Cool.
Oh, well, then the only cost you have is a hotel room for a couple nights and food.
Yeah, but I'm just curious what's the actual show costs.
Oh, the show doesn't cost anything.
It's free.
Oh,
if you're
shit.
an
Okay.
member.
You have to be an NRA member, but yeah, then you just say like, "Hey, I want to go," and they send you a little badge.
Okay.
Like you register for it beforehand, but
Just you don't have to wait in line when you get there. You just walk in.
yeah.
Otherwise, you got to wait in line and pick up your badge like a sucker, and there's a big long line. They give it to you. You don't have to pay nothing. You just have to wait in a stupid long line for them to give it to you. Waste your time.
Yeah, so it's basically it costs whatever an NRA membership costs, but then you get your magazine and stuff too.
Yes.
American Rifleman is a pretty neat magazine.
And if you truck stop prostitute in the evenings, you basically get paid to lay down in the evenings.
Or at least kneel.
Yeah, you're off your feet, let's say.
Oh my.
Oh, Jesus.
You could make money at an NRA show doing a little bit of truck stop prostituting and free airfare.
Well, I say free, but it's like $40, so like basically free.
Well, then you got to do a little bit extra the nighttime operations.
Listen, the first dick pays for it. Shit balls.
Yeah, okay.
See, in our culture, that's not something people do normally.
Oh God.
Oh man. So now I want to buy a new gun, gosh darn it.
So you got the Amazon? To watch
I
the
have,
Prime?
I have
Watch-
Amazon.
So I just watched that one called the fuck in something with the guy from the made crack with the other guy. He was in Malcolm in the Middle, and then he made crack with the guy.
Oh yeah. Breaking Bad is the meth one, yeah.
Yeah. That guy is, except he's like he's like the money launderer for the cocaine guys except it's like based off a true story. So he's like he's the undercover, it's like the informant or something. Except he's not an informant, he's undercover. What do they call it when they go, it's an I word. Anyway, it's
An informant?
No, it's not an informant though, because he's not a bad guy, he's a good guy. He's undercover. Like in
Incognito?
Anyway, something like that, and you'll see it. It's the one with him on the cover. Anyway, it's new, and it's one of they're all happy about it because it's a brand new movie. Anyway, it's totally worth watching if you liked Charlie Wilson's War.
I didn't see that.
Oh damn! Then you need to also see Charlie Wilson's War.
So apparently Z is saying that cross country skiing is awesome. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
He's lying.
Okay,
yeah, but that's what he says. Next to swimming, it's the best cardio. So who the fuck swims? So
people on islands swim, but
yeah, I live in a desert, so Infiltrator. Thank you. That's the name of the thing. It's totally worth watching. It's very cool. Very cool.
And for the record, also, he said something. This must have been when we were talking about the thing. He goes, "Thanks for the invite, Smeggy." If you're talking about the shooting thing, Z, you are invited. If you'd like to venture back to your homeland, you are welcome to come to Northern Michigan.
I think it's nice how you get along with the people that you captured from Wisconsin. How you've got them to believe that they are also from the Mitten.
Oh yeah, that was our what do you call it? Consolation prize for giving up a shithole called Toledo. We said, "Hey Ohio, we'll give you Toledo. Give us Northern Michigan."
Here, let me go find something.
What is the best magazine option were you saying for this Pick Primary subscription magazine?
I like
American Rifleman.
Yeah, I like
What?
Rifleman.
Oh, for NRA?
Because I
do
think
the magazine option, and it's like $10. Well, no, I don't, because I have the life membership. But whenever I did the fake one for what's his face, was that this year or last year? I did the non-magazine one because then you don't have to worry about paying for it. It's $10.
Well, see, I did the magazine one because I wanted the mailman to deliver like 20 magazines to his house every month.
Oh, nice. I don't actually have to lie and say I'm from the States.
Well, yeah, you're not supposed to lie about stuff. They'll take your money from wherever you are. They don't care. But yeah, for him there was something like First Freedoms or whatever. I haven't read that one, but I got that for Jackass Bloomberg because I figured he needed to brush up on what the Second Amendment actually meant.
Oh yeah. How many people, did they ever get numbers on how many people sent those to him?
I know of a handful, but I don't know that there was ever an official count.
All right, I was able to use my internet powers to get this is a description of how that upper part of Wisconsin was stolen by the Mitten Party.
The Great Hunt would always begin with the army spread out in a semicircle, I would say about the size of Rhode Island. Then they would ride forward, driving everything before them. Men, even bugs. Now the ends would kind of close in to form a shrinking circle. And everything within that circle panicked to get out. So when the Mongols could see each other, they had worked themselves up into a pretty good frenzy.
Pretty good.
Now when this killing started, it lasted for days, weeks, even months. And it went on until the young son of the Khan asked his father, that the last creature alive.
That's pretty much what happened when the people from the Mitten went up to that piece of Wisconsin and then just went from they came in boats, right? And then went across that land part and then pulled them all to the center, and then they all just became Michigan.
If you say so. It's
I rest my
not
case.
exactly historically accurate, but if you want to think of it that way, sure.
I rest my case.
I did a lot of arguing this weekend. I'm tired of arguing, so sure, whatever. That was funny. Actually, I got into I won't say argument, right? Because I like to have debates, and my dad is similar to me. So on our car ride home today, we got into it about, and it was the stupidest thing. It was about like car dealerships and stuff. And he's like, I don't understand why they would do this. And I'm like, this is an example of why they would do this. You know, that doesn't make any sense, blah, blah, blah. And he just like restated his point. And I'm like, whatever. This is, I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. I'm just saying this is some of the things they do. And then I just dropped it. Like, whatever, we're not going to agree. Well, then later, it was very sneaky. We were talking about a completely different topic. And I just was like, so what you're saying is it's not worth the extra hassle for the little bit of extra money and blah, blah, blah. He's like, well, yeah, exactly. And in my brain, I'm like, that's exactly what I was talking about with the car dealership. So he agreed with me. He just didn't know it. It was pretty funny.
No, it's great. It's great to do that. It's so satisfying when people realize, when you can get people to be logically inconsistent like that.
Oh, it was fun. But anyways, we never fought in Wisconsin. Because then, for the record, we didn't actually steal the Upper Peninsula from Wisconsin. We stole it from the Ohio territories, which then it later turned into Wisconsin. So we still took it from Ohio. We have nothing against Wisconsin. We like Wisconsin. We just can't stand Ohio. Sorry, Pink. But yeah, Red Dawn, good movie. It was on TV about a month ago. I recorded it and watched it.
what is best in life. To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of the women.
You ever wonder why somebody so always likes to hear that quote?
Why?
Think about it. Think about how that area was conquered.
Okay. I still think you have a misconception over the UP. We never fought up there. We just got it. They just gave it to us. They're like, here, you can have this piece of useless land. And we're like, okay, thanks. And then we went up there and we're like, hey, there's a bunch of trees and copper and shit up here. Do you know that? And they're like, oh, crap. Whoops.
I understand that the victoring conquerors are going to want to tell their children that they didn't just slaughter the innocents. They're going to make it seem like it was a mutual agreement or something.
We didn't slaughter the innocents. If anything, first of all, I don't think anyone died in that war. But if it did, it would have been Ohio people. So it doesn't really count.
Exactly. No one of consequence died. There was hardly any violence. No one important got hurt.
Well, I disagree with your describing Ohio people as innocent. I mean, they're guilty just by being from Ohio.
Wow. Wow.
That's what they get for being jackasses. The Ohio State. Oh, fuck off with yourself. Oh, hi. Oh, yeah, your chance sucks.
You know what's going on too? Where do they get off having 4 letters, right? And then they're like, oh yeah, we're going to use one letter twice. Like, the hell? You know, some states got like 14 letters in there.
Well, I kind of have that gripe about Mississippi. Like, get off the S's and I's, dude. What the hell? Were they on sale that day or something?
Either. But I'm just saying, Ohio? Come on, like Iowa? The fuck? You didn't even try. How what's going on with your people that it couldn't be more than 5 letters? Like 5 letters? Well, you know, from Ohio, let's make it 4. Just saying.
I feel like they're like, hey, we're having a sale. Buy 4 S's and 4 I's, and we'll throw in an M and 2 P's. And they're like, yeah, okay, I guess we can make that work.
They're like, we want to have a state. Okay, how many letters you know? Oh, I can read. Like, how many letters you know? Like, a bunch of them. Oh, all kinds of letters.
I know the one that goes up and down, and the squiggly one.
Maybe the guy was sleeping. Like, Mississippi. Huh? Oh, that's the name. Telegraph got stuck.
ISS, 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 ISS.
It says.
You sure they want to call it that? Well, I guess so.
Or it was like back in the day when they were carving shit out of stone. I already got like this much of it written. They're having an extra S. Like, oh, fucker. Now they're having another S.
Oh, man. I got to say, dude, Gun Channel's revised history should be taught in all schools across the country.
We're just free of agenda. We're not trying to cater to anybody's feelings. Free like it is.
Yeah. Although the rock carving thing, I have to say it'd be the other way around. The dude's like, seriously? Like, I got to do this one again? Like, what the hell? You know, he was probably pissed at that. Although maybe he is just, you know, the same thing. What letters are you good at carving? I can do the one that goes straight up and down and the curvy ones. Okay, we can work with that. Can you put a little circle next to some of the ones that go up and down? Yeah, I might be able to try that. So the M was really the wild card. He had to work real hard on getting that one. Then the rest just fell into place. Oh man. So what else is new? Anything exciting happen over the weekend? I was kind of cut off from the world.
We're just farting around on the internet right here.
Kill some Russians.
And there's a thing called The Making of Red Dawn. It looks like it's a 23-minute long thing from somebody. It looks maybe off a DVD or something. It's got interviews with Milius and people. I don't think I've seen this.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I caught some with Dead Horses chat there on Friday. That was pretty awesome, dude.
So we kind of held on to each other through the whole experience.
She and Jennifer just got into it and took it seriously. They were both real game. They weren't going to not keep up with the boys.
Well, both girls had a wonderful quality to them because they're so fresh, and they had sort of this great kind of teenage quality, that you don't know what's happened to them. You just know something's bad. They've probably been raped by the Russians or something and everything, and they're happy to find their own.
My character was supposed to have been screwed out of frame, and they took the scene out of the movie, so yeah, I just get to be moody about it.
So what's up your ass?
Is this copyright in your ass? Whose is this?
Don't you ever say that again!
Yeah, it's Pink's.
There was a beautiful
Who
scene
cares?
with Booth and I, where I said I'm going to die before ever having made love. Will you please make love with me? And so we just kind of, we said okay, and we kind of
Okay.
out of frame.
I didn't see that part.
Sad because it kind of explained my character. It was a nice scene.
It was a nice scene. Aw.
Except that happened at freaking that rock. And I don't know where that. That's the one place I haven't been yet. That rock looks fake, don't it?
Sad because it kind of explained my character. It was a nice scene.
So what? Him and her and the pilot or whatever hooked up? Is that what she said?
Yeah, she said there was a scene when right there. So this would have been when they're playing football. Remember that football scene?
Yeah.
That's where they're talking about. It's like, I guess she ran over and wailed on him behind this rock right here. It's possible that this is across the fucking street. But damn. I don't know. I'd have to take some stills.
Sad because it kind of explained my character. It was a nice scene.
And I remember speaking with Darren Dalton when he took the bullet, and we all jumped on our horses and rode out of town.
I used to have these white parka things, whatever, these giant white jumpsuits.
Yeah. But you felt bad being in uniform, so you got rid of them.
No, I got rid of them. I don't know what the fuck I got rid of them for, actually. They were kind of cool. I think I just lost track of them over the years. Somebody stole them or something.
They're not just kind of swings. You see this sort of
Been there.
stuff to me that
That's how we stay warm.
we have to buy. It's like being told that we take our freedom for granted.
Shot that.
Oh, yeah.
That whole thing is very, big. The emotions are big.
Been there.
One of the points in the movie was very interesting. Is that
Oh, that's what we should have did.
they run away from this, they get away, they survive,
Yeah.
and they never have to come back
wish they could live up there.
Wait, have they shown the one that you shot yet? I didn't.
Yeah, I think it was that where you actually said it.
Oh. I'm pretty clever then. I meant to do that.
Pleasing to have been involved in something that clearly is weathered time. Has its own cult following and always good.
Someone's got to live. Somebody's got to make it. The fun memories are more around
All that hate's gonna burn you up, kid.
the development as a result of it. The memories of that film are special because of the people. But I know I still draw the training from Red Dawn. You know, I mean, no matter what happens, I'm not in a freaking spiral 30 below zero on Johnson's Mesa.
Oh, did you hear that? Johnson's Mesa, huh?
What's that?
Turns out they filmed it in South Phoenix. Probably someplace else. Said Johnson's Mesa, right?
That is what he said.
It's northeastern New Mexico. There's a fucking map. Come on. What's the shit? Where's your fucking map? Uh-oh. What? What? That's nowhere near where they're talking about. What? How the hell did I get to this? County?
Well, because I thought you've been to like where the town was and stuff, and I know you've been to the Rocks. They probably just filmed in multiple locations, right?
Well, yeah, but this guy literally said that. And this is definitely not. But this is where I suspected shit. Hold on. Yeah, this is definitely where I suspected. So we've been to Trinidad here. This is where Bob bought his marijuanas. So then this whole area, if I can make it look like, no, you can't tell. But this road here, if I can you zoom into it, you think? Can you put the little dude down? Oh yeah, look at this. Boom. So look, when you drive down this road, doesn't really matter which way you go. You just go between the things. Over here somewhere. Like, look this way. Like, that looks like where the hell, no, it's shitty. But this looks like the parts where they go, where the mountains meet the fields and shit. And then they show like the helicopters and they go, you got to walk across here. Like if you go stood over here and looked back at the road, that's what it would look like. Because there's nothing that way. And then there's the Rocky Mountains. So when there's those scenes where they're like, you know, walk across here, kid, and that's the battlefield. And then when you walk across, you're on the other side and you're on the U.S. This whole area between Las Vegas and between the border, wherever it is, somewhere here, and Las Vegas. This whole area, when we were driving up here, I was like, dude, this whole anywhere along here could have been where they filmed it. So now it's turning out that it is specifically right here at Johnson's Mesa. So he just freaking told us where to go look at where fucking Red Dawn was filmed. Boom, right there.
Well, and you got the little patch of trees and shit too, right? I mean,
that's literally where he just said in the movie.
Why you stay here? Don't come back.
the scene. That's not That's not the. Yeah, there you go. It was on that part.
Relationships that developed. as a
Just the
result of it.
relationships, Mickey.
The memories of that film are special because of the people. And I know I still draw on the training from Red Dawn. You know, I mean, no matter what happens, I'm not in a freaking spider hole 30 below zero up on Johnson's Mesa.
Hey. That's where the spider hole scenes were. So is that where the gas station scene was? Dun dun dun.
So find a gas station near there.
That's what I'm saying. All they need is you know how you'd find it. It's that fucking road. If this is the road where they did the gas station scene, and then where they flee and where they pee in the gas in the radiator, and the Spidey holes, then that gas station will be on some road out here, right? Like there'll be a straight road with a gas station on it and a fence.
Oh snap!
None of these are straight roads or anything.
This is real investigative journalism right here.
There's some CSI in this shit right now. I'm enhancing the fuck out of it. I'm looking for satellite imagery of it.
Why don't you zoom out a little bit and just like search for gas station? Oh, okay, I don't wanna.
How would I do this? Red Dan. See? Red Dawn Enterprises. Fuck. How about a W? Shit.
How about a W? Okay.
There.
I was just gonna type a W for you, but you got it. You got to figure it out.
Red Dawn Enterprises? What's going on with this Red Dawn Enterprises? That's somebody in Tucson. What's Red Dawn Enterprises all about? This is me trying to prove. Jeweler. This is some guy in his house. Calling himself Red Dawn Enterprises. Thinks he's so fucking good. Alright, what the fuck? How did it go to fucking Tucson? A second ago I was in fucking New Mexico. I'll check gas station.
So that's it. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Found it.
What?
I was trying. Oh, it'd only take me 20 hours and 41 minutes to drive there.
To Johnson Mesa?
Yeah.
Take me 9. How long is it gonna take you?
20 hours. What the hell is that, Fine Ape?
Not me.
Sorry, Ape. I had to mute you. You were, I don't know. You got some baseball cards in your bicycle spokes or something?
He was being slapped that many times.
Diddle. Yeah, maybe he was using the speed bag or whatever.
Damn, now I've got a quest to go to freaking Johnson Mesa. So this says Johnson Mesa is blah, 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 looking over the Great Plains, New Mexico, blah, 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 history, blah, 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 Castor, blah, 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 carrier pigeons, blah, 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 year-round, blah, 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 nothing. Nothing about anything important there. Look at that road right there. I'll bet you there's a building somewhere that they used for that gas station. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm not seeing very many buildings along any of these roads. I saw one farmhouse.
Story notes for Red Dawn.
Ooh, what's that? Nope. Farmhouse. It was a paved road that gas station was on, right? Or was it a dirt? I don't remember.
I think
it was blacktop.
There's definitely no curb, no shoulder, a shitty shoulder. So I think blacktop. One scene was shot on Johnson's Mesa. It got as cold as 40 degrees below zero that day.
So that's when he was talking about it. It's not 30 below in a spider hole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, this 72 looks promising. I just don't see any buildings along it.
Well, it's possible that it just had a stretch of road that was out of the way that they could do their filming on, that they knew people weren't going to drive up and down, but had the background, you know, the mountains framed in the background the way they wanted or something. To make it look like whatever. Oh, shit. In junior high school, I went to a camp at a place called Ghost Ranch outside of this place, New Mexico, home of the famous artist Georgia O'Keeffe. Several of the staff members told me that several shots were filmed there, including the scene where the Heinz blah, blah, blah. See, that's bullshit. And then you call that place and they're like, yeah, come to our camp and pay us to come inside and we'll show you where that happens. And then if you're an idiot, you drive right past where it actually happened to drive to where they are. And then they probably drive you right back out of their gate and over to where you just drove past to show you what you've seen, should have seen on your way in.
Now, what is that place that will tell you where the rocks are? The lady at the gun store or whatever? What gun store was that?
Tina's Range Gear or something like that. It's the only shop in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
So Santa Fe, New Mexico. Go to the gun shop and buy something because they're nice people.
The scene where Daryl and the Russian soldier executed by Jed and Robert, it was filmed on Johnson's Mesa, a high flat mountain meadow of Santa Fe, just west of Las Vegas. Outside of Las Vegas. No, it isn't. All the way to the top, you'll get theirs. All the dust scene where Jim just says it was bound to happen sooner. That was also filmed in the same location, and not to be confused with much larger plateau named Johnson's Mesa East and in northern New Mexico. Uh-oh. It's often mistaken that Mesa east of Raton was used in the filming. It wasn't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dun dun dun.
Back
Right
there on story notes, I saw that Easy Rider was on that road.
On the one that you just Maggie's talking about?
You have story notes right next to Red Dawn in your tabs. To the left. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
It was up. Yeah, right there.
All right, well, let me zoom in near Las Vegas and type in Mesa. And see
Yeah, when
if
you
I-
go to Las Vegas, New Mexico, that's down here more, they there's all kinds of fucking movies been filmed there. Like they're literally a movie making town. So like I wouldn't be surprised. There's like dozens of movies that have been filmed there. When you go to like little building, they don't even give a shit about Red Dawn. That's not their biggest movie or anything. So they do have the one thing still up because they don't care, I guess, or they get a little bit, but they're not proud of it. They're proud of other movies with bigger actors and shit. But where that was that thing? This one said it was. This one was this one. Filmed on Johnson's Mesa, a high flat mountain meadow in the Santa Fe National Forest, west of Las Vegas.
Well, I see the Santa Fe National Forest.
So there's Johnson Mesa and then Johnson's Mesa, maybe. Somebody in a pond? Or it's one of them chocolate fountains.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
It's like liquid butterscotch dripping from out of a bowl into another bowl.
Oh, snap. There's definitely a place called Johnson's Mesa near Santa Fe National Forest. But when I search it, it takes you to like the middle of a neighborhood. But look for open spots, I guess.
Yeah, this is going to make me pee. Who the fuck has got a leaky water dripping or something?
Oh.
What the hell, Randy? You taking a piss or something?
It's a long one.
I guess so. Oh, there's a big long road.
Fish tanks are running a little low.
Oh, it's the fish tank. I see.
So you're saying the fan of Santa Fe National Forest, there's a thing called Johnson's Mesa you've seen? Are you screen sharing?
No, I'm on my phone. I searched it. But yeah, if you go, like, you see Santa Fe National Forest, right?
Yeah.
Like off of 25.
Yeah, all around 25, right?
Yeah, so if you go, what the heck? What road is this? I don't know. It's near Santa Fe Community College. Like a little bit south of that, there's a neighborhood, and it's called Johnson's Mesa. And it's in Santa Fe, New Mexico. But like I said, it's a bunch of houses and shit. So it's obviously that's not it, but it's got to be around there somewhere, right? Yeah, there you go. That little neighborhood you were just at, like where your cursor is, that's called Johnson's Mesa. Right?
I don't see that though.
That's what my map says it is right there.
Johnson Mesa. So they just named it after this Johnson's Mesa though, that exists over here.
Oh, yeah, mine didn't pop up over there. Shit.
So look, if I just type
That's
in,
definitely more, yeah.
look, if I type it in, boom, it shows up as an actual mesa over here. Like as an actual place, right? That's what we were looking at before.
Well, why didn't my phone show that, jackass? Okay, hang on. Where is...
Oh no, look, this is a new Johnson Mesa. I'll be damned. The other one was way over here by...
Right. Yeah, well, and that, the one you're showing right there is definitely west of Las Vegas.
Oh, fucking yeah, I just found the real Johnson's Mesa. Suckers.
That's what I'm trying to...
And that's probably where you had to go up the hill to get some of them forest shots, too. Oh shit! Look, this is definitely that forest road. Take this forest road right up out of. Holy shit! How far up out of here is it? That's way up out of there. How do I get there?
It's right next to Montezinu. Oh, there's Montezinu. Okay. Yeah, it's not showing up on my map, so I'm trying to, like, you know, find it off of yours. I guess you go up 65 there.
Yeah, I'm
Forest
gonna.
Road 263.
I'm gonna drive to here. I'm not gonna go past here because I can park right here. It looks like someplace, and then just walk over to here. Walk across that clearing, and then I'm in Johnson's Mesa right there. I'm not gonna drive all this extra way and walk down into it. I don't even know if I can park over here. Yeah, I can't park here. It's the side of a fucking steep thing. I guess I could park right there, right in here, and drive right up into it.
I want to say it looks like a road going down in there.
Yeah, but the road comes out over here somewhere. Yeah, maybe it doesn't. All right, I guess I'll just go over to here.
Why the hell? What the hell? Since when did Google Maps decide, like, when you search something, it's like, I know you're zoomed in on a specific area, but I'm just gonna frickin' completely change what state you're in and show you something different. Didn't it used to, like, search the map area that you were zoomed in on?
Yeah, especially on the phone.
Because I cannot get mine to show Johnson Mesa.
Looks like I'm about 9 hours from it.
Oh, it's up there somewhere.
Well, I need to go back up to Santa Fe anyway to get to the rocks. So it looks like I'll need to make a trip up there. Good news is, did you hear I figured out what the hell that noise is in the back of the truck, or in the back of the car, I mean?
No, I didn't hear that part.
It turned out it was just that ammo can I have in the back. So as soon as I didn't have an empty ammo can rattle around the back of my car, it stopped making a noise like an empty ammo can rattle around the back of my car. So I don't have to worry about my transmission falling apart as much. So I think my
Well, that's
car can
convenient.
yeah. So my car should be able to get up there, no problem. It's not as nice as camping in the van, but I can get up there.
Oh shit! Is that? I don't know. That might not be a gas station. Never mind.
Oh, are you finding a gas station up there?
Well, didn't you say it has like fence around it or something?
There's no fence up here.
No, I know. I was zoomed in on something different. I'm still trying to find the Mesa, to be honest. All I
Here.
know is I'm going over to Montezuma, and then I know it's kind of northwest of there.
Here. If that works.
All right, let's see.
But basically, you take the 65 up out of Las Vegas, New Mexico.
All right, maybe if I like click on this, then when I click on my phone, it'll be like, oh, this is a place that you searched before.
What are you wanting to go there for?
Oh, I was just listening to this interview, and they said that's where they popped up out of the foxholes in Red Dawn. So that means, without intentionally telling us, he told us exactly where they filmed that scene. So that means I want to go up there and see.
There we go. Okay, cool. But see now, why does that look like a lot more foresty than a place like where they jumped out of those holes, you know?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't make any sense.
Although here, I guess there is a little open spot over there.
Maybe on the way out of there, like on the way to there, they filmed it. But if
Well,
you
I'm just thinking, like, well, even just look at the, well, No, because when they jumped out, there wasn't anything in the background then other than like prairie, right?
Prairie and skyline. So looking like I was thinking, oh, maybe the road up there or something, but it's all windy and shitty and twisty. So no.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely up in the freaking mountains.
Yeah.
It's near Blue Haven Youth Camp though, so was that camp that said, "Oh, we're near Red Dawn."
Did they?
You said some camp was talking about it.
Yeah, I was thinking about something else though. You're saying that there was something by this? Oh yeah, Blue Haven Youth Camp. What the fuck?
I don't know that they claim anything about Red Dawn or not. I'm just saying that I thought maybe. Johnson's Canyon. Damn it, I lost it again, you jackass. Oh, it was over there. Okay. Johnson's Mesa. That's the problem with movies, man. They can just cut two completely different scenes together and make it look like it's right next to each other. That's not fair.
In the mountains around Hermit's Peak. Hermit's Peak.
Oh, that's that's northeast, northeast of the Johnson's Mesa. Hermit's Peak. What happened to Hermit's Peak?
Hermit's Peak is clearly visible several times in the film. The most prominent scene is on the dirt road where the gang encounters the Russian roadblock on the way to the mountains after supplying themselves from Robert's dad's store. It looks to me as if the film somewhere heading west, high up on either County Road A3 or County Road A2. As those roads head into the mountains, Hermit's Peak is clearly visible and appears to have been purposely used as a background for the roadblock scene. Also, the first camp the gang makes appears to be high in the mountains around Hermit's Creek, or Peak. So, A2 or something. Oh, there they are. So there's A2 and 3. Where the hell is... Oh, there's Montezuma. And there's Las Vegas. So where's this A2? A2 and A3. Now we just have to zoom in and find a gas station on one of these roads. No. Maybe. Here. No. Could they have built a place and then let it destroy it? Oh, I'm not screen sharing. Huh? Can you see my screen if I screen share?
I could see it, yeah. You're not screen sharing right now. I don't think.
All right, so this one here says, Hermit's Peak is clearly visible several times in the film, blah, blah, blah. Heading west, high up on either A3 or A2, okay? So headed west on A3 or A2. So there's A3.
I see those two, yep.
And there's A2. Oh, A2 looks like a better likely one, huh? Oh yeah, A2 looks way more likely. Because A3, it's got a bunch of trees on it. I was thinking maybe over here, and then I seen this little road, and then I went into here, and I went, uh-oh, what is this? Could that be? But that's not enough. That's not the right, like, distance to be a gas station outside of the road or anything.
Right, yeah, because it was right off the road.
So, A2. No. Could this be something? It's like a little shack or something. But once you get up here,
They're fighting in a lumber yard as well.
well, this is the part where there's the roadblock, and then they pull off to the side and then go around the roadblock. And I guess when you're on this street, can we pull a little dude off onto here? Racists. Come on. Can I do it on another one? Probably not. Because, you know, if we could look this way at Hermit's Peak or whatever the hell is over here somewhere, I'm guessing that the peak is over here. Oh, no, here it is. So it has to be on one of these, where these roads look at it. So maybe in this area, in this area. I don't know, A3 goes way back here though.
I mean, how far in the distance is it, do you think?
I don't know. It'd be nice to be able to see what it looks like, because this is still A3. Oh yeah, look at that. I mean, it could definitely be out here somewhere. This could have been the roadblock, and they could have pulled off over here, or they could have pulled off over here. So is that A3? Where's A2? A2. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a gas station that far off this fucking road anyway, you know. There's not gonna be a gas station in here anywhere. So the gas station would probably be way over
Well,
here.
those look like dirt roads anyways, but there might be a gas station off of 518, which is headed north up to where A3 goes off. What, like you said? Oh, Phillips 66 off of 518.
What?
I don't even see a building.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, there's nothing there though, dude. The Russians blew it up. See, there's nothing there.
Great place, friendly and clean bathroom.
Till the Russians show up. It's a power station or something. It wasn't next to any water, so that's not it. Somehow I found a lake.
Where the hell is A3? There we go. And A3. Let's see if I can go zoom in on this 518, still looking at the Hermit's Creek thing. Hermit's Peak over here. So that's Hermit's Peak right there. So that must be what they see in the movie. How do we... Look at that. And there's them getting supplies and leaving.
Lay down.
They really could have built this gas station. It's nothing more than a couple of poles and a gas station.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a really old school type gas station anyways. Like, that's not... Nowadays, it wouldn't look like that.
And if they were going to blow it up, then...
Well, look at the stairs. The stairs are wood and not concrete and stuff. It doesn't look like it has a concrete foundation, so...
So look at here. Boom. There's driving away, right? And then let's go back to my map. There's me looking at that road and that hill. Red Dawn, that hill in New Mexico. Red Dawn. Look at these fucking poles and whatnot. Fucking blur, blur. Boom. They could have just built that fucker like right here somewhere.
Do that one
So
more
is that right where A3 breaks off?
This is A3 right here. Boom. That road right there. Like if I zoom out, that's A3. Right? So I'm going to take my little dude and drop it right back on this T intersection. Bam. Spin back around to look at that Knob Creek or whatever. And then boom. So we know they drive down that road a little ways, and then that's where fucking the roadblock is.
It doesn't have a name or anything on the gas station, does it?
Phillips 66. No.
Yeah, that was further down, though. I'm just curious. See oil.
But see how when they come in from this is at the west looking east, and look at how much road there is there. When I'm doing it from here, I'm literally at that T intersection. So they must have been quite down a ways to be able to get this much behind, you know what I mean?
Right. Does Google Road View not go down A3?
This could be like a concrete slab, a fake ass gas station too thing. This little piece of wood would cost them like $100 to make. You know, that's like a frame that would cost them a couple of bucks to make. Put some prop scenery in front of it. They could have just made this little thing in like an afternoon, right? And this could have just been the way the road looked. I mean, it definitely doesn't look like it was necessarily had to be a gas station that's been there for a long time. That's telling. So that's much closer and from over here more, huh? Like definitely on this side of the road somewhere. And here the road looks like it's just dirt. Here it looks like it's blacktop.
Yeah, well, as you get closer, A3 turns dirt.
They're like one clear and then some green and then some green and then some tan and some tan. And now you're looking at green and green and green and green and no tan. So I don't even know if this is a natural thing or if we're looking at two angles. Like maybe we're looking from this angle at the other one. Maybe it is that A2 road. Maybe A3 is over there and that's why everything looks green. Because this looks like it could be from the south more. Although it could just be brighter.
Yeah, a different time of year too, you know. Could be.
Yeah, exactly. Spring or winter. This was obviously going into fall. Everything was dying.
Yeah, I think it'll be brown.
That's where they go inside and they grab garbage.
Which that could be filmed anywhere too, but
Oh yeah, this little building could have been just the fake building they put up. I mean, there's nothing. So when I was taking shots of this, like I'm like, they're picking a lot of garbage up here, right? If you look, like what they're scooping in right there. I don't know if you'll be able to tell.
some with the M on it.
All those are is cases. They're 308 empty cases. Like they're like reloading components. So I don't know if it's because they can't have ammo in California. They didn't bother. These are 22 Blazers, but these, if you read the thing, they say like 308 Winchester, empty brass. Well, they got Capri Sun, buck knife, sleeping bag full of loot, shit ton of soup, a couple of shotguns, demo binoculars that are broken. Like, thanks for getting the ones with fingerprints all on them. Shit ton of soda. Gotta have soda. And then somebody threw the radio in there.
So they take off from there. Let's see, do they turn when they leave that little...
Now they just kind of come out the little, boom. But then, man, that definitely looks like that silhouette again. But look at how this little in front of, like how big this thing is, this little mesa is, and then there's this little triangle mesa. Like, look how big this one is, and then this triangle mesa. Like, this seems...
I'll keep my screen open over here.
Oh, and put them next to each other? I never thought about doing that. Oh, wait, how do I do this?
Oh yeah, look at from his roadblock. He's got the roadblock one on there. They're very close to it there.
Oh, who's got the roadblock where?
Randy has the roadblock scene.
I got my damn screen on there. All right, so, oh, shit! I didn't realize. I thought the roadblock was a lot more open.
No, it's like right when you get into those trees and shit.
Heck yeah, I'm definitely gonna go down A2 and A3. Hear that, dog? We're going down A2 and A3.
Well, yeah, it looks like A3 is the way in, and then A2, it forks. A2 splits off and goes south. A3 goes to the north, but then A2 curves back around and runs back into A3. And then it turns back into A3 again. So, yeah, you just got to do that loop. And keep looking west.
I need to find the... Well, I'll just have to go watch the movie a bunch of times. I'm glad we found that. I didn't see that any of the other times I've looked for the stuff. Filming locations. Of course, I was in the middle of doing something else and not looking at filming locations this night, but...
But, what the
at least
hell?
found some new ones.
Okay, that has too many trees, but... I'm looking for those fence posts, because, yeah, there's a fence that runs right along that road when they're driving on it. And they are pretty gosh darn close to that mountain. And heading straight towards it. Oh, I wonder if it's on this road. What the hell is this road? It kind of just like dead ends eventually. Some dude's house. Yeah, you should totally go drive down this guy's driveway. I'll tell you what, that looks like a fun adventure. You damn kids. Always driving towards Hermit Peak. Yeah, I would say A3 is the way to go, dude. Definitely. that gas station scene was probably filmed somewhere out here in the middle of nowhere.
Gravel road up near Sapielio. Sapel. Let's see. They're saying that the Las Despenses. Las Despenses.
The roadblock was on a dirt road, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm cruising down A3, waiting for it to turn into a dirt road. Holy shit, it's 2:30 in the morning already?
Nothing here is urgent, man.
I'm not quite sure where time went.
All right, well, I'm losing my time too, so I'm going to quit looking at this stuff. But thanks for helping. We did find a couple of other things up there.
That looks like is there a fence along there? It looks like it. Oh, snap. Well, that was fun.
Oh, see, look at this. Arapahoe National Forest, which is further north outside Denver in Colorado. We can confirm that this sign was just a prop. Oh, okay. Anyway, so yeah, it looks like they might still be updating some of this fucking shit. So it'd be to my advantage to keep looking at these things in the future. All right, please keep looking for new shit when I go back to that area. That's fun.
It'd be really cool if you could, like, I don't know, like, get a hold of the filming company or something, be like, hey, where'd you guys film? Like, it's gotta be out there. People had to book hotel rooms and shit. Like, they know where they went, you know?
Oh, I already did. I mean, we did a little bit. We talked to the people at the, like they call it, like the Las Vegas film history little fucking thing. There's like a little room in their train station that's like their historic train station. It's like their museum. They have like a room of that. That's their like, here's all the movies that were filmed here because they're super proud of them. Like No Country for Old Men is the one they're super happy about. It's like the newest one. And then it tells everything you want to know about all those movies. And it's like, oh, and then Red Dawn. So we asked them and they were like, oh yeah, that movie got, you know, like I think this happened or like maybe this happened. But well, I mean, I don't know. You're right. They probably could go there. There must be somebody that lived there during that time that might be like, oh yeah, my freaking so-and-so did the props or something. He can tell you all about it.
Well, I'm just wondering, I meant more, not necessarily the location part, but like who produced that movie, right? Like MGM or blah, 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 or whoever, you know, like the film studio. Because they might be a little more proud of it because they're the ones that made the thing.
Well, do they though? I mean, the dude, like Melios, maybe, or like the, I don't know, would the production studio really care?
Probably. I know if I made something, I'd care.
Yeah, you would think even if you didn't like it, you would be like, somebody's going to like it and we're proud of it, so let's make a historical record of it. You know, even if it's not my flavor, it's not like we don't want to acknowledge what it was and let the people that do like it know what happened. So yeah, you would think they'd archive it. All their movies, right? No matter what the hell, if it's good or bad. What's this AKA Walter Kurtz shit?
I have no idea. I don't know what we were talking about, so.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out how to get in contact with Melios. I figure that's the best way to do it since he fucked his movie. Try to just get in contact with him already.
Have him on the Daily Gun Show.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to talk to him about licensing for the show anyway, for the movie. Let's see. It says that its budget was $65 million and it grossed $45 million, so he's still looking to make $20 million off of that.
So are you going to offer him $20 million to brand the Daily Show?
I got $20 million here. I want to be able to say that this is a legit patch.
You're listening to the Red Dawn Daily Gun Show.
Like, I'll just play that at the beginning clip and not have to worry about being copyright infringed now. Oh my goodness. Its popularity is going down. The movie. Crazy.
I beg to differ, dude. I know you single-handedly got people to watch that movie.
I know that it's what it says here on IMDb. I don't know since when, but it says it's down 1,000 numbers.
Well, where are they getting their numbers from? What, like rental numbers or something? Or
no, you can't even hover over it. It's just like pointless. It's just a number. They just did that just to be a dick, I guess. You can't even click on nothing.
It's like it has a rating of 5. Well,
Yeah,
what does
like-
that mean?
It lost 4. It's now a rating of 3. Like what? So out of where? Like what? All right. Well, that's enough sidetracking. I will talk to you. I'll talk to you later. You gotta go to bed.
I'm going to in a couple minutes, yeah.
Did you see that that mountain was called Hermit's Peak?
Yep.
I bet you A3 is it, man. You drive down that, it's going to pop out at you.
What I'll do is next time I go there, I think I have a little DVD player that's like kind of like a tiny laptop that just you open it up and it plays DVDs and that's it. And then, so the screen is right there. And I'm thinking if I can make that thing pause and rewind and fast forward shit, then I can just be watching a video of it all the time.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep. Didn't get as much done as I wanted now. Stupid Red Dawn. Let's wait. Well, let's blame Hillary for this one.
Yep. Well, you can at least blame the Russians for sure. If they wouldn't have invaded, we wouldn't have had to make a documentary called Red Dawn. And then you wouldn't have been so interested in its history.
True. They wouldn't be so fucking obnoxious and try to take over the world. None of this shit would happen. And tonight would have been much more productive for me.
Yeah. It's just work. Who cares?
All right. Well, I'm out of here. I will talk to you guys later.
All right. See you, man. Hey, Dead Horse, you still around?
Yo.
Hey, I caught some of your rifle build Friday night once I got to the hotel room. That was pretty damn cool. It was a good show.
Sweet.
I didn't win anything, though, you jackass. That's okay.
Well, I'll be
the
doing another one here.
trivia ones were they were hard earned. I'll give credit to the trivia people. They got the right answer, so they win.
And well, I'll be doing another one in like 2 weeks. So
How many people did you have watching that? Because I saw some names on gun channels I had never seen before. That was pretty cool.
I advertised it pretty heavily on Instagram, and I asked a bunch of people. Like I called in some favors, like those mafia type favors, and I was like, hey, repost my shit, or else. And so I had like a bunch of like people with like Marco and stuff, like 300,000 followers and 60,000 follower like people like repost my shit on IG.
Yeah, and the giveaway thing, I mean, that's just the hook you need to get people.
Oh yeah, I wanted to try and bring in some fresh blood. Us vampires need fresh blood,
Yeah.
So.
Hopefully they stick around for more than just the show, though. I mean, I hope they check out the other stuff.
Oh yeah, well, I think that once they come here and see the people, and then and see what it's like and all that, I think that'll take care of that part, And if they don't, well, then they don't. But I'm sure, I think I've seen a couple guys that were there that joined Gun Channels that night just for that show, and they've been coming back. So I know at least several of them have been coming back. So
cool.
But I'll be doing the same exact thing pretty much in a couple weeks. Completely different style of build, though.
Yeah, that one was cool.
Lots of bling on that rifle, and I took it out the very next day and like did a bunch of mag dumps through it, like literally just mag dumps, just rapid fire mag dumps, just to see if I could see anything that was fucking up on it. Then I took it home, kind of like took it back apart, went over everything just to see if I could see anything that was like wearing bad or anything, because there's like a bunch of shit I've never used before, and I couldn't find any evidence of anything like messing up, and I got it pretty hot, so I think I think it'll be good to go. But I do plan on shooting that gun like a whole lot more, so I'm going to try and put at least 1,000 rounds through it, by springtime. So
yeah. When's Father's Day? Is that like the beginning of summer?
June.
Okay, that's not too long to wait. I'm gonna get my dad a holster
June
for his
20th.
226 because he doesn't really carry that much, and I want him to, so I'm gonna get him a holster. This 22, he got a holster for it, but he got just like a cheap ass little nylon, so it's more to like protect the gun when we're going up north, so it doesn't like slide around. He almost never puts it on. He wore it this weekend. That might have been one of the first times he actually worn the holster. Other than that, it's just a soft nylon thing to keep it from sliding around in the back of the car. So I'll do that. It's cool he's becoming more of a gun guy. It makes buying him gifts a lot easier. I just look at stuff that I want and I get it for him.
you know what we need on Gun Channels?
What?
Instead of like a or not instead of, like, I like the deals page. I think that's totally cool. We need like a want to buy page where people can post like, hey, I'm looking for this item. And then if someone happens to have one, or they see a deal on something, right, then they can be like, hey, like I have one, or I just saw that on sale at so-and-so place. I think that would be like really cool because, like how like Tax Swap is like really popular on Instagram. A lot of people are selling a lot of used shit through there, and there's even companies now using Tax Swap. Like they're like on Instagram, they're like, yeah, dude, like we're having a sale, like come buy our shit or something. Like, You know, so there's even companies using that TaxSwap on Instagram, but a lot of people are posting ads on TaxSwap like, hey, I'm looking for this, like want to buy so and so thing. And then I'm looking at the comments and all sorts of people are like, oh, like I have one of those, like I want this much for it, or you know, or even saying, hey, I just saw that on sale at Primary Arms, or and I think a lot of people on here on gun channels do like surf the internet, right? And check out different gun places and stuff, and you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's an awesome idea.
Yeah, and how many times do you sell a gun and not give them the holster with the gun?
Yeah, or all the mags and all the shit, because usually you never get extra. Like me, like when I sell a gun and I have like 6 mags for that gun, like I only ever include 1 or 2, because you don't get any more for that gun with the 6 mags, you know, or the holster, or or a lot of the shit. Like, you know, like you really just don't get any more for it.
What would that be called?
I don't know. I was trying to think of that too, but like the lookout or something, like, because like you got the trading post, right? And then you got the deals section. And then I was thinking of like the lookout, the looking post or something like that. I don't know. Like,
I was thinking like wish list or something.
yeah, there you go.
All right. Community
Yeah, something like that.
channels. I'll make a new one right now.
But to where it's just like the deals page, like a page we can go to and then post on it. Like, hey, I'm on the lookout for like a weapon light, like deals on a weapon light. You know, like on this.
You have a new job.
What? Well, I don't like jobs. I mean, I'm creating a channel right now. Where's the thing?
And when you create the channel, it'll be like the trading post where we can just go on there and post, right? And comment and shit stuff.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna make like an open channel, and people can do a post, and then people can comment under the post. Like, I don't know if
Yeah. Then when you make that, send me a link to it, and then I'll put it in my favorite. So.
Well, it's really kind of like a group, some of the groups on Facebook even then too.
What category is it?
And then on gun channels, I remember like on gun channels, like
Other stuff. Description. Yeah.
And I had planned all day Friday to watch your build on Dead Horse, but then we ended up having company Friday night, and I never got to my computer all night long.
I don't know if I have a good picture for the cover, but I'll find something.
I don't know. Is there any restrictions on buying and selling guns? Guys on this site?
Well, for guns, like I don't think so because guns have to be shipped to an FFL and all that, so that's already like a restriction. And we already have the trading post, right? And stuff like that. So I don't think so. Like like it's all applicable state and federal laws apply no matter what website or whatever you post stuff on.
So this doesn't have to go by like Facebook and all those have requirements on sell. eBay, any of those have requirements. So this site shouldn't have that, right?
Oh, this is Gun Channels.
Oh, I have to upload a photo? I was going to do that later. Shit. Okay. I gotta go find a photo for it.
Put a snowman there.
No.
Check the one in the side chat.
Should have like a pirate map with like the X marks the spot. There you go. It's like you're on a treasure hunt. You're looking for something, right? So
That's a good idea. I will use it.
Here's one.
Treasure map. Doop-a-doop, boop-a-doo, doop-a-doo.
I just barely had the cable guy come out to my fucking house like 2 weeks ago. Give me a brand new like box, like where it's like the modem and everything. Installed a brand new one, and I think the thing's like already taking a shit on me. And it's like brand new. Like my Wi-Fi keeps like all of a sudden I keep losing Wi-Fi on my computer, and all the lights are just like solid on instead of flashing on the modem. Like the modem freezes or something. It doesn't feel hot. So I have to go over, literally unplug the modem, plug it back in, and then wait for like 5 minutes for the thing to reboot. And then my Wi-Fi is working again. Like, the fuck? See, and that's why I rent these things. That's why I rent them instead of purchasing them. This is like the third one in 2 years. And this one's only like 2 weeks old.
I've been fighting my modems just like that lately too, and I don't know what's going on. They really shouldn't be bad, but like you say, you end up rebooting everything, you can get online. If you don't reboot it, you can't.
Yeah, like the first time it went off earlier today, I thought it was like my internet went down. I thought it was like the actual company. So I sat there for like hours without Wi-Fi. And the funny thing is like it goes down, my Wi-Fi is down, but like the cable box, like there's a separate cable box, but the cable box is like plugged into the modem. And the cable still works fine. Like even though that's plugged into the modem, it's just the Wi-Fi takes a shit. And I just thought it was like the internet company, like Comcast. And I waited and waited and waited, and then finally I was just like, man, like what the fuck? Just went and unplugged it, plugged it back in, it instantly worked.
No, I bought a new router for our house, and the old router was doing it. The brand new one is doing the same thing, and because I'm like you, I thought it was a router, so I bought a new one, but the old one's doing the same thing.
share. Okay, chat room, click. There you go, peoples. Go check the chat room. Go look at the thing. There's nothing fancy. Maybe I'll mess around with it, make it look nicer later. Or maybe I'll figure out how to copy some of the trading post type stuff. But for right now, just post a thing, right? And then people can comment under that thing and say, oh, go here, or I have one of those, or whatever. So, y'all knock yourselves out.
Yeah, see, it just did it. Like I just went and unplugged my modem, plugged it back in, it rebooted. I'm like right back online on my laptop. Like, what the hell? And see, I can tell like when my Wi-Fi light like flashes on the modem, like when it's working, and then when it's solid on, like that's when I lose. When it stops flashing and is just solid on, like that's when I'm like getting kicked off.
Well, there you go, Dead Horse. There's a link. Go join the thing.
Sweet. Like, follow, join channel.
Oh, you bastard. All right, but I gotta get some sleep. I will talk to you guys later.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Yep. You too.
I'm surprised you got that done so quick. That seemed like a good idea to me.
Well, yeah, I just, I'm following this Instagram page called TaxSwap, and I've done like 5 different like deals and trades on that TaxSwap in just like the last couple weeks, and had good success with it. And then I've even posted a want to buy ad on there, right? And then like I had a whole bunch of people answering me, and some people were like, "Oh yeah, like I have what you're looking for," and some other people were like, "Oh, so and so place has it," and I was just like that works pretty good, but like we should have the same thing kind of like on gun channels.
Well, I mean, you can use his holster, for example. I don't know how many guns I've sold, and then I didn't give the people the holsters because I didn't want to give a holster away.
Yep. Then like and plus like there's so many different storefronts and websites, right? Like I use like certain main ones are like my go-to, but like even ones saved in my favorite, I don't always go to those because it would just take me forever to literally search every single storefront, right, for like this one item to see to see who had the best deal or whatnot. But other people, like those other stores, that might be their go-to. Like that might be the first place they check when they're looking for something, and why they're browsing for something that they want then they can be like, oh, like so and so was looking for one of these. I saw that thing on gun channels, like, you know, like I'll let them know, like this place has it, like for sale, or you know, because it's supposed to be like a community helping each other out and stuff.
Well, I think there's a lot of traffic here, so I think it might be a good idea.
Yeah. On the trading post has been a good idea. I've bought a couple of things off the trading post here on gun channels. So when you want to sell something, you know, that trading post works really good for selling something. But when you're looking for something to buy, I don't know if the trading post. What's that, Dusty?
How do you use it then? You just post whatever you want to post on it?
On the trading post?
Yeah, I've never tried it.
Just like right on the very front page of gun channels, if you scroll down, you'll see it on the left-hand side. It'll say trading post. And you just click on it and then like take a picture of whatever you have or something, and just be like, oh, I have this item for sale and I want this much money for it. And then that's it. You know, and then the two newest items for sale will be on that front page of gun channels always. You know, so every single person that goes to the front page of gun channels will see like the two latest items posted for sale. You know, and a lot of people go through the front page of gun channels, and you know, so it'll definitely get some visibility. And then you can click on the trading post itself and then see even older for sale items than the last two. And, you know, and post your own. And so if you have some like old gun stuff, gun accessories, or like not even just gun stuff, but like gear stuff, you know, I'm sure like, you know, vests or backpacks or, you know, anything that's kind of like that genre type, you know, that guys like that, knives, stuff like that, you know, post it on there.
I might try it. I bought a H&K. Well, it's a H&K 416 rifle. It's still in a box. I've never opened it, never shot it. I might try sticking that on there.
The 416-22?
It's still in the box. I've never gotten it out. I've never shot it.
Yeah.
So do I really need it?
You know, and then that, like for something like that, you know, you just like post in there, you know, like I'll ship this straight to your FFL, like, you know, whatever and then make sure you put in the condition, like, oh, you pay FFL fees or whatnot. And,
the reason I don't like it is I have a Smith & Wesson, and you can break down and clean. That H&K, you cannot break it down and clean. Maybe I don't want it.
Nope. The SIG 552 is good, the 22. And then, but the M&P 1522 is where it's at, man.
See, I have one of those.
Yeah.
And then I bought that HK.
Have you got anti-walk pins for yours yet?
Excuse me?
Have you bought
I didn't
anti-walk?
understand.
Have you bought anti-walk pins for your M&P 1522 yet?
I guess I don't know what those are.
It replaces your hammer and trigger pins, and then it will have like little screw heads on the end of it, and it keeps your hammer and trigger pins from walking out.
Nope, I've never done that. I didn't know they had a problem with that.
Yes, they do have a problem. They have so much so of a problem that they got banned from Appleseed. So M&P 1522s are banned from Appleseed events right now because of that problem. And I had like 4,000 rounds through mine, and I never had that problem. But I went ahead and bought those pins because you can buy the CMC, which is a good company, name brand, anti-walk pin specifically made for the M&P 1522 because it's slightly different than like a mil-spec AR-15, and they're made for polymer lower receiver. You can buy those for like $8, so it's a super cheap investment. But a lot of people have had runaway M&P 1522s where the gun just starts going into full auto, because what happens is the hammer pin will walk out one side, and then when that hammer pin barely walks out just of one side, it doesn't catch on the face of the trigger. So you'll get like basically hammer follow, and the gun will just run away on you. And it just didn't happen one time at an Appleseed event. It happened multiple times. And after they got multiple reports of it, they're like, oh, we're banning this gun. You can no longer use M&P 1522s. And then I heard that they were like contemplating allowing people to use them again if they had the anti-walk pins installed, and or if the manufacturer addresses the issue. So, and then I've read on some forums that some other people who don't even shoot Appleseed, it's happened to them. So I was just like, oh, you know what? These pins are only like $8 at Joe Bob's Outfitters, like, or wherever you want to buy them, but they're like $7.99 pretty much everywhere. I was like, man, like I'm just going to buy these just to, I don't want to be out somewhere and all of a sudden my gun just to take off running on its own, or because like if that pin's like, let's say your gun's like cocked and you have a 22 in the chamber, and that pin is like on the edge of walking out, and you slightly bump your gun, like you could just have a runaway gun like right there, like, I mean, so I was like, for the $8, I'm just gonna do it. Just
Gary, for as much as I've used that gun, I can think of hauling it around in my golf cart with me. I never knew that could happen with that gun.
Oh yeah, I beat the hell out of
tons
mine.
of rounds through mine.
But I think it's just more of an issue of like, maybe it's not an issue of how much you use it, but it might be just temperature or just variations in the polymer, right? Expanding, contracting, something like that. Or it could just be like maybe a certain run of them, like maybe had a slightly smaller hammer pin, or the hole that was drilled through the hammer pins might be a little bit larger. See, I haven't heard anything verified like, oh, it was only a specific run of these for this 1 year or whatever that has the issue. So the only thing I know is that they have an issue. So I haven't heard anything else that if they've narrowed it down to a specific lot or anything like that. But for the $8, I was just like, fuck, I'm just gonna do it. Like, it's a good preventative measure.
Is it a hard job to change them?
No, dude, it's super easy. It's like 5 minutes, like not even that. Like you literally just like push out the trigger pin, right? And use the new pin to follow it through. And then you put 2 screws, one on each side of it. And then you use the new pin for the hammer pin and push out the old pin with the new pin. And then 2 screws, one on each side. And just put a tiny little dab of Loctite on it. And that's it. Like, and screw those 2 screws tight. And even though they don't have the little bars, it does help prevent like pin rotation. So it'll help prevent like wear on your polymer lower. And that's one thing I was wondering, if some of these guys have like shot so much through their gun, they had like an ovaled hole in their polymer lower. But then I've heard, because they're shooting Appleseed with these, right? So I'm assuming these guys are shooting a lot through these guns. And but then I've been reading on forums, like some guys are like, dude, I got my gun, it's brand new. I have like only 200 rounds through it, and it went full auto on me at the range today. Like, and then when I looked at it, like the hammer pin was like sticking out one side. It was only in like one side basically. And so I was like, oh shit. So if it can happen to like a brand new one, it's not the pinhole ovaling. So
no.
So I just went ahead and did it. So I think if like for the $8, dude, I think it's like a no brainer. You know, just it's like safety insurance, or you know.
No problem. I didn't know it could happen. Like I said, I've used that gun a ton. I've carried
yeah.
last summer there when the sweet corn was coming on. I bought a Surefire light and put on it sweet corn patch every night, trying to shoot coons with it. That's why I said
it's the CMC. You don't want to just buy regular AR-15 anti-walk pins or anti-rotation pins, because those won't work. They'll be like literally a gap, like they'll be like hanging out. So you make sure the ones you buy are specific for the M&P 1522. Like here, I'll get you a link.
Okay.
Just so you can see. I'll post a link here just so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's see here. But CMC makes a specific one just for the 1522, and they're like $8, dude. So it's, let's see, CMC. Let's see. Okay, I must have bought them on sale because here they're $12. But I know that I know you can get them for like $8. But these are the ones you want, and
dollars aren't going to matter either way.
So there it is in the side chat. But it's CMC anti-walk pin kit for the Smith & Wesson M&P 1522. And then just make sure you put Loctite on those screws, or they will like walk. Those screws will basically untwist themselves right out, and you'll lose the screw heads.
Okay, now I'm seeing the picture of my end.
And then if I was you, like what I would do, since it's a 22 and 22s are dirtier, I wouldn't like use the new ones to push the old ones out. I would just use like a punch, push the old ones out, pull out your hammer and trigger, and give it a good cleaning. Spray it down with some brake free or something, you know, give it a good cleaning, then put it back in, then just reinstall the new pins. That's what I would do. That's what I did with mine. And like, even though I do like, you know, clean that gun, like you're able to clean it a lot better, that fire control group, by taking it out of the gun. And I was really surprised like how much caked fucking carbon and shit. like after 4,000 rounds, like it was pretty like, it was pretty grody in there too. And then after with the fire control group taken out, I was able to clean the inside of that lower out really good. And it took quite a few like patches to really clean out that lower after 4,000 rounds. But I'm sure, like, you know, you'll be able to find that same kit like at probably like a bunch of different stores and stuff. So wherever you normally shop probably has it.
Well, of course, when I went to look at what you posted, it knocked me out of the chat, and then I'm back again. So, but I saved that link and ordered from Brunel's and that. So I'm sure they might even have them too, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure someone like Brownells will have them. All the big stores should have those. Like I said, just make sure that they're the ones specific for the M&P 1522. A regular AR-15 anti-walk pin set won't work.
Which that's about the third time that's happened tonight. Click on a link in the side chat, it knocks you out of the main chat. And I don't know if that's part of all the changes that are gone through gun channels right now, or if that's just my computer.
Might just be the internet in general, man. Like, I don't know if you have gun channels open too, right? While you have the Google Hangouts open on your computer, because of all the updates
Well,
on.
I've been closing it because if I have gun channels open while I have the chat channel open, it sounds like I'm in a tunnel.
Oh yeah, and if I have gun channels open, like while I'm in the Hangout, pretty much, it bogs down my whole computer. Like I can't watch YouTube. I can't be on the Google Hangout. I can't do like anything, and it's not like a constant thing. It's just like it's an intermittent thing. Like all of a sudden, my whole computer freezes, and I'll go to like close gun channels, and I can't even close it. It's like because it's like taking up so much shit, and I'm like, while they're updating stuff, I'm like, damn, like come on.
Yeah, but this has been going on for 2 or 3 days. I mean, if they're updating, there can't be that much information they're pushing to it.
I don't think that it's necessarily. I think they did the update, and now it's like bug pushes, right? So it's like, okay, we found a bug, we found a glitch. So here's the update for that glitch. Okay, that didn't work. So here's a new one. Oh, now we found something else. So here's like a new one of that. Like that's what I think it is, but I'm not sure. I don't know much about that stuff. So
That's like last night, in order to get on these chats, I kept having to kill the page and reopen it all the time.
yeah. And then someone else told me that like they were having like major problems using like Google Chrome, and that's what I use. And then they said that they went
That's
to
what
Internet
I use.
Yeah, then they said that they went to Internet Explorer and it worked like way better. But like I don't know if that's true or not, because half the time it does work good on Google Chrome. It's like an intermittent problem. It's not like a constant thing. Right? You know? So
Well, then earlier today, I was talking to one of my buddies that's a computer guru, and he said, I quit using Chrome. He said, I went to Firefox. So I've been half tempted to download Firefox and see if it works better.
I use Chrome because everything I do is Google, like YouTube and all that. So it's just so much easier for me to use Chrome for everything. I use Gmail. And everything's like pretty seamless with Google. So since I use Gmail as my main email, since I use YouTube a lot, like I use YouTube a shitload. It's just so much easier for me to use Chrome. And I like the Google search engine. Like it's always worked well for me. So, and I'm just used to that shit. And I'm not very computer like literate. So when I get used to something, like, it's like hard to go through changes. Like it's like, trying to learn shit all over again.
That's the same here, I use Google for everything. I have an Android phone, and I'm scared to change something too. But I will look into that 22 because going fully automatic scares me.
Yeah, no, like especially like if you're at a range or something too, and then all of a sudden your gun's like starts popping up. What scares me is like not while I'm shooting it running away, because like okay, it runs away, no big deal, right? Because I was already aiming at a target. What worries me is like that pin being on the edge of walking out, right? And then like your gun's not, well, it should always be pointed in a safe direction, but it's not pointing at the target. It's like pointing at the ground, right? Like right in front of you. And you like lightly bump it or something, or you know what I mean, or you go to set the gun down on the table, like something, right? And then like that little bump disengages that hammer or that pin, and then that hammer just pop, 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 you know. So, and then from when that happens, it doesn't matter if your gun's on safety or not. Like that doesn't help you. Like, so, like, you know, so like you could like literally like go to set your gun down on the bench, like with a loaded mag, with it on safe, and if that pin was already on the verge of walking out, and like you didn't notice it, and that little bump finishes push it, like, you know, dislodges that pin that hair more, then your gun could just start shooting right there laying on the bench or some shit. Like that's what like worried me. So I was like, it was like maybe I bought them on sale, like maybe they were on sale at Joe Bob's. But when I looked, after I read that about Appleseed banning them, I immediately went to the computer, looked them up, found them at Joe Bob's for like $8, and I was like, oh, okay, like I'm just buying this shit right now. I'm not even gonna fuck with it.
I had that same gun on my shoulder last fall. I mean, I guess I would have been shooting it into the air, but even then, it'd have been straight up in the air.
Yeah, you know, or like let's say you have it slung on a sling, right? And it's like on your shoulder, like even pointed up in the air, but it's like on your shoulder, right? And you have it on a sling, and you're sitting there walking, and that gun's like bumping up against you, and then all of a sudden, pop, 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 with that like with the barrels right there by your ear, like, you know, like what the fuck? I could just imagine something like that, like holy shit, like, you know. Like, so I was just like, oh, okay, like these have a, like, it's not just one guy saying, oh, it's like they have problems. Like many people have reported this, and like officials have confirmed this and stuff. So I'm like, oh, so it legitly has a problem, or at least, like I said, it might just be a certain run or year or lot or something. But like, you know, it's been confirmed that some have had problems. So I'm like, oh, I'm not even taking a chance for like the $8 or $10 for pins. Like I'm just gonna do it.
Oh, I'm sure I will. You've got me convinced already. That's the type of person I am, though. It doesn't take much to scare me. So,
yeah, it's a preventative measure, and for the money, I think it's totally worth it. And CMC makes good shit. Like I really love their triggers. They're, you know, Conger Manufacturing Corp. Like, you know, like all the Chip McCormick triggers and stuff. So they make like high-end good stuff. It's not like you're buying a cheap set of pins either. I mean, there might be other companies that make them like specific for that M&P 1522, but like I wouldn't even go with another company. I would just buy the CMC ones because they're cheap and it comes from a good company.
now, do they make a full trigger group for that gun?
I think they do, yeah. You can use any of their drop-in triggers, and then you just but you have to use the M&P pins. It's the pins that are different, not like the fire control group. The pins are a little like shorter basically than the average AR-15. So, but like you can use like a regular CMC drop-in trigger, and like they have their flat face.
I might consider that too, because that gun has a sloppy trigger anyway.
They have their flat face triggers and their round triggers. They were on sale today on Slick Guns somewhere for like $129. I paid $135 for mine, and normally they run about $150. But great triggers, and you can get them in like a 3.5, 4.5 pound pole. You can kind of pick with, you know, what kind of pull you want, but great triggers, man. Great triggers for the money.
See, if I get rid of that 416, I might on that gun and just keep it then. Which I've been flipping around between which gun to get rid of. But the problem is I don't like the fact that that H&K, I can't break it down and clean it. And so I've kind of decided I wanted to keep the M&P 15.
Oh yeah, it's a much better gun. Like the only 22 I would put above the M&P 1522 is the SIG 522. That's like really the only gun that's I think better than the M&P 1522, but it's a shitload more. You know, like you can have a pretty.
I
You
paid
can
a
buy
pile more for the 416 than I did the M15.
Well, the thing with the 416 is that's not made by H&K though. That's just licensed by them. It's made by Umarex. So, and they're hit and miss depending on what they're making. Like some of the Umarex 22s are really good. Like their Walthers and their Colts are really, really good. But a lot of the other stuff that Umarex makes in their 22s is kind of shoddy. So it's just kind of, it depends on more of like what they're making. But Umarex is pretty much like an airsoft company, man. So basically you got a company who's making like toy guns, now making real guns. So keep that in mind. Like that's what your 416 is. And I've heard nothing but complaints on the 416 also. And I'm into 22s. Like I like to collect them. And I'm really into 22s. Like I have a lot of 22s. Like I don't even shoot. I just collect them. And but like that's why I was like, oh no, like I'm not gonna buy one of these. Like
And to be honest with you, I probably bought it because it looked neat. I had attention at a gun show one time and I bought it.
But I would definitely, if I was you, I would definitely get rid of the H&K and keep the I think the M&P. And granted, I haven't owned the H&K, but I've researched it, watched a lot of videos on it because I was thinking about buying it at one time. And like, no, like the M&P 1522 is like twice the gun. It really is.
Well, like I said, the H&K is still in its original box and it's never been shot. 3 years old now and it's never been shot. So
and see, the good thing too is you might be able to not just sell it, you might be able to trade that. You know, someone might want that for their kid or want that to complete their collection, or they might have a real HK 416 and they just want that as like their trainer, you know, or for their kid to match or whatever reason. And you might be able to trade that for another gun you really like or something, you know. Because sometimes you can get more value in a trade out of your item versus what you would have got in cash. Because I know I've made trades and like this, like say for example, like I'm trading something that's worth like $500 to me. Like I want $500 for it, but instead of like getting $500 for that, I might be able to trade it for something that is $700 value to me. That would have costed me $700 if I went out and bought. So,
well, and I do that a lot too. I like going to gun shows. So a lot of times I'll take a gun like that and throw on my shoulder while I walk around the gun show. And I've made good money selling them that way.
Yeah, you just take a little wooden dowel and you put a piece of paper on it that says for sale and the price, and you stick that down the barrel. And then while you're walking around, it's basically advertised for you the whole time with this like little flag basically sticking out the barrel that says, you know, like for sale.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I've done that. And then like if you run into a place where you see a gun at a table or something you really want, a lot of times that table will say, well, let's make a deal. What do you have on your shoulder right there?
When I was younger, I used to walk around gun shows with literally, and this was like before I started like really collecting guns, when I was just basically buying guns, trying them out, kind of finding like what I liked, what I didn't like, stuff like that. I would walk around with this like little I don't know, it's almost like a little like luggage cart, like 2 wheels and a handle and stuff, and you could basically put anything you want on. I think it's made for luggage, but you know, and I would stack like pistol boxes on it and like rifle cases and stuff, and then just stick my sign to it. And then as stuff was selling, I would just cross it off. Whereas I was trading stuff, you know, and I would literally go to a gun show with like 5 or 6 guns or something, walk around the gun show, and like, you know, and then people would just randomly stop you. Oh, hey, dude, like, here, let me read your sign. Oh, you got one of those? Let me see it. Like, you know.
Check out line number 9 or comment number 9 on that. Well, I guess I better send it. No. There. Comment number 9 on that.
Yeah, that's what I read a long time ago. That's why that's why I bought those pins. That's exactly why.
That's strange. I never heard anything about that. I have a Appleseed instructor that I shoot with. I shoot all my competitions are 22s, and
Oh yeah, I posted it on Instagram when I heard about that. I think I first heard about it like back in, I don't know, I want to say June or July. And I'll have to look on my Instagram for sure, but like I was made aware of that like right away. And
I mean,
like pretty much like right
1522 forum, well, Facebook page, and never heard anything about it.
And myself, I think of all the things I've done with that gun, and now I'm quite scared about it.
Oh, I want to be scared. Like I said, I know for a fact I have over 4,000 rounds through mine with no malfunctions. Nothing ever happened with that. But like I did it as a preventative measure, you know? And like I said, it might just be a certain year, a certain run. Like I've never heard the details. All I know is that they banned all of them. And then the last thing I heard is that they were considering them, letting them back into Appleseed if, like, A, they had anti-walk pins installed, B, if they the manufacturer addressed the problem. So, and then I never heard which one was which, but I bet you they're probably already allowed back in Appleseed if you have anti-walk pins, because the whole problem was just the hammer pit walking. So.
And Randy, you have a good last name.
I take it that's yours?
Yes.
Oh, see, like right now, like I wasn't even touching my gun channels on the lobby, right? Like not even, it was just open in a tab. But like I wasn't even doing anything on there. And then all of a sudden the tab started spinning, a little circle thing. And then I click on it, and then it's just like a pure white page. And it's like sitting there like updating, downloading shit or doing something. Like, you know, so like I can't even see the gun channels page, and I can't close it and I can't refresh it. Like it's just sitting there like a blank white page, and it's spinning, and it's just like totally bogging down my shit right now. Like I can't even click back on the Hangout page now. Like, so I can't even go to mute myself right now on Google Hangouts or.
I know things have been strange the last few days.
Like I used to be able to have like as many windows open on gun channels as I wanted. Like I could be on the gun channels like live chat. I could be like on the gun channels daily show and like have the front page open or something. And like I can't do that at all right now. Like I hope they do, or